Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Juliana. The kitchen buzzes with energy as I put the finishing touches on my latest creation. The aroma of seared scallops and truffle oil dances through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of wild mushrooms. I can't help but smile as I carefully place a delicate microgreen garnish on the pristine white plate. "Order up," I call out, sliding the dish across the pass to Tanya, one of our most experienced servers. Tanya's eyes widen as she takes in the artful presentation. "Wowza, Jules. You've outdone yourself this time. This looks like it belongs in a museum, not on someone's table." I chuckle, wiping my hands on my apron. Let's hope it tastes as good as it looks, though I'm pretty sure the flavor will knock their socks off. No doubt about that. Tanya grins, carefully lifting the plate. "Your food always does. Speaking of which, when are you going to teach me how to make that amazing tiramisu from last week's special?" I lean against the counter, raising an eyebrow. Funny you should mention that. I'm actually planning to film a tutorial for my YouTube channel later today. Wanna be my sous chef? Tanya's face lights up. "Are you kidding? I'd love to, but you sure you want me fumbling around on camera? Please." I wave off her concern. "You'll do great. Besides, my viewers love seeing real people learning in real time. It makes the recipes feel more accessible." "If you say so." Tanya laughs, adjusting her grip on the plate. "What time should I be ready for my close-up?" I glance at the clock on the wall. Let's aim for after the dinner rush. Say 9-ish. That'll give us time to prep everything and make sure the lighting's good. It's a date. Tanya winks, then turns to deliver the dish to its eagerly waiting recipient. As she walks away, I can't help but feel a surge of excitement. My YouTube channel started as a hobby, a way to share my passion for cooking with a wider audience. Now, it's become an integral part of my business, bringing in new customers and opportunities I never dreamed possible. I turn back to my workstation, already mentally planning the video. The familiar weight of my chef's knife in my hand grounds me as I begin prepping for the next order. There's something comforting about the rhythmic chopping, the sizzle of oil in a hot pan, the way flavors come together to create something greater than the sum of their parts. It's more than just cooking. It's creating memories, bringing people together, nourishing both body and soul. And sharing that with the world? Well, that's the sweetest dish of all. I emerge from the kitchen, wiping my hands on my apron. The dining room buzzes with life, a symphony of laughter and animated conversations, punctuated by the gentle clink of silverware. My eyes sweep across the room, taking in the sea of satisfied faces. "How's everything tasting over here?" I ask, approaching a table where a couple is sharing a bottle of wine. The woman beams up at me. "Absolutely divine, Chef Juliana. That scallop dish? I swear I heard angels singing with every forkful." I can't help but chuckle. "Well, I'm glad it hit the right notes, though I can't take credit for any celestial choirs." Her partner leans in, eyes twinkling. "Any chance you'd share the recipe?" Now, I tease, wagging a finger. A magician never reveals her secrets. But I pause for dramatic effect. I might be persuaded to drop a few hints on my YouTube channel. Ooh, consider us subscribed, the woman says, pulling out her phone. I move on to the next table, where a family is finishing up their meal. The youngest, a boy about Julius's age, is eyeing the dessert menu with poorly concealed longing. What's caught your eye there, little man? I ask, crouching down to his level. He points shyly to a picture. The chocolate lava cake, but Mom says it's too late for sugar. I glance up at his mother, who's trying to hide a smile. Well, I stage whisper to the boy, what if I told you I have a special sugar-free version that's just as delicious? Think Mom might approve then? The boy's eyes widen. Really? I wink. Chef's honor. What do you say, Mom? Can I whip up a little magic for your budding food critic here? His mother laughs. How can I say no to that? You're going to put ideas in his head, though. Next thing I know, he'll be asking for a chef's hat for his birthday. Nothing wrong with nurturing a future culinary star, I say, standing up. One sugar-free lava cake, coming right up. As I make my way back to the kitchen, a familiar face catches my eye. Mr. Thompson, one of our regulars, is gesturing me over. Juliana, my dear, he says warmly as I approach. Another triumph tonight. I swear, every time I eat here, I leave wondering how you'll top it next time, and somehow you always do. I feel a warmth spread through my chest at his words. You're too kind, Mr. Thompson. I'm just happy you keep coming back to give me the chance to try. As I chat with my customers, I love to make sure everyone feels like they're dining in their own home, just with better food and fewer dishes to wash. As I approach a couple celebrating their anniversary, I can't help but share the story behind the dish they're savoring. You know, I lean in conspiratorially. This risotto actually came to me in a dream. I woke up at 3 a.m., scribbling down ingredients like a woman possessed. The wife laughs, her eyes twinkling. A culinary vision quest? Now that's dedication. More like delicious madness. Her husband chimes in, taking another bite. Whatever spirit guide you've got, keep listening to them. I'm about to retort when movement at the entrance catches my eye. My heart does a little skip as I recognize the tall, broad-shouldered figure stepping through the door. Jayden. Even from across the room, I can see the slight furrow in his brow, the set of his jaw that tells me he's had a long day. Our eyes meet, and his face softens into a smile that brings out those dimples I've known since high school. God, how long has it been? Nearly 20 years of friendship, and he still has the power to make my breath catch. Memories flood back, study sessions that turned into all-night gab fests, prom night when we both got stood up and ended up having more fun together than any date could have provided. And Mary. Sweet, vibrant Mary, who completed our trio, who Jayden fell head over heels for, who became my sister in all but blood. The familiar pang of grief hits me, but it's duller now, softened by time and the joy of the life Mary lived, however brief. She'd hate to see us moping, I think. As I make my way towards Jayden, I greet Jayden with a warm smile, but it falters as I notice the tightness in his jaw and the seriousness etched into his handsome features. Something's off. The usual twinkle in his blue eyes is dimmed, replaced by a storm of worry. Jules, he says, his voice low and urgent. Can we talk? Privately? My stomach does a little flip. Sure thing, Deputy Dimples. My office, okay? I lead Jayden to my office, my hand trembling slightly as I turn the doorknob. The cheerful chatter of the restaurant fades as I close the door behind us, leaving us in a bubble of tense silence. All right, Jayden, I say, leaning against my desk. What's got you looking like someone stole your last protein shake? Jayden runs a hand through his short blonde hair, his jaw clenched. Jules, there's no easy way to say this. Ben's getting out early. Good behavior or some baloney like that. The words hit me like a sucker punch to the gut. My knees go weak, and I grip the edge of the desk to steady myself. What? No, that's not possible. He was supposed to be in for at least another 5 years. I know, Jayden says, his voice low and tight. Believe me, I'm as shocked as you are. I came as soon as I found out. My mind races, memories flooding back. The sound of shattering plates, the sting of a slap across my face, the terror in Julius's eyes as he watched his father transform into a monster. And then Jayden, bursting through our front door, his face a mask of fury as he tackled Ben to the ground. Lord Jayden, I whisper, my voice cracking. What if he comes after us again? What about Julius? Jayden steps closer, his presence solid and reassuring. Hey, look at me. His blue eyes lock onto mine, fierce and determined. I won't let that happen. Not again. You and Julius are safe, you hear me? I stare at Jayden, my mind reeling. The bustling sounds of my restaurant fade away, replaced by a high-pitched ringing in my ears. My hands tremble as I grip the edge of my desk, knuckles turning white. Jules? Jayden's voice sounds distant, muffled. You with me? I blink, trying to focus. Yeah, I'm here, just processing. Jayden steps closer, his presence both comforting and overwhelming. Talk to me. What's going through that head of yours? A hysterical laugh bubbles up in my throat. What's going through my head? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that my abusive ex-husband is about to be back on the street, the same man who threatened to kill me and my son. I won't let that happen, Jayden says, his jaw clenching. You can't be with us 24/7, Jayden, I snap, then immediately regret my tone. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to help. It's just... No, you're right, he says. I can't be everywhere, but we can take precautions. Increase security at your place. Set up a panic button system. A panic button? I interrupt. Jayden, is this really my life now? Living in constant fear, jumping at every shadow? Jayden's eyes soften. Hey, come here. He opens his arms, and I find myself stepping into them without hesitation. His embrace is warm, solid, grounding me as my world spins out of control. We'll figure this out, he murmurs into my hair. You're not alone in this, Jules. You've got me, the whole police force, and half the town backing you up. I pull back slightly, looking up at him. And what about Julius? How do I tell my son that the monster under his bed is real and coming home? Jayden's eyes harden. We don't let it get that far. Ben so much as looks in your direction, and I'll have him back in jail so fast his head'll spin. Despite everything, I feel a small smile tugging at my lips. Here's hoping. Chapter 2. Juliana. My brows knit together, confusion and concern swirling in my mind like a tornado. How did this happen? I question aloud, the promise of a long sentence echoing in my memory. They said he'd be locked up for at least that long. Jayden sighs, crossing his arms over his chest. Good behavior, apparently, and overcrowding. The system's a mess, Jules. I shake my head, disbelief etched on my face. Good behavior? Ben? A bitter laugh escapes my lips. That man wouldn't know good behavior if it slapped him in the face. I know, Jayden says, his voice low and soothing. It's a mess, but we gotta deal with the reality of the situation. I start pacing, my chef's clogs tapping a nervous rhythm on the tile floor. Reality? The reality is that my abusive ex-husband is about to be free to terrorize me and my son again. What kind of screwed up reality is that? Jayden's expression softens, the hard lines of his face melting into a look of genuine concern. I'm so sorry, Jules. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear. My hands clasp together, fingers intertwining so tightly my knuckles turn white. The trembling won't stop, no matter how hard I try to steady myself. When did you find out? I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Just this morning, Jayden says, regret lacing his words. I came straight here as soon as I got the news. I didn't want you hearing it from anyone else. I nod, grateful for his thoughtfulness even as panic claws at my chest. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate that. He takes a step closer, his presence both comforting and overwhelming. Look, I know you're scared. I'm scared for you. But we're gonna figure this out, okay? How? I ask, my voice cracking. He's gonna come after me after Julius. You know he will. Jayden's jaw clenches, a flash of anger in his blue eyes. Not if I have anything to say about it. I've already put in for increased patrols in your neighborhood, and I'm working on getting a restraining order expedited. I laugh, but it's a hollow sound. A piece of paper isn't going to stop Ben. You know that as well as I do. It's a start, Jayden insists. And it's not the only thing we're going to do. I've got some ideas, but first, I need you to breathe, Jules. Can you do that for me? I nod slowly, my racing thoughts momentarily calmed by a sliver of reassurance. At least that snake can't touch Julius, I mutter, more to myself than to Jayden. Full custody's gotta count for something, right? Jayden's stance softens, his broad shoulders relaxing slightly. Right on it does. Ben's got no legal claim on Julius. That's one less thing to worry about. One less thing, I echo, a hollow laugh escaping my lips. Out of about 1 million. Hey, Jayden says, his voice firm but gentle. We're gonna tackle this one step at a time. You've got me, remember? And the entire police force. I raise an eyebrow, a hint of my usual sass returning. The entire force, huh? Pulling rank for little old me? You bet your tushy I am. He grins, those sweet dimples making a brief appearance. What's the point of being deputy captain if I can't throw my weight around for my best friend? Your best friend, I repeat, the words tasting bittersweet on my tongue. Mary's face flashes in my mind, and I push the image away. Not now. Thanks, Jay. I mean it. He takes a step closer, and I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. You don't have to thank me, Jules. It's what friends do. Friends, I murmur, nodding. Right. A moment of silence stretches between us, filled with unspoken words and the weight of our shared history. I clear my throat, breaking the spell. So, what's next? You mentioned ideas. Jayden's eyes lock onto mine, his intensity burning through me. Jules, I need you to promise me something. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. What's that? If anything, and I mean anything, seems off, you call me. Day or night, even if it's just a weird feeling in your gut. You got it? I nod, feeling a lump form in my throat. Yeah, I got it. I'm serious, he presses, his voice low and gravelly. No playing hero, no brushing things off. You see a shadow that doesn't belong? You call me. You hear a noise that makes you jump? You call me. Your spidey senses start tingling? You dash. Call you. I finish, managing a weak smile. I get it, Jay. I promise. He nods, seemingly satisfied. Good. 'Cause I'm here for you, Jules. No matter what happens. The sincerity in his voice hits me like a tidal wave, and suddenly I'm fighting back tears. I hate crying in front of people, even Jayden. Especially Jayden. "Hey," he says softly, his hand reaching out to touch my arm. "It's gonna be okay. We've got this." I nod, not trusting my voice. Instead, I reach out and place my hand on his, giving it a gentle squeeze. It's all I can manage right now, but I hope it conveys my gratitude. Jayden's eyes soften, and for a moment, I see a flicker of something else there. Something that makes my heart skip a beat. But it's gone as quickly as it appeared, and I'm left wondering if I imagined it. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Jayden's phone cuts through the air like a knife, making me jump. Jayden's hand flies to his pocket, his expression morphing from concern to annoyance in a heartbeat. "Great," he mutters, fishing out the device. He glances at the screen and sighs. "I gotta take this." I nod, trying to keep the disappointment off my face. "Go ahead. Duty calls, right?" He answers with a curt, "Blair," his voice shifting into that authoritative tone I've come to associate with Deputy Captain mode. As he listens, his jaw tightens, those tiny muscles working overtime. I take a step back, giving him space. My mind still reeling from the bomb he just dropped. But now I'm hyper-aware of how close we're standing, how his presence fills the room. Jayden's voice drops lower, his words clipped. "I'll be there in 10. Don't let anyone touch the scene." He hangs up, shoving the phone back in his pocket with more force than necessary. "Gotta run?" I ask, aiming for casualness but landing somewhere in the vicinity of disappointment. "Yeah," he says, running a hand through his short hair. "Double homicide downtown. It's gonna be a long night." "Sounds rough," I say, my stomach churning at the thought. "Be careful out there, okay?" His eyes soften for a moment. "Always am, Jules. You be careful too, yeah? Remember what I said." "Call you if anything feels off," I recite, managing a weak smile. "Got it?" He nods, seemingly satisfied, then turns to leave. I watch him go, his broad shoulders filling the doorframe as he strides out. The sight of his retreating back sends a pang through my chest. As the door closes behind him, I lean against my desk, suddenly feeling the pressure of everything crashing down on me. Ben's out. He could be anywhere, doing anything. And here I am, in my little restaurant, feeling more exposed than ever. But Jayden came. He told me himself, offered his support, his protection. The memory of his intense gaze, his promise to be there, sends a shiver down my spine that's not entirely unpleasant. "Get it together, Juliana," I mutter to myself, shaking my head. "You've got a restaurant to close." I step out of the office, the bustle of the dining room washing over me like a wave. The chatter of the last few patrons mingles with the clink of dishes and the sizzle from the kitchen. It's familiar, grounding. I latch onto it like a lifeline. "Everything okay, boss?" Tina, my head waitress, asks as I approach the bar. Her brow furrows with concern, and I realize my poker face isn't as solid as I'd hoped. I force a smile. "Just peachy. How are we looking for closing?" Tina eyes me skeptically but doesn't push. "Last table's finishing up dessert. Kitchen's almost done with cleanup." "Perfect." I nod, grateful for the distraction of work. "I'll start on the books once they're out." As I move through the dining room, checking on the last table, and ensuring everything's in order, my mind keeps drifting back to Jayden's words. Ben's out. The thought sends a chill down my spine, and I have to consciously unclench my jaw. "Fantastic meal as always, Juliana." Mr. Peterson, a regular, calls out as he and his wife prepare to leave. That new pesto recipe is to die for. I plaster on my best customer service smile. "Glad you enjoyed it. You'll have to come back next week. I'm tweaking the garlic bread to pair with it. As the last customers file out, I lock the front door, the click of the deadbolt echoing in the now quiet space. I lean my forehead against the cool glass, allowing myself a moment of vulnerability now that I'm alone. "Oh man," I whisper, my voice barely audible. "What am I gonna do?" The weight of the situation presses down on me, threatening to suffocate. But I can't afford to break down, not now. I've got a son to protect, a business to run, a life I've worked too hard to build.
Chapter 3. Jayden. I stand rooted to the spot, my eyes fixed on Juliana through the restaurant's windows. She moves with grace, her smile warm as she tends to her customers. My jaw hardens, a familiar tension creeping up my neck. "Crap!" I mutter under my breath, fishing my phone out of my pocket. I hit the speed dial and Officer Rodriguez's voice crackles through. "Cap, what's up?" "I need you to run a check on Ben Baker's known associates. Anyone he's been in contact with since his release, and get me his current address." "On it, sir. Anything else?" I pause, watching Juliana laugh at something a patron said. "Yeah, set up a patrol route past Juliana's place. Discreet, got it?" "Consider it done, Cap." My free hand finds my dog tags, thumb tracing the raised letters. It's a habit, a reminder of the oath I took to protect. And right now that oath extends beyond the badge on my chest. A group stumbles out of the restaurant, their laughter jarring in the quiet night. I step back into the shadows, not wanting Juliana to spot me if she glances out. "Get a grip, man," I mutter to myself. "She can handle herself." But the image of her trembling hands, the fear in those striking gray eyes, it's burned into my memory. I've seen that look before in war zones and crime scenes. It doesn't belong on Juliana's face. I lean against the cold brick wall, my eyes fixed on Juliana through the restaurant's window. She glides between tables, her smile radiant as she chats with customers. The soft glow of the interior lights catches her profile, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the fullness of her lips. The memory of that day crashes over me like a tidal wave. I can still hear the screams, smell the acrid scent of fear. The image of Juliana, crumpled on the floor, her face bruised and swollen, burns behind my eyelids. Ben, that sorry excuse for a human being, standing over her with his fists clenched. My hands ball into fists at my sides. The urge to punch something, anything, surges through me. I take a deep breath, forcing the rage down. It's been years, but the anger still feels fresh, raw. "Get it together," I growl to myself. Inside, Juliana laughs at something a patron says. The angelic sound carries through the glass, light and melodic. It's in contrast to the broken sobs I remember from that night. My chest tightens, a dull ache spreading beneath my ribs. It's more than just protectiveness, more than friendship. But I can't put a name to it. Won't put a name to it. I push off the wall, pacing a few steps. My hand finds my dog tags again, fingers tracing the familiar ridges. The metal is cool against my skin, grounding me. She's safe now, I remind myself. You made sure of that. But with Ben out, the thought of him anywhere near Juliana makes my blood boil. I've seen what war does to people, what evil men are capable of. And Ben? He's as evil as they come. I glance back at the window. Juliana's clearing a table now, her movements graceful and efficient. She looks so strong, so resilient. But I remember how she trembled earlier, the fear in those striking gray eyes. The ache in my chest intensifies, almost suffocating. I want to march back in there, wrap her in my arms, and promise that nothing will ever hurt her again. But I can't. It's not my place. Is it? An intense surge of anger washes over me. The familiar itch to act, to protect, flares up with a dangerous intensity. I pace back and forth, my boots scuffing against the pavement. The urge to march back into that restaurant and whisk Juliana away to safety is overwhelming. But I can't. That's not how this works. The shrill ring of my phone jolts me back to reality. I snatch it from my pocket, my thumb swiping across the screen with practiced ease. "Yes?" I bark into the receiver, my voice instantly shifting to its authoritative timbre. "Captain, we've got a situation," the dispatcher's voice crackles through. "Armed robbery in progress, suspects fleeing in a black SUV heading east on Main Street." My jaw clenches. "ETA?" "2 minutes from your current location, sir." "I'm on it," I growl, already striding towards my vehicle. The anger I felt moments ago redirects, laser-focused on the task at hand. I slide into the driver's seat, flicking on the sirens as I peel out of the parking lot. The streets blur past, my hands gripping the wheel with white-knuckled intensity. "Dispatch! What's their current position?" I demand, weaving through traffic with practiced precision. "They've just turned onto Oak Avenue, sir. Officers Johnson and Martinez are in pursuit." "Copy that," I reply, my mind already mapping out possible routes. "Tell them to maintain visual contact. I'm coming in from the east to cut them off." I gun the engine, the patrol car siren wailing as I weave through traffic. The steering wheel vibrates under my grip, matching the adrenaline coursing through my veins. My jaw clenches, eyes narrowed on the road ahead. "Dispatch, what's their current position?" I bark into the radio. "Suspects just blew through the intersection at 5th and Pine, heading north," comes the crackled response. "Copy that," I growl, yanking the wheel hard to the right. The tires screech in protest as I take the corner at breakneck speed. A flash of movement catches my eye, a black SUV tearing down the street, leaving chaos in its wake. Bingo. "I've got eyes on the target," I report, pressing harder on the gas. "All units converge on my location. We're ending this chase now." The gap between us narrows. I can see the driver now, his panicked face visible in the rearview mirror. Amateur. He's making mistakes, getting sloppy. "Pull over now!" I shout, knowing full well they can't hear me. Doesn't matter. This ends one way or another. The SUV swerves suddenly, clipping a parked car. Sparks fly as metal grinds against metal. They're losing control. "Now's our chance," I mutter, positioning my car for the final push. Just as I'm about to make my move, a civilian vehicle pulls out from a side street directly into our path. I curse, jerking the wheel hard to avoid a collision. My heart pounds as I narrowly miss the startled driver, who honks indignantly. The SUV fishtails ahead of me, tires squealing as it takes another sharp turn. My hands grip the wheel tighter, knuckles white against the black leather. The siren's wail fills my ears, but it's nothing compared to the pounding of my heart. "Dispatch, they're heading down Elm Street," I bark into the radio. "Tell units 3 and 4 to set up a roadblock at the intersection with Maple." "Copy that, Captain," the dispatcher replies. I grit my teeth, pressing harder on the gas. The engine roars, matching the fury building inside me. These punks think they can run? Not in my town. My mind flashes to Juliana's trembling hands, her terrified eyes when I told her about Ben's release. The same rage that consumed me then threatens to overwhelm me now. "Focus, damn it, focus!" I mutter to myself. "One problem at a time." My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably Rodriguez with an update on Ben's whereabouts. The temptation to check it gnaws at me, but I push it aside. Right now, these clowns have my full attention. The roadblock comes into view ahead. Units 3 and 4 have their cars positioned perfectly, leaving no room for escape. I allow myself a grim smile. Game over. The SUV's brake lights flare as the driver finally realizes he's out of options. He skids to a stop mere feet from the blockade. I slam on my brakes, bringing my car to a halt behind them. In one fluid motion, I'm out of the vehicle, gun drawn. "Police! Hands where I can see them!" I roar, advancing on the SUV. The driver's door opens slowly. A scrawny kid, barely out of his teens, stumbles out with his hands raised. "On your knees!" I order, keeping my weapon trained on him. As I move to cuff him, my mind races. One perp down, one to go. Then I can focus on keeping Juliana safe. On making sure Ben never gets within 100 miles of her or Julius. A heavy responsibility settles on my shoulders like a familiar burden. But I won't let anyone down. Not my town, and certainly not Juliana. Chapter 4. Jayden. My vehicle screeches to a halt in a cloud of dust and gravel. I exit the car swiftly, the door slamming shut with an echo that fades into the chaos of flashing lights and radio chatter. "All right, listen up," I bark, striding towards the cluster of officers. "We've got 2 suspects holed up in there, armed and desperate." Officer Rodriguez jogs up, his face grim. "Captain, we've got eyes on the back exit. No movement yet." "Good. Keep it that way." I nod, unholstering my weapon. "Any word on hostages?" "Negative, sir," he replies. "But we can't rule it out." I curse under my breath. This night just keeps getting better. I stride towards the huddle of officers, my boots crunching on the gravel. The flashing lights paint everything in surreal hues of red and blue. My jaw clenches as I approach, ready to take charge of this catastrophe. "All right, ladies and gentlemen. Give me the lowdown," I bark, my voice cutting through the night air. "And make it snappy. We don't have all night for a campfire story." Officer Martinez steps forward, her face set in determination. "Sir, we've got 2 perps cornered in the east wing of the warehouse. They're armed, but we're not sure with what exactly." "Fantastic," I mutter, running a hand through my hair. "Any other surprises waiting for us in there? Maybe a circus elephant they're keeping as a pet?" Martinez's lips twitch, suppressing a smile. "No elephants, sir. But we did hear some shouting earlier. Could be they're arguing among themselves. Or they've got a hostage," I say, my mind already racing through scenarios. Without missing a beat, my body tenses and I launch into action, my long legs carrying me into a sprint as I join the pursuit. My military training kicks in, every sense heightened, my movements both precise and fluid as I duck between the shadows cast by the warehouses, my eyes scanning for movement. "Martinez, on my 6!" I yell, my voice low but commanding. She falls in behind me, her footsteps light but steady. We move as one unit, years of training and shared experiences making words unnecessary. A flicker of movement catches my eye. "There!" I hiss, gesturing towards a partially open door. Martinez nods, her hand already on her weapon. "How do you want to play this, sir?" I pause, weighing our options. We go in hot. These guys have led us on a merry chase, and I'm not in the mood for games. "Copy that," she replies, a hint of a smile in her voice. We approach the door, our backs to the wall. The rusty hinges creak as I push it open, the sound echoing in the cavernous space. "BCPD, come out with your hands up!" I roar, my voice bouncing off the metal walls. Silence greets us, broken only by the distant wail of sirens. "Cute," I mutter. "They want to play hide and seek." Martinez snorts. "Too bad we're not in the mood for games, right, Cap?" "For sure," I reply, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. "Let's flush him out." We move deeper into the warehouse, our footsteps echoing despite our best efforts. The air is thick with dust and the musty smell of cardboard and rusted metal. A blur of motion catches my eye, and I pivot on instinct, my body moving before my mind can catch up. The suspect lunges at me, a glint of metal in his hand. I don't think. I react. "Surprise, idiot!" I growl, catching his wrist mid-swing. The guy's eyes widen as I twist, using his momentum against him. His gun clatters to the ground, and I follow through with a swift knee to his solar plexus. He doubles over, gasping. "That all you got?" I taunt, ducking under a wild haymaker. My fist connects with his jaw, the satisfying crunch of bone-meeting knuckle echoing in the warehouse. He stumbles back, dazed. "Martinez, one down!" I shout, not taking my eyes off the staggering perp. "Copy that, Cap!" Her voice rings out from somewhere to my left. I close in for the finish, a quick series of jabs leaving the guy swaying on his feet. A final uppercut, and he's down for the count. "Sweet dreams, princess," I mutter, cuffing him swiftly. The sharp crack of a gunshot splits the air. I drop and roll, adrenaline surging through my veins. The bullet whistles past, close enough that I feel the displacement of air. "Lordy!" I hiss, scanning for cover. "Martinez, you good?" "All clear, sir," she calls back. "2 more hostiles east side." I spot a stack of crates and make a break for it. Another shot pinging off the concrete floor inches from my feet. The musty smell of old wood fills my nostrils as I press my back against the crates, heart pounding. "Come on out, cop," a voice snarls from the shadows. "We ain't going back!" I snort, checking my weapon. Newsflash. You just added attempted murder of a police officer to your rap sheet. You're going away for a long time. "Not if we put you down first," the second voice chimes in, followed by another wild shot. "You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn," I taunt, trying to pinpoint their locations. "What's the matter? Scared of the dark?" A string of curses is my only reply. I grin despite the tension. These idiots are making this almost too easy. "Martinez," I whisper into my radio. "I'm gonna flush him out. Be ready." "Roger that, sir. I've got your 6. I take a deep breath, centering myself. The warehouse fades away, leaving only the targets, the obstacles, the mission. Just like old times. I sprint forward, my boots pounding against the concrete floor. The second criminal's desperate attempt at escape is as predictable as it is futile. I've got his number, and he's about to learn why you don't mess with a former SEAL. "Going somewhere, sunshine?" I growl, closing the distance between us in seconds. The perp glances over his shoulder, eyes wide with panic. I launch myself at him, my body a human missile. We collide with a satisfying thud, the impact driving the air from his lungs. We hit the ground hard, skidding across the dusty floor. He wheezes, struggling beneath me. "Get off, you crazy bastard!" I pin him down, my weight crushing any hope of resistance. "Sorry, pal, no can do. You've led us on quite the chase tonight." He bucks wildly, trying to throw me off. "I ain't going back to jail." "Should have thought of that before you decided to play Bonnie and Clyde," I retort, wrestling his arms behind his back. The cuffs click into place with a finality that seems to drain the fight right out of him. "Martinez!" I call out. "We clear!" "All clear, Cap!" her voice echoes back. "Nice takedown, by the way. Remind me never to make you mad." I turn my attention to the last perp, who's frozen like a deer in headlights. Poor guy probably thought he was signing up for a joyride, not a dance with an angry ex-SEAL. "You gonna come quietly, or do we need to tango?" I growl, my patience wearing thin. He glances at his buddies, both groaning on the ground, then back at me. Smart Cookie finally does the math. I give up," he stammers, raising his hands. "Wise choice," I mutter, closing the distance. "Turn around, hands behind your back." As I slap the cuffs on him, I can't help but notice his hands are shaking. Rookie move, getting mixed up with these clowns. "First time?" I ask, not unkindly. He nods, looking like he might puke. "Word of advice, kid. Find better friends." I haul him to his feet, then gesture to Martinez. "Let's round him up. I want these jokers processed before dawn." We march our motley crew back to the waiting squad cars, red and blue lights painting the night in a surreal glow. As I shove the last perp into the back seat, a wave of exhaustion hits me. It's been one hell of a night. But even as I watch the cars pull away, sirens wailing, I can't shake the gnawing worry in my gut. Ben's face flashes through my mind, and suddenly, this bust feels hollow. "Good work tonight, Cap," Martinez says, breaking into my thoughts. I force a smile. Yeah, thanks. You too. She eyes me curiously. Everything okay? You seem distracted. I consider brushing her off, but hell, she's earned my trust. Just got some bad news earlier. Nothing I can't handle. Martinez nods, not pushing. Well, if you need backup, you know where to find me. Appreciate it, I say, meaning it. The metal doors of the cruiser slam shut, the sound a temporary release valve for my barely contained fury. My chest heaves as I try to regain control over my emotions. The adrenaline from the chase still courses through my veins, but it's not enough to drown out the rage bubbling beneath the surface. I slam my palm against the steering wheel. The pain is sharp, grounding, but it doesn't quell the storm inside me. Martinez's voice crackles over the radio. Cap, you good? I take a deep breath, forcing my voice to steady. Yeah, I'm fine, just processing. Roger that. We're heading back to the station. See you there? Affirmative, I reply, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. I start the engine, the rumble a poor substitute for the release I crave. As I pull out onto the empty street, my mind races. Ben's face flashes before my eyes, and I grip the wheel tighter, knuckles turning white. My phone buzzes, breaking through my dark thoughts. It's a text from Martin's babysitter. Everything okay, Mr. Blair? You're usually home by now. Guilt washes over me, temporarily dampening the anger. I pull over, typing out a quick reply. Got caught up in work. Be home soon. Thanks for staying late. I toss the phone onto the passenger seat, running a hand through my hair. The gesture is so familiar, a tic I've never been able to shake. Mary used to tease me about it, said it made me look like a frustrated model. The memory of my late wife sends a pang through my chest. What would she think of all this? Of me, still unable to let go of the past? Calm down, Blair, I mutter to myself, pulling back onto the road. As I drive, the city lights blur into streaks of neon. My mind wanders back to Juliana, to the way her hand felt on mine. The memory is like a balm, soothing the raw edges of my anger. But it also brings a new kind of tension, one I'm not ready to face. Not yet. Not with Ben's shadow looming over everything. I pull into my driveway, the house dark except for the porch light. As I step out of the car, the cool night air hits me, clearing my head a little. Tomorrow, I decide. Tomorrow I'll figure out how to keep Juliana safe, how to keep everyone safe. But for now, I've got a son waiting for me and a babysitter to relieve. I take one last deep breath, squaring my shoulders. Time to leave Deputy Captain Blair at the door and just be Dad.
Chapter 5. Juliana. I turn the key in the front door, the day's stress settling into my bones like an unwelcome guest. The lock clicks open, and I step inside, my eyes adjusting to the dim light of the entryway. Miss Baker, a soft voice calls out. I spot Amelia, our nanny, rising from the couch, her presence comforting to my frayed nerves. Hey, Amelia, I whisper, slipping off my shoes. How was everything tonight? She approaches, her voice low. Smooth sailing. Julius finished his homework and went to bed without a fuss. I nod, relief washing over me. That's great. Did he eat his vegetables? Amelia's lips quirk into a smile. Let's just say he and the broccoli came to an understanding. I can't help but chuckle. Sounds like quite the negotiation. Oh, it was. Your son could give some lawyers a run for their money. We share a quiet laugh, careful not to disturb the peaceful silence of the house. I glance towards Julius's room, the door slightly ajar. From here, I can just make out his small form under the covers, his chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of sleep. He's been out like a light for about an hour now, Amelia says, following my gaze. I turn back to her, gratitude welling up inside me. Thank you, Amelia. I don't know what I'd do without you. She waves off my thanks with a gentle hand. It's my pleasure, Miss Baker. Julius is a joy. We exchange a few more quiet words about Julius's day. His latest art project, a funny story from school, before Amelia gathers her things to leave. At the door, she pauses. Is everything all right, Ms. Baker? You seem tense. I force a smile, not wanting to burden her with my troubles. Just a long day at the restaurant. Nothing a good night's sleep won't fix. Amelia nods, though I can see the concern lingering in her eyes. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call. I appreciate that. Good night, Amelia. Good night, Ms. Baker. As the door closes behind her, silence envelops the house. I lean against the wall, letting out a long, shaky breath. The events of the day crash over me like a wave, threatening to pull me under. With a gentle touch, I move toward the bed, brushing a stray curl from Julius's forehead, the warmth of maternal love chasing away the chill of my worries. My little man, so peaceful in his slumber, oblivious to the storm brewing outside our safe haven. I linger for a moment, drinking in the sight of him. His small chest rises and falls, a rhythm that grounds me, reminds me of what's truly important. I lean down, pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. Sweet dreams, baby, I whisper, my voice barely audible. Reluctantly, I tear myself away from his bedside and make my way to the bathroom. The shower beckons, promising a temporary respite from the day's chaos. As I step under the spray, the hot water cascades over my skin, and I feel the tension in my shoulders begin to ebb. Steam fills the air, wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. I close my eyes, letting the steady thrum of water drown out the noise in my head. But even here, in this sanctuary of steam and heat, thoughts of Ben's release creep in. They slither through the cracks of my defenses, coiling around my heart with icy tendrils. I shake my head, sending droplets flying. No, I mutter to myself. Not here. Not now. I reach for the shampoo, determined to focus on the simple act of washing my hair. The familiar scent of lavender fills my nostrils as I work the lather through my curls. It's grounding, this routine. A small act of self-care in the face of uncertainty. As I rinse, I try to imagine the water washing away more than just shampoo. I picture it sluicing away my fears, my doubts, the lingering shadows of the past. It's a futile exercise, but it helps, if only for a moment. The knots of dread begin to loosen, not disappearing entirely, but becoming more manageable. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly. One day at a time, I remind myself. That's all I can do. By the time I step out of the shower, wrapped in a fluffy towel, I feel not better exactly, but more centered, more like myself. The woman who has faced down challenges before and come out stronger. The mother who would move heaven and earth to protect her child. I catch my reflection in the mirror, meeting my own gaze. My striking gray eyes, so often commented on due to the contrast to my black skin, stare back at me with a determination that surprises even me. You've got this, Juliana, I tell my reflection. You're not alone. And I'm not. I have Julius, my ray of sunshine. I have my restaurant, my passion. I have my friends, my support system. And I have Jayden. The thought of him brings a complicated swirl of emotions, but I push it aside for now. There's time to unpack that later. I pad across the room, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet. The bookshelf looms before me, a familiar friend offering solace after a day of turmoil. My fingers trail along the spines, seeking comfort in the worn leather and crisp paper. Let's see, I mutter to myself. What'll it be tonight? My hand pauses on a well-loved novel, its spine cracked from multiple readings. Just as I'm about to pull it free, the room plunges into darkness. What the? I blink rapidly, willing my eyes to adjust. The sudden absence of light sends a chill down my spine, memories of darker times threatening to surface. I shake my head, forcing those thoughts away. Get it together, Juliana. It's just a power outage. Stepping carefully, I make my way towards the door. The house feels different in the dark. Familiar contours transformed into potential hazards. I stub my toe on the corner of the bed and bite back a curse. Smooth move, Baker, I grumble, rubbing my injured digit. Real graceful. As I reach for the doorknob, a shrill sound pierces the silence. The fire alarm. My heart leaps into my throat, adrenaline surging through my veins. Julius, I breathe, fear gripping me. A sharp, acrid scent hits my nostrils, my chef's instincts immediately identifying the threat. Smoke. Panic surges through me as I race downstairs, my bare feet slapping against the cool hardwood. Julius, I call out, my voice cracking with fear. Baby, where are you? No response. My heart pounds in my chest as I reach the bottom of the stairs. The smoke is thicker here, and I can feel the heat radiating from the kitchen. Flames are licking the cabinets all the way to the ceiling, the entire room engulfed in a glowing, fiery blaze of light and heat. I sprint back up the stairs, my heart pounding in sync with my bare feet, slapping against the steps. The smoke thickens, clawing at my throat, but I push through. Julius is all that matters. Julius! I call out, my voice hoarse. Baby, can you hear me? No answer. Panic threatens to overwhelm me, but I shove it down. Stay focused, Juliana. I reach his room, the door slightly ajar. With a deep breath, I push it open, bracing for the worst. Mommy? A small voice pierces through the chaos. Relief floods through me as I spot Julius huddled in the corner, clutching his stuffed dinosaur. I rush to him, scooping him up in my arms. I've got you, baby, I whisper, holding him close. We're getting out of here. As I turn to leave, a loud crack echoes through the house. The floor beneath us shudders, and I stumble, nearly losing my balance. Mommy, I'm scared. Julius whimpers, burying his face in my neck. It's okay, sweetie, I soothe, even as fear grips my own heart. We're gonna be okay. Just hold on tight. I make my way back to the hallway, the smoke now so thick I can barely see. The heat is intense, sweat beading on my skin. I pull the neck of my shirt up over Julius's nose and mouth, trying to filter the air for him. Remember our fire safety lessons? I ask, keeping my voice steady. We're gonna crawl just like we practiced. I drop to my knees, Julius clinging to my back. The floor is cooler down here, the air slightly clearer. We inch forward, every second feeling like an eternity. That's it, baby, I encourage. You're doing so great. I pause, assessing. We need to get down the stairs. The fire seems to be concentrated in the kitchen, but the living room is filling with smoke. Moving fast is a necessity. Okay, Julius, I say, turning to face him. This might be a little scary, but I've got you. You trust Mommy, right? He nods, his blue eyes wide with fear, but filled with trust. My heart swells with love and determination. I will get us out of here. That's my brave boy, I say, pulling him close. Let's go. I clutch Julius tighter as we head down the stairs, my heart pounding in sync with each step. The smoke thickens, a suffocating blanket that threatens to choke us both. I pull my shirt over Julius's face, trying to filter the air for him. Mommy, I can't see. Julius whimpers, his voice muffled against my chest. It's okay, baby. Just keep your eyes closed. Mommy's got you, I reassure him, my voice steadier than I feel. As we push forward, we're forced to near the kitchen where the heat hits us like a wall. The living room is a hellscape of orange flames, and thick black smoke. I dropped to my knees, keeping Julius close. Remember how we practiced, sweetie? We're gonna crawl like little mice, I say, forcing a playful tone into my voice. Julius nods against me, his small body trembling. We start to move, the floor scorching hot beneath my palms. I grit my teeth against the pain, focusing solely on getting us out. That's it, baby. You're doing so well, I encourage, inching forward. A loud crack echoes above us, and I instinctively curl my body around Julius. A piece of the ceiling crashes down nearby, sending sparks flying. Julius lets out a terrified cry. Shh, it's okay. It's just like those action movies you love, I say, trying to keep him calm. We're the heroes, and we're gonna make it out. We're halfway across the living room when I spot it, a pocket of clearer air near the front door. Hope surges through me. Almost there, Julius. Can you be extra brave for Mommy? He nods, his little face set in determination despite the fear in his eyes. My heart swells with pride and love. We push forward, the smoke burning my eyes and lungs. The front door looms ahead, our beacon of safety. Just as we reach it, another loud crack sounds above us. I don't think, I just act. I lunge forward, yanking the door open and throwing us both out onto the front lawn. We tumble onto the cool grass as a thunderous crash echoes behind us. For a moment, we just lie there, gasping in the fresh air. Then reality crashes back in, and I scramble to check on Julius. Are you okay, baby? Are you hurt? I ask, running my hands over him, searching for injuries. Julius looks up at me, his blue eyes wide. We did it, Mommy. We were the heroes. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, relief and love overwhelming me. I pull him close, pressing kisses to his smoke-smudged face. That's right, baby. We're the heroes, and heroes always win. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me, and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Jayden. The smell of smoke and ash hangs heavy in the air, mingling with the lingering scent of fear. I stand firm, my eyes scanning the chaotic scene before me. Firefighters battle the dying flames, their hoses painting arcs of water against the night sky. The remnants of Juliana's home crackle and hiss, a testament to the destruction wrought in mere minutes. My gaze falls on Juliana and Julius, huddled together on the grass. She's wrapped her arms around her son, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. The sight of them, vulnerable and shaken, ignites a fierce protectiveness within me. I stride over, my voice cutting through the sirens and shouts. Jul, you can't stay here tonight. She looks up, her striking gray eyes wide and glassy. I don't know where to go. Everything's gone, Jayden. My place, I say, the words leaving my mouth before I can second-guess them. You and Julius are staying with me and Martin. No arguments. Juliana opens her mouth, likely to protest, but I cut her off. It's not up for debate. You need somewhere safe, and I've got the room. I catch Julius's eye, his expression full of fear. The kid's been through hell tonight, but there's a flicker of recognition in his gaze. He gives me a tiny nod, and I feel a surge of protectiveness wash over me. Juliana, though, isn't as easily convinced. Her jaw sets in that stubborn way I know all too well. It's probably just faulty wiring, she says, her voice shaky. Or maybe I left something on in the kitchen. God, I can't believe I'd be so careless. I shake my head, cutting her off. Jules, stop. This wasn't your fault. She folds her arms across her body in an attempt to warm herself, reaching protectively for Julius. You don't know that. I could have... Don't think so? I interject, my tone brooking no argument. You're the most careful person I know. This wasn't an accident. Her eyes widen, realization dawning. You don't think... I nod grimly. Ben, it's too much of a coincidence. No, she whispers, hugging Julius closer. He wouldn't. He can't. He would, and he can, I growl, my fists clenching at my sides. Which is exactly why you're coming with me. Now. Juliana looks at the smoldering remains of her home, then back at me. I can see the fight drain out of her. I don't know, she says softly. Maybe just for tonight. I snort. We'll see about that. Jayden, Juliana says, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't shake this feeling. The lights went out right before the fire started. That's not normal, is it? Her eyes widen, fear flickering across her face. But why would anyone... She trails off, realization dawning. I told you. It's Ben, I say, my jaw clenching. The timing's too perfect to be a coincidence. Juliana shakes her head, hugging herself tightly. No, he wouldn't. He can't be that cruel, can he? I snort, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. Trust me, sweetheart. Men like Ben can always sink lower than you think. She flinches at my words, and I immediately regret my harsh tone. Sorry, I didn't mean to. No, you're right, she interrupts, her voice stronger now. I guess I hoped prison might have changed him. I lean against the car, crossing my arms. Look, I've seen this before. Guys like Ben, they don't change. They just get better at hiding their true colors. Juliana nods slowly, her gaze drifting back to the smoldering remains of her home. So what do we do now? First things first, we need to get you and Julius somewhere safe, I say, opening the passenger door for her. Then we start digging. If Ben's behind this, we'll find proof. I watch as Juliana's resolve crumbles, her shoulders sagging under the weight of the night's events. Her eyes, usually so vibrant, now shimmer with unshed tears as she looks up at me. Okay, she says softly, her voice barely audible over the chaos around us. You're right. We'll come with you. I nod, relief washing over me. Smart choice. Let's get you two out of here. As I open the car doors, Julius tugs on his mother's hand. Mom, what about Mr. Whiskers? Juliana's face falls, and I see panic flash in her eyes. Oh God, Jay the cat. I'm on it, I say, already moving towards the house. A firefighter tries to stop me, but I flash my badge. Deputy Captain Blair, I'm going in. The heat hits me like a wall as I enter, smoke stinging my eyes. I drop low, scanning the rooms. A faint meow catches my attention, and I spot the terrified feline huddled under a partially collapsed bookshelf. Come here, you little furball, I mutter, reaching out. The cat hisses, swiping at my hand. Oh, for Pete's sake. I grab a nearby blanket, ignoring the embers singing my skin, wrap the cat up tight. It yowls in protest, but I've got it secure. Emerging from the house, I see Juliana's face light up with relief. Mr. Whiskers! Oh, thank God! I hand over the bundle, the cat immediately calming in Juliana's arms. One rescue mission accomplished. Now, can we please get out of here? Juliana nods, her eyes meeting mine. Thank you, Jay. I don't know what I'd do without you. The sincerity in her voice catches me off guard, and I clear my throat. Yeah, well, let's not find out. Come on, your chariot awaits! As we pile into my SUV, Julius pipes up from the back seat. Mr. Jayden, are you a superhero? I can't help but chuckle. Nah, kid. Just a guy doing his job. Juliana turns to me, a small smile playing on her lips despite the circumstances. I don't know. Running into burning buildings to save cats? Sounds pretty heroic to me. I roll my eyes, but I can feel a grin tugging at the corners of my mouth. Yeah, don't go spreading that around. I've got a reputation to maintain. I ease the SUV onto the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, I catch glimpses of the fading orange glow, the remnants of Juliana's life going up in smoke. Beside me, Juliana's gaze is fixed on the side mirror, her eyes wide and glassy. It's really gone, she whispers, her voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. Everything. Just gone. I clench my jaw, fighting back the urge to pull over and wrap her in my arms. Instead, I keep my eyes on the road and say, We'll figure this out, Jules. I promise. She turns to me, her gray eyes searching my face. How? How do we even begin to... One step at a time. I cut her off, my tone firm but gentle. Right now, we focus on getting you and Julius somewhere safe. The rest we'll tackle tomorrow. Julius pipes up from the back seat, his small voice laced with worry. Mom, what about my school stuff? And Mr. Whisker's favorite toy? Juliana's breath catches, and I can see her struggling to keep it together for her son's sake. I jump in before she can respond. Hey, champ, I say, catching Julius's eye in the rearview mirror. How about we swing by the store tomorrow and pick out some cool new school supplies, and I bet Mr. Whiskers would love a brand new toy, right? Julius's face brightens a bit. Can I get a superhero backpack? You bet. I nod, forcing a smile. The superhero-est one we can find. Juliana reaches back to squeeze her son's hand. That sounds like a great idea, sweetie, and Mr. Whiskers will be just fine tonight. As if on cue, the cat lets out a disgruntled meow from the passenger side. I can't help but chuckle. See, he agrees. We lapse into silence for a few moments, letting the events of the night settle over us. I steal glances at Juliana, noting the way she keeps looking back, as if hoping to wake up from this nightmare. Jay, she says suddenly, her voice trembling. What if it really was Ben? What if he's out there, watching us right now? I feel a surge of anger at the mention of that bastard's name. Then he'd better pray I don't find him first, I growl, my grip tightening on the wheel. Juliana reaches out, her hand resting lightly on my arm. Jayden, please. I can't handle any more violence. Not tonight. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. You're right. I'm sorry. Look, we'll deal with all of this tomorrow. Right now, let's just focus on getting you two settled in, okay? She nods, her hand lingering on my arm for a moment before she pulls it back. I immediately miss the warmth of her touch. As we turn onto my street, I catch Juliana's eye. Hey, I say softly, we're gonna get through this. You're not alone, okay? A small smile tugs at the corner of her lips. I know, she whispers. Thank you, Jay, for everything. I nod, unable to trust my voice as a wave of protectiveness washes over me. Whatever it takes, I'll keep her safe. I'll keep them both safe. That's a promise I intend to keep, no matter what.
Chapter 7. Juliana. The morning sun streams through Jayden's kitchen window, casting a warm glow over the breakfast table. I sit across from Jayden, our eyes meeting briefly before we turn our attention to the boys. Julius, my sweet 8-year-old, fidgets in his chair, his spoon clinking against his cereal bowl. Martin, Jayden's son, seems more at ease, but I can see the curiosity in his eyes. "So, boys," Jayden starts, his voice steady and reassuring, "we've got some news for you." I take a deep breath, steeling myself. "Julius, honey, remember how I told you we'd be staying with Uncle Jayden and Martin for a little while?" Julius nods, his brow furrowing. "Because of the fire?" "That's right," I say, reaching out to smooth his curly hair. "Our house needs some work, so we're going to be here for a bit longer than we thought." "How long?" Julius asks, his voice small. Jayden leans forward, his elbows on the table. "We're not sure yet, buddy, but you and your mom are welcome to stay as long as you need." I catch Jayden's eye, silently thanking him. The warmth in his gaze makes my heart skip a beat, but I quickly push that feeling aside. "Will we have to change schools?" Julius's question brings me back to the moment. "No, sweetheart," I assure him. "You'll still go to the same school. We're not far from home, remember?" Martin, who's been quiet until now, pipes up. "This is going to be awesome, Jules. It'll be like a sleepover every night." I can't help but smile at Martin's enthusiasm. "That's right, Martin, and we'll make sure you boys have plenty of fun while we're here." Julius still looks uncertain. "But what about all our stuff? My toys?" "We saved some things from the fire," Jayden explains gently, "and we'll get you anything else you need, okay?" I watch as Julius processes this information, his little face a mix of emotions. Suddenly, Martin reaches out and puts a hand on Julius's shoulder. "Don't worry, Jules," he says with a grin. "Everything's going to be okay. This is going to be fun." The tension in Julius's shoulders eases slightly, and I feel a wave of gratitude for Martin's kindness. I glance at Jayden, seeing my own relief mirrored in his eyes. "That's right, boys," Jayden says, his voice warm. "We're all in this together. Now, who wants some pancakes?" As the boys cheer and Jayden moves to the stove, I take a moment to breathe. It's not ideal, but we're safe. And right now, that's all that matters. I watch Martin and Julius, their heads bent close together, whispering and giggling. My heart swells with a bittersweet nostalgia. It reminds me so much of the friendship I shared with Mary, Jayden's late wife. The memory of her hits me like a punch to the gut, but I push it aside, focusing on the present. "Thank you," I say, my voice thick with emotion. "Both of you. Martin, you're such a wonderful friend to Julius. And Jayden." I trail off, meeting his intense blue gaze. Jayden's eyes soften, the corners crinkling in a way that makes my stomach do a little flip. "Jules, you don't have to thank me. After everything you've done for us." His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken history. I remember those dark days after Mary's death, when Jayden was a shell of himself. The late-night phone calls, the meals I'd bring over, the times I'd sit with him in silence because there were no words to ease his pain. "We take care of each other," I say softly. "That's what friends do." Jayden nods, a ghost of a smile on his lips. "That's right." The boys look up, curiosity piqued by our exchange. Julius pipes up. "Mom, can we go play in the backyard?" "Sure, sweetie," I say, grateful for the distraction. "Just stay where we can see you from the kitchen window, okay?" As the boys dash off, their excited chatter fading, I turn back to Jayden. He's watching me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. "What?" I ask, suddenly self-conscious. He shakes his head, breaking the spell. "Nothing. Just thanks for everything. I don't know where I'd be without you, Jules. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. I busy myself with clearing the breakfast dishes, needing a moment to compose myself. Well, you're stuck with me now, Blair. Better get used to it. Jayden chuckles, the sound low and warm. Wouldn't have it any other way. I lean against the kitchen counter, watching Jayden as he rinses the breakfast dishes. The morning sunlight catches on his dog tags, reminding me of the bond we share. You know, I say, twirling a dish towel in my hands, Mary would get such a kick out of this. Us, here, playing house. Jayden's hands pause under the running water. He glances at me, a sad smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, she would. Probably crack some joke about me finally having a decent cook in the house. I laugh, the sound bittersweet. God, remember that time she tried to make us Thanksgiving dinner? The smoke alarm went off 3 times. And we ended up ordering Chinese. Jayden chuckles, shaking his head. She was so mad. But she laughed about it later, I add softly. That was Mary, always finding the humor in everything. Jayden nods, his eyes distant. She had a way of lighting up a room, didn't she? She sure did, I agree, my throat tight with emotion. I miss her every day. Me too, Jules, Jayden says, his voice low. Me too. We stand in companionable silence for a moment, lost in our memories. Then, shaking myself out of my reverie, I clap my hands together. All right, enough moping. Let's see what we can whip up to go with those flimsy pancakes of yours. I'm thinking something simple, maybe a nice... I trail off as I open Jayden's fridge, my eyes widening at the sparse contents. Jayden Blair, please tell me you have more food hidden somewhere. Jayden rubs the back of his neck, looking sheepish. About that? I spin around, hands on my hips. Seriously? How do you feed yourself? Or Martin, for that matter. We manage, he shrugs, but I can see the embarrassment in his eyes. I'm not exactly culinarily inclined. Clearly, I snort, closing the fridge. Well, looks like we're going grocery shopping. And then, Deputy Captain, you're getting a crash course in basic cooking skills. Jayden holds up his hands in mock surrender. Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say. I can't help but laugh at his exaggerated compliance. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Mary always said you were hopeless in the kitchen, but I have faith. Your faith might be misplaced. Jayden grins. But I'm willing to learn if you're willing to teach. Deal, I say, extending my hand. As Jayden shakes it, I feel a spark of something I can't quite name. Our eyes meet, and for a moment, the air between us feels charged. I lean against the kitchen counter, my eyes scanning Jayden's sparse pantry. Good Lord, Jayden, do you live on air and protein shakes? Hey, there's cereal in there, Jayden protests from the living room, where he's wrangling the boys. Stale cereal doesn't count, I retort, closing the cabinet with a sigh. I turn to watch Jayden, who's now on his knees in front of Julius, attempting to tame my son's wild curls with a brush. The sight makes my heart do a funny little flip. Ow! Uncle Jay, that hurts! Julius whines, squirming away. Sorry, buddy, your hair's got a mind of its own, Jayden says, his brow furrowed in concentration. Martin pipes up from the couch, one sock on and one in his hand. Dad, have you seen my other blue sock? Check under the couch, Jayden suggests, still focused on Julius's hair. And put on the one you've got while you're looking. Make sure you brush your teeth too, kiddo. I can't help but smile at the domestic chaos. There's something about seeing Jayden, usually so composed and in control, struggling with such mundane tasks that's oddly endearing. I rummage through Jayden's fridge, pulling out the sad-looking carton of eggs and a package of bacon that's miraculously not expired. Well, at least we've got something to work with, I mutter, setting them on the counter. Hey, don't judge, Jayden says, leaning against the doorframe. Not all of us can be culinary geniuses. I roll my eyes, cracking eggs into a bowl. It's not about being a genius. It's about basic survival skills. How have you not starved to death? Pure stubbornness. He grins, reaching for the coffee pot. And takeout. Lots of takeout. As I whisk the eggs, I can't help but chuckle. Well, prepare to have your mind blown, deputy. We're going to elevate these sad pancakes of yours into a proper breakfast. Yes, chef. Jayden mock salutes, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement. I turn to the stove, pouring the whisked eggs into a pan. The familiar sizzle fills the kitchen, and for a moment, I'm back in my element. You know, I say, reaching for a spatula, this reminds me of my latest YouTube video. Oh yeah? Jayden asks, sipping his coffee. What culinary masterpiece were you teaching the masses this time? Breakfast basics, actually, I reply, flipping the bacon. You'd be surprised how many people don't know how to make a decent omelet. Jayden raises an eyebrow. Present company excluded, of course. I snort. Oh, honey, you're Exhibit A in my Why Everyone Needs to Learn to Cook campaign? Ouch. He clutches his chest in mock pain. You wound me, Jules. I laugh, plating up the eggs and bacon. Truth hurts, Blair. But don't worry, I'll whip you into shape yet. As I set the plates on the table, Jayden's expression softens. Seriously though, Jules, your channel is amazing. The way you break everything down, make it accessible. It's really something special. His sincerity catches me off guard, and I feel a warmth that has nothing to do with the stove. Thanks, Jay. It means a lot to hear you say that. I mean it, he says, his gaze intense. You've got a real talent for teaching, and cooking, obviously. This looks incredible. I smile, pushing down the flutter in my chest. Well, dig in before it gets cold. Can't have the deputy captain of Bluetown PD running on an empty stomach, can we? As we sit down to eat, I can't help but feel a sense of contentment. Despite everything that's happened, despite the uncertainty looming over us, this moment feels right. And as I watch Jayden take his first bite, his eyes widening in appreciation, I realize that maybe, just maybe, we'll be okay.
Chapter 8. Jayden. I pull into the parking spot with practiced ease, the SUV settling into place like a well-oiled machine. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I catch sight of Martin and Julius, their heads bent together in animated conversation. All right, troops, I announce, unbuckling my seatbelt. Mission. Grocery acquisition is about to commence. You ready? Martin's enthusiastic, yes, sir, overlaps with Julius's quieter but equally excited, yeah. As we pile out of the car, Juliana's laugh rings out, light and melodious. Always the military man, aren't you, Jayden? I shrug, a smirk tugging at my lips. Old habits die hard. We fall into step, heading towards the store entrance. The automatic doors whoosh open, cool air rushing to greet us. I grab a cart, my hands wrapping around the handle with purpose. So, Chef, I say, turning to Juliana, what's first on the list? She pulls out her phone, scrolling through a meticulously organized note. Produce. We need to stock up on fresh vegetables and fruits. Lead the way. I gesture, pushing the cart forward. As we navigate the aisles, I can't help but notice how natural this feels. Juliana's graceful movements as she selects the best food she can find, the boys excitedly pointing out their favorite snacks, the four of us moving as a unit. It's nice. comfortable, like we've been doing this for years. Dad, can we get these? Martin holds up a box of sugary cereal, hope shining in his eyes. Before I can answer, Juliana chimes in. How about we make our own granola instead? I've got a great recipe that's much healthier and tastes even better. I raise an eyebrow, impressed. Sounds good to me. What do you think, boys? Both kids nod eagerly, clearly won over by Juliana's culinary expertise. As we round the corner to the dairy section, I catch Juliana eyeing the cheese selection with a critical gaze. Planning something special? I ask, curiosity piqued. She grins, a spark of excitement in her eyes. I was thinking of doing a cooking video on gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches. You know, elevate the classic comfort food. That sounds amazing, I admit, my stomach growling in anticipation. Sign me up as your official taste tester. Juliana laughs, the sound warming me from the inside out. Deal, but fair warning, I might put you to work as my sous chef. Yes, ma'am, I reply with a mock salute, earning another laugh. I watch as Martin and Julia start ahead, their excitement palpable. Juliana catches my eye and we share a knowing look. All right, boys, I call out, my voice firm but not unkind. Remember the rules. One treat each, and it has to be something we all agree on. Juliana nods, adding, and let's try to pick something that won't have you bouncing off the walls all night, okay? Yes, Dad, Martin chirps. Julius echoes, okay, Mom. Their easy acceptance surprises me. I'd half expected a negotiation worthy of a hostage situation. Juliana must catch my raised eyebrow because she smirks. What can I say? I run a tight ship in the kitchen. They know better than to argue with the chef. I chuckle. Remind me never to cross you in the store when we go shopping. As we round the corner, Martin tugs on my sleeve. Dad, can I ride in the cart? Before I can answer, Julius pipes up, Me too! I glance at Juliana, who shrugs with a smile. Why not? We could use some entertainment while we peruse the aisles. All right, hop in, I say, lifting Martin into the cart. But take turns, okay? We don't want to tip this thing over. The boys cheer as I start pushing, their laughter echoing through the aisle. Julius runs alongside, waiting for his turn. Faster, Dad, Martin urges, gripping the sides of the cart. I pick up the pace, weaving between displays. Hold on tight, sailor, we're entering choppy waters. Juliana laughs, jogging to keep up. Captain Jayden, I think you found your true calling, grocery cart racing. I grin, feeling the tension of the past few days start to melt away. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents. We swap the boys out, and soon it's Julius's turn to ride. His initial shyness seems to evaporate as he giggles, urging me to go faster. As we navigate the store, I can't help but notice the looks we're getting. Some annoyed, others amused. But for once, I don't give a damn about maintaining a stoic image. The joy on these kids' faces is worth any judgmental stares. Juliana falls into step beside me, her hand brushing against mine on the cart handle. You're good with them, you know? She says softly. I feel a warmth spread through my whole body at her words. Thanks. They make it easy. I watch as Martin and Julius huddle around a display of apples, their small hands carefully inspecting each piece of fruit. The scene before me feels so right. Natural. Like we've been doing this for years. Hey, boys, I call out, my voice softer than usual. Remember, we're looking for firm ones without any bruises. Julius holds up a shiny red apple, his eyes wide with hope. Is this one good, Mr. Jayden? The mirror catches me off guard, a pang of something unfamiliar tugging at my chest. That's perfect, buddy, and you can just call me Jayden, okay? He nods, a shy smile spreading across his face as he places the apple in our cart. Martin, not to be outdone, presents his own selection. What about this one, Dad? I inspect it carefully, making a show of turning it over in my hands. Excellent choice, soldier. You've got a good eye. Juliana appears at my side, her arm brushing against mine as she reaches for a bag. Look at you three, apple connoisseurs in the making. Well, I smirk. I did learn from the best. Remember that time you spent an hour teaching me how to pick the perfect apples for that pie? She laughs, the sound warming me from the inside out. Oh man, don't remind me. I thought you were going to revolt by the end. Nah, it was worth it. Best pie I've ever had. Our eyes meet, and for a moment I'm transported back to that day in her kitchen, flour on her nose and determination in her eyes. The memory feels different now, charged with something I can't quite name. Mom! Julius tugs at Juliana's sleeve, breaking the moment. Can we make apple pie too? She ruffles his hair affectionately. Sure thing, sweetie. But first we need to decide on bread. What do you guys think? Whole wheat or sourdough? Sourdough, Martin pipes up. Whole wheat's healthier, I counter, raising an eyebrow at Juliana. She grins, a mischievous glint in her eye. How about we compromise? Half and half? I nod, impressed. Spoken like a true diplomat. All right, troops, to the bread aisle. As we navigate through the store, I can't help but notice how seamlessly we've fallen into this routine. The boys chattering away, Juliana and I making decisions together, the four of us moving as a unit. It feels like family. We approach the checkout, and I can't help but marvel at the scene unfolding before me. Martin and Julius, their arms laden with grocery bags, march ahead with determined expressions like tiny soldiers on a vital mission. Easy there, troops, I call out, chuckling. Don't want to drop the rations before we make it to base. We fall into line at the checkout, the boys carefully unloading their precious cargo onto the conveyor belt. Julius looks up at me, his eyes wide with pride. I carried the heaviest bag, Jayden, he announces, puffing out his chest. Did you now? I ruffle his hair, smiling down at him. Good job, buddy. You're getting strong. Martin, not to be outdone, pipes up. I carried 2 bags, Dad. That's my boy. I nod approvingly. You'll be bench pressing grocery carts in no time. Juliana laughs, the sound like music to my ears. All right, you two. Let's not turn this into a weightlifting competition. We still need to get everything to the car. I join them, hefting the heavier bags with ease. I can't shake the feeling that something's shifted. The ease with which Juliana fits into our lives is both comforting and terrifying. It stirs up a longing I thought I'd buried years ago, along with a guilt that threatens to choke me. But watching her with the boys, seeing the way they respond to her, it feels very good, very right. And that scares the crap out of me. I guide the SUV into the driveway, the engine's purr fading to silence. In the rearview mirror, I catch sight of Martin and Julius, heads bent together, giggling over some shared joke. Juliana's sitting shotgun, her profile illuminated by the afternoon sun. The scene hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. Home sweet home, I announce, my voice gruffer than intended. Juliana turns to me, a soft smile playing on her lips. Thanks for the ride, Jayden, and for everything. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. We pile out of the car, the boys racing each other to the front door while Juliana and I grab the groceries. I'll start on dinner, Juliana says as we enter the house. Any requests? Whatever you make will be great, I reply, trying to ignore the domesticity of the moment. As we unpack the groceries, our hands brush occasionally, sending jolts of electricity through my system. Juliana chatters away about her plans for a new recipe video, but I'm only half listening, too caught up in the way she fits so seamlessly into my kitchen, into my life. The boys zoom past, engrossed in some make-believe game. Their laughter echoes through the house, filling it with a warmth I'd forgotten it could hold. Earth to Jayden. Juliana's voice cuts through my reverie. You okay? You look a million miles away. I blink, focusing on her concerned face. Yeah, just thinking. She raises an eyebrow. Dangerous pastime. You have no idea, I mutter. As Juliana turns back to the groceries, I find myself frozen, watching her move around my kitchen like she belongs there. The desire to wrap my arms around her, to make this moment permanent, is almost overwhelming. But what if I'm reading this all wrong? What if she's just being kind, just being the friend she's always been? The thought of ruining our friendship, of making things awkward for the kids, makes my stomach churn. Hey, Juliana's voice is soft as she places a hand on my arm. You sure you're okay? I look down at her, at those bright gray eyes filled with concern, and for a moment I consider throwing caution to the wind. But the memory of Mary, of the promise I made to always be there for Juliana, holds me back. Yeah, I manage a smile. Just a long day. Think I'll go hit the shower before dinner. As I turn to leave, Juliana's voice stops me. Jayden? I look back, heart hammering. I don't know what we'd do without you. The sincerity in her voice sends a surge of pride through my body. I nod, not trusting myself to speak, and head upstairs, the weight of unspoken words heavy on my shoulders.
Chapter 9. Juliana. The first rays of dawn spill across the kitchen counters as I move with practiced grace, the sizzle and aroma of breakfast filling the room. The familiar scents of bacon and eggs wrap around me like a comforting blanket, momentarily pushing away the chaos of the past few days. Jayden, how do you like your eggs? I call out, my voice carrying through the house. His deep voice rumbles back. Scrambled with cheese, if you don't mind. I can't help but smile. Of course, he'd want them scrambled and cheesy. It's been years since I've cooked for him, but some things never change. As I whisk the eggs, my mind wanders to the lunch I need to prepare for him. I open the fridge, assessing its contents with a critical eye. Hey, big guy, I say as Jayden enters the kitchen, his hair still damp from the shower. I'm making you lunch too. Still obsessed with protein? He chuckles, the sound warming me more than I care to admit. You know me so well, Jules. Hard not to, after all these years, I quip, pulling out some grilled chicken from last night's dinner. How about a chicken and avocado wrap? I noticed you had some whole grain tortillas hiding in the back of the pantry. Are they still good? Sounds perfect, he says, leaning against the counter. You don't have to do this, you know. I wave him off, already assembling the wrap. Please, it's the least I can do. Besides, I can't let you survive on takeout and protein shakes. Good food, happy body. Hey, I manage just fine. He protests, but there's a grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Sure you do, tough guy, I tease, carefully wrapping the tortilla. There. One Jayden-approved lunch coming right up. As I place the wrap in a container, I can't help but feel a twinge of something. Domesticity? Nostalgia? I push the feeling aside, focusing on the task at hand. Thanks, Jules, Jayden says softly, his blue eyes meeting mine. I swallow hard, suddenly very interested in closing the lunch container. It's nothing. That's what friends are for, right? He nods, and for a moment, I swear I see something flicker in his eyes. But then it's gone, and he's reaching for his coffee mug, the moment passing like morning mist. I slip into the boys' room, the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains. Martin and Julius are tangled in their blankets, dead to the world. A smile tugs at my lips as I approach. Rise and shine, sleepyheads, I sing-song, gently shaking their shoulders. Time to tackle the day. Julius groans, burrowing deeper into his pillow. 5 more minutes, Mama. Not a chance, mister, I joke, pulling back the covers. Come on, up and at 'em. I've got bacon, eggs, and blueberry muffins waiting downstairs. That does the trick. Martin's eyes pop open, and he sits up, hair sticking out in all directions. For real? Dad never makes breakfast like that. Would I lie about blueberry muffins? I wink, helping Julius sit up. But first, let's get you two cleaned up and dressed. Race you to the bathroom. The boys scramble out of bed, suddenly full of energy. I laugh, following them to make sure they don't skip any important steps in their morning routine. As I help Julius button his shirt, I catch Jayden leaning against the doorframe, watching us with an unreadable expression. See something you like, Deputy? I tease, raising an eyebrow. He clears his throat, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Just admiring your efficiency. You've got this down to a science. I shrug, a smile playing on my lips as I hand Jayden his packed lunch. It's really no big deal, just doing my part to keep this little circus running smoothly. It's the least I can do in exchange for your hospitality. Jayden's eyes crinkle at the corners as he takes the container. Your part? Jules, you're practically running the whole show. Hardly. I scoff, turning to the boys who are now seated at the kitchen table, eagerly eyeing the stack of blueberry muffins. Now, listen up, munchkins. A good breakfast is the key to a great day, so I want to see those plates clean before you even think about leaving this table. Julius nods solemnly, his mouth already full of scrambled eggs. Martin, on the other hand, is eyeing the muffins with laser focus. And yes, Martin, I add, catching his gaze, that includes eating your eggs before demolishing those muffins. Ah, man, he groans, but there's a hint of a smile as he picks up his fork. I turn back to Jayden, who's leaning against the counter, sipping his coffee. And you, Mr. Deputy Captain, don't think I didn't notice your tendency to skip meals. A protein bar is not lunch, no matter what your gym buddies say. He raises an eyebrow, a challenge in his eyes. Oh? And how would you know about my eating habits? Please, I roll my eyes. I've known you long enough to recognize that I forgot to eat. Look, it's written all over your face when you come home late. Busted, Dad, Martin chimes in, his mouth full of muffin. The kitchen bustles with the familiar sounds of a family breakfast winding down. I stack plates with practiced efficiency, scraping remnants into the trash before loading the dishwasher. It's a dance I've perfected over years of running my own kitchen, both at home and in the restaurant. All right, critters, I call out, wiping my hands on a dish towel. Backpacks ready? Lunch is packed? Julius appears, dragging his bag behind him. Got everything, Mom. Martin follows close behind, grinning. Dad never packs lunches this good. I catch Jayden's mock-offended look and can't help but chuckle. Well, we can't have you boys running on empty, can we? I ruffle Martin's hair affectionately. Now scoot, or you'll miss the bus. As the front door slams shut behind them, I turn my attention to the living room. Toys and books litter the floor, a testament to last night's impromptu game night. Time to restore some order to this chaos, I mutter, bending to pick up a stray action figure. Jules, you don't have to do that. Jayden's voice startles me. I thought he'd left for work already. I wave him off, continuing my tidying. Please, it's no trouble. Consider it my contribution to the household. Contribution? Jayden steps closer, his brow furrowed. You're my guest, not my maid. Put that down and step away from the mess. I can't help but laugh at his stern tone. Or what, Deputy? You'll arrest me for unauthorized cleaning? Don't tempt me. He growls, but there's a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Seriously, Jules, you cook, you clean, you're practically running this place. Let me handle some of it. I pause, a stack of books in my arms. Jayden, No arguments. He cuts me off, gently taking the books from me. You're going through enough right now. The least I can do is pick up after my own kid." His kindness catches me off guard, and for a moment I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, I finally manage. I guess I'm just not used to having someone else to lean on. Jayden's expression softens. "Well, get used to it. You've got me in your corner, Jules. Always have. Always will." The sincerity in his voice warms me from the inside out. I nod, offering a small smile. Okay, I'll try to remember that. But don't think this means I'm going to stop cooking for you. Someone's got to make sure you eat more than coffee. He laughs, a rich sound that fills the room. Wouldn't dream of it. Your cooking's the best part of this whole arrangement. As he turns to tackle the mess, I can't help but watch him for a moment. A strange mix of emotions swirling in my chest. It's been so long since I've felt this safe, this cared for. And yet, a nagging voice in the back of my mind whispers caution. We're friends, nothing more. I can't let myself forget that, no matter how domestic this all feels. I glance at the clock on Jayden's kitchen wall, my mind already racing with plans for my restaurant. You know, I start, tapping my fingers on the counter. I think it's time to reopen. Can't let a little fire and some personal turmoil keep me down, right? Jayden looks up from his coffee, eyebrow raised. A little fire? Jules, your entire house went up in flames. Details. I wave my hand dismissively, though my stomach clenches at the memory. I've got insurance, and things are starting to come together. I'd like to be back full-time again by next week. Next week? Jayden's eyes widen. That's ambitious, even for you. I shrug, a smirk playing on my lips. Go big or go home, right? Besides, I've got a reputation to maintain. Can't have Bluetown thinking I've lost my touch. Nobody would think that, Jayden says softly, his blue eyes meeting mine. You're the best chef in town, and everyone knows it. His words warm me more than I care to admit. I clear my throat, focusing on the task at hand. Well, then I better live up to that reputation. I'm thinking we'll start with a limited menu, maybe do some pop-up events to drum up excitement again after our little hiatus. As I outline my plans, I can feel a familiar spark of determination igniting within me. This is what I'm good at, taking chaos and turning it into something beautiful, something delicious. But as Jayden grabs his keys and heads for the door, that spark flickers. Be safe out there, I call after him, hating how small my voice sounds. Always am, he replies with a wink before disappearing into the morning light. I follow him outside and wave him off, and suddenly the house feels too big, too quiet. I lean against the counter, my breath coming in short gasps, as reality crashes over me. The fire, Ben's release, the constant undercurrent of fear. It all threatens to overwhelm me. But then I remember Jayden's steady presence, his unwavering support, the way he makes me feel safe just by being near. And that realization hits me like a ton of bricks. When did I start relying on him so much? When did he become my anchor in this storm? I shake my head, trying to dispel the thought. I'm Juliana Baker, for crying out loud. I don't need anyone to make me feel safe. I've survived worse than this on my own. But as I move through the quiet house, every creak and groan setting my nerves on edge, I can't shake the feeling that I'm fooling myself. The truth is, I do feel safer with Jayden around. And that scares me more than any fire or ex-husband ever could.
Chapter 10. Jayden. I wake up to the gentle hum of activity downstairs, a sound that's become comfortingly familiar over the past 3 days. Juliana's presence has transformed my once quiet home into a vibrant haven. As I stretch and roll out of bed, I can't help but smile at the thought of another day with her and the kids under my roof. Padding downstairs, the aroma of fresh coffee and something sweet hits me. Juliana's at the stove, her hair pulled back in that messy curly bun I've grown to adore. "Morning," I grunt, my voice still rough with sleep. She turns, a warm smile lighting up her face. "Good morning, sleepyhead. Coffee?" "Oh yes," I reply, gratefully accepting the mug she hands me. Our fingers brush and I feel that familiar jolt of electricity. I clear my throat. "What's on the menu today, Chef Juliana?" "French toast," she says, flipping a golden brown slice onto a plate. "And before you ask, yes, there's protein. I've got some turkey bacon going too." I chuckle, impressed by how well she knows me. "You're spoiling us, Jules." She waves off my comment. "Please, I love this. I thrive on it. You should know that." The kids tumble into the kitchen, their excited chatter filling the air. Martin's showing Julius something on his tablet, and they're both giggling. "All right, munchkins," I say, ruffling their hair. "Who's ready for some of Juliana's world-famous French toast, complete with syrup and berries?" Their cheers are answer enough, and soon we're all seated around the table, passing plates and syrup. It feels so natural, so right. I catch Juliana's eye across the table, and for a moment I let myself imagine this could be our future, but then reality crashes back in like a bucket of ice water. She and Mary were best friends, thick as thieves since childhood. And Juliana's been through an awful time with Ben over the last few years. I'm sure the last thing on her mind is jumping into another relationship, especially with her dead best friend's widower. What am I even thinking? Still, as I watch her laughing with the boys, her eyes crinkling at the corners, I can't help but feel a sense of completeness I didn't even know I was missing. It's like finding a piece of a puzzle you didn't realize was incomplete. The way she fits so seamlessly into our lives, it's both comforting and terrifying. As I watch the kids happily head off to school, backpacks bouncing and voices echoing down the street, the warmth of our family breakfast lingers like a cozy blanket. But then a cold tendril of unease snakes its way through my gut, twisting my insides. Something's off, and my SEAL instincts are on high alert. I turn to Juliana, who's wiping down the kitchen counter, her movements quick and efficient. The morning light catches her hair, and for a moment I'm distracted by how it shimmers. Shaking it off, I clear my throat, ready to voice my concerns. "Any word from the fire investigator?" I ask, trying to keep my tone casual. She shakes her head, her brow furrowing. "Nothing yet. I hate this waiting game." I lean against the counter, crossing my arms. "Yeah, it's so frustrating, but we'll get answers soon." Juliana's eyes meet mine, determination swirling in their gray depths. What if it wasn't an accident, Jay?" "Then we deal with it," I say firmly. She nods, but I can see the worry etched in the lines of her face. I want nothing more than to pull her into my arms, to promise her that everything will be okay. But I can't. Not yet. "Look," I say, running a hand through my hair. "I've got some contacts in the department. I could make a few calls, see if I can light a fire under their butts." Juliana snorts. "Light a fire? Poor choice of words, deputy." I can't help but chuckle. "You're right, my bad." She tosses the dish rag at me, which I catch easily. "Your eloquence never ceases to amaze me, Jayden." "Hey, I'm a man of action, not words," I retort, flexing dramatically. Juliana rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of a smile. Yeah, Mr. Navy SEAL. Just don't go all Rambo on this investigation, okay?" "No promises." I wink, then grow serious. "But really, Jules, we need answers, and if Ben's involved..." Her smile fades. "I know, I want to believe it was an accident. That he's not..." She trails off, unable to finish the thought. I step closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, we don't know anything yet, but whatever happens, I've got your back. You and Julius are safe here." Juliana leans into my touch for a moment, and I have to fight the urge to pull her closer. Thanks, Jay. I don't know what I'd do without you. The words hang between us, heavy with unspoken emotions. I clear my throat, stepping back. All right, enough of this mushy stuff. I've got a precinct to harass, and you've got a YouTube empire to run, right? She laughs, the sound chasing away some of the tension. Right. Can't let a little arson get in the way of my culinary domination plans. Get out of here, and I'll see you at dinner time. I stride into the precinct, the familiar buzz of activity washing over me. My jaw set, determination etched into every line of my face. I've got a mission, and I need answers. Blair! Officer Rodriguez calls out. Thought you were off today. Change of plans, I grunt, making a beeline for my desk. Got some digging to do. I boot up my computer, fingers flying over the keyboard as I pull up Ben's file. The scumbag's early release still doesn't sit right with me, churning my gut like bad coffee. As the information populates my screen, I feel my brow furrowing deeper, a familiar tension coiling in my shoulders. Something's off here. I can feel it in my bones. Years of SEAL training have honed my instincts, and right now they're screaming that this isn't just a routine case of some lowlife getting out on good behavior. No, there's more to this story. Hey, Jenkins, I call out to a passing detective, my voice gruff with concern. You worked Juliana Baker's case, right? The domestic violence one? The one that kept me up at night? Jenkins nods, leaning against my desk with a frown. Yeah, nasty business. Real piece of work, that ex of hers. Why? Something come up? Her ex, Ben. He got out early. You hear anything about that? I ask, my gut churning with unease. Any whispers, any strings pulled? Jenkins shrugs, his brow furrowing. Not a peep. Weird, though. Guy like that usually serves full time, especially with the charges he was facing. Yeah, I mutter, scrolling through Ben's records, my eyes narrowing at the screen. Weird's one word for it, screwed up is another. I cross-reference Ben's release date with the night of the fire, my heart rate picking up as the pieces start to fall into place. The timeline's tight, but not impossible. Crap. Double crap. I sigh heavily, rubbing my temples, feeling the beginnings of a migraine coming on. This case is about to get a whole lot messier, and I've got a sinking feeling Juliana's smack in the middle of it all. Again. What's up? Jenkins asks, peering at my screen. Baker's house burned down 3 nights ago. Timing's a little too convenient, don't you think? Jenkins whistles low. Oh man, you think the ex... I don't know what to think, I admit, frustration coloring my voice. But something doesn't add up. I spend the next hour combing through reports, making calls, trying to piece together Ben's whereabouts on the night of the fire. But every lead turns into a dead end, every potential clue fizzling out. I slam my hand on the desk, earning a few startled looks from nearby officers. Jenkins appears at my side, coffee in hand. No luck? I shake my head, accepting the coffee gratefully. Nothing concrete. Could be coincidence, could be something more. But I can't prove anything either way. Sometimes a fire's just a fire, man, Jenkins says gently. I nod, but the words taste bitter. Yeah, maybe. But when it comes to Juliana's safety, I can't afford to take chances. Chapter 11. Jayden. I pull into the driveway, the day's frustration still clinging to me like a second skin. The idea of surprising Juliana with a nice dinner pops into my head. Maybe some comfort food to chase away the shadows of uncertainty. God knows we could both use it. As I step through the front door, the silence hits me first. No laughter, no chatter, just an eerie stillness that sets my teeth on edge. Jules! I call out, my voice echoing through the house. I find her in the kitchen, hunched over the counter, stuffing clothes into a small duffel bag. The set of her shoulders, rigid and tense, tells me everything I need to know before she even turns around. What's going on? I ask, even though I already know the answer. Juliana's eyes meet mine, a storm of emotions swirling in their gray depths. I can't stay here, Jay. It's not safe. That's bull, and you know it, Jules, I growl, crossing the room in 2 quick strides. This is the safest place you could be. She shakes her head, dark curls bouncing with the movement. You don't understand. If Ben's out there, if he's behind the fire, I can't put you and Martin in danger. And where exactly do you think you're gonna go? I demand, my voice rising despite my best efforts to keep calm. I watch Juliana's face, searching for any hint of what's really going on behind those gray eyes. She turns to face me, her resolve clear as day. Jay, I appreciate everything you've done for us, but... She takes a deep breath. It's time for Julius and me to move out. What? Why? I can't keep the disbelief out of my voice. Jules, you know you're welcome here as long as you need. She shakes her head, a sad smile playing on her lips. It's confusing for Julius, being here, and I don't want to overstay our welcome. Overstay? Jules, your family. You can't overstay. There's more to it than that, she says softly, not meeting my eyes. I step closer, fighting the urge to reach out and touch her. Then tell me. Whatever it is, we can figure it out together. Juliana looks up at me, conflict clear in her gaze. For a moment I think she might open up, but then she shakes her head. I can't, Jay. I'm sorry. I want to push, to demand answers, but the set of her jaw tells me it would be useless. Instead, I force myself to nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. I understand, I say, even though I don't. Not really. But Jules, promise me you'll be safe. That you'll call if you need anything. Anything at all. I promise, she whispers, and for a moment I see a flicker of something in her eyes. Regret? Fear? Before I can place it, it's gone, replaced by determination. I watch as she zips up her bag, my chest tight with an emotion I can't quite name. As she moves past me towards the door, I catch a whiff of her familiar scent, which is a sweet mix of vanilla and cinnamon. It takes every ounce of willpower not to reach out and stop her. Where will you stay? I ask, my jaw tensing with a lump of emotion rising in my throat. We have a hotel room at the Piper Inn for now, and I'll figure out the rest later. Manager said we could stay as long as we needed while we sorted out the details. I nod silently, taking the bags from her as we make our way toward the door. Jules, you don't have to do this, I say in one last attempt to get her to stay. Yes, I do, Jayden. I've interrupted your routine long enough. Julius and I will be fine. We load the car in silence, with me doing my best to keep up a light conversation with Julius so he doesn't sense the tension. He seems excited at the prospect of using the pool every day after school, so I plaster a fake smile on my face and feign happiness for both of them. I grip the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white as I navigate the quiet streets. The silence in the car is suffocating, broken only by conversation from the back seat. Juliana sits beside me, her gaze fixed out the window, lost in thought. You sure about this, Jules? I ask, breaking the silence. She turns to me, her gray eyes filled with determination. It's for the best, Jay. I clench my jaw, frustration bubbling up inside me. Best for who? 'Cause it sure doesn't feel like it's best for anyone. Watch yourself, she chides softly, glancing back at Julius. I let out a heavy sigh. Sorry, kid, I mutter, catching Julius's eye in the rearview mirror. We pull up to the hotel, a modest place that's seen better days. I kill the engine and turn to Juliana. Last chance to change your mind. She shakes her head, a sad smile playing on her lips. You know I can't. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. All right then, let's get you settled. We unload the car in silence, the weight of their bags nothing compared to the heaviness in my chest. As we approach the hotel entrance, I can't help but feel like I'm failing them somehow. I step into the hotel room, my eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Old habits die hard, and right now I'm grateful for my training. The room's decent enough, but it's not home. It's not safe. Not like my place. "All right, let's do a quick sweep," I announce, more to myself than to Juliana and Julius. I check the locks on the windows, giving each a firm tug. They're secure, but I can't shake the unease crawling up my spine. The bathroom's clear. Closet's empty. No surprises there. "Jay, you don't have to do all this," Juliana says, her voice soft but firm. I turn to face her, catching the gratitude in her eyes. "Yeah, I do. It's what I'm good at." Julius pipes up from where he's sprawled on one of the beds. "Are you looking for bad guys, Uncle Jay?" "Nah, kiddo. Just making sure everything's shipshape." I ruffle his hair as I pass. With the room checked, I lean against the wall, crossing my arms. "So about finding you a more permanent place?" Juliana's eyebrow arches. "Jay, we just got here." I know, but hear me out. I've got tomorrow off, and I was thinking we could do some house hunting. Get you settled somewhere safer than this place." I watch Juliana's face light up with a tempered smile, relief softening the lines of worry around her eyes. She nods, accepting my offer with a grace that makes my chest tighten. "Thanks, Jay. You're a lifesaver, you know that?" I shrug, trying to play it cool. Just doing what any friend would do. Julius pipes up from his perch on the bed. "Can we get ice cream after house hunting, Uncle Jay?" I can't help but chuckle. "Sure thing, kiddo. We'll make a day of it." Juliana gives her son a mock stern look. "Only if you're good, and don't give Uncle Jay any trouble." "Me? Trouble?" Julius puts on his best innocent face, which wouldn't fool a blind man. I ruffle his hair, my hand lingering for a moment. "All right, champ. Time for me to head out. You take care of your mom, okay?" "Yes, sir." He snaps a salute that would make any drill sergeant proud. I turn to Juliana, suddenly aware of how close we're standing. The air feels thick, charged with something I can't quite name. I clear my throat. "I'll pick you up around 9 tomorrow. That work?" She nods, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. "Perfect. Thanks again, Jay, for everything. I want to tell her she doesn't need to thank me, that I'd do anything for her and Julius." Instead, I just nod, pulling her into a tight hug. She fits against me perfectly, and for a moment I let myself imagine what it would be like if this was more than just friendship. But it's not. Can't be. I release her, my hand lingering on her arm for a beat too long. "Night, Jules. Lock up behind me, yeah?" She nods, following me to the door. As I step into the hallway, I turn back one last time. "Call if you need anything. I mean it." "We will. Good night, Jay." The door closes with a soft click, and I stand there for a moment, listening to make sure I hear the lock engage. Satisfied, I make my way down the hall, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. My heart feels heavy as I exit the hotel, the cool night air doing little to clear my head. I can't shake the feeling that I'm leaving them vulnerable, exposed. But I know Juliana. She's stubborn as hell when she sets her mind to something. I slam my fist against the steering wheel, the dull thud echoing in the confined space of my car. My mind's a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions, each vying for dominance. The image of Juliana's face as she closed that hotel room door haunts me. The sadness in her eyes, the resignation in her posture. It's all wrong. She shouldn't be holed up in some dingy hotel room. She should be safe, protected, with me. I grip the wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. The urge to turn around, to march back into that hotel and drag them both back to my place is almost overwhelming. But I know Juliana. Pushing her would only make her dig her heels in deeper. "Think, Jayden," I mutter to myself. What would Mary do? The thought of my late wife brings a bittersweet pang to my chest. She'd know exactly how to handle this situation. She'd probably laugh at me, tell me I'm being an idiot. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. When I open them again, my resolve hardens. I can't force Juliana to come back, but I can make sure she and Julius are safe. How am I going to manage that without seeming like a crazy stalker? You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 12. Juliana. I kneel in front of Julius, my heart breaking at the sight of his quivering lower lip. His little feet dangle off the edge of the hotel bed, swinging back and forth in a nervous rhythm. I take his small hands in mine, marveling at how much they've grown. Sweetheart, I begin, my voice soft. I know this is hard to understand. Julius's blue eyes well up with tears. But why can't we go back to Uncle Jayden's? I like it there. Martin's there. I squeeze his hands gently. I know you do, baby, and Martin's your best friend. But we can't impose on Uncle Jayden forever. What's impose mean? Julius asks, his brow crinkling in frustration. It means we can't stay there too long without it being a burden, I explain, choosing my words carefully. Uncle Jayden has been so kind to us, but we need to find our own place. Julius's lower lip trembles more. But I don't want our own place. I want to stay with Uncle Jayden and Martin. I pull him into a hug, feeling his small body shake with silent sobs. Oh, sweetheart, I promise this is only temporary. We'll find a new home soon, and you can still see Martin all the time. Promise? His muffled voice comes from where his face is pressed against my shoulder. I promise, I say, rubbing his back soothingly. And you know what? We can make this hotel room feel like home for now. I brush the hair from Julius's forehead, my heart aching as I see the tears brimming in his eyes. The dim light of the bedside lamp casts shadows across his face, making him look even more vulnerable. Mom, he whispers, his voice quivering. I didn't want to leave Martin. I sit on the edge of the bed, running my fingers through his curls. I know, baby, but we'll see him soon, I promise. Julius sniffles, clutching his stuffed dinosaur closer. But it won't be the same. We won't have breakfast together or play video games after school. Hey, I say, tapping his nose gently. Remember what I told you about FaceTime? You two can still hang out, just digitally. He wrinkles his nose. It's not the same. I sigh, knowing he's right. I know it's not, sweetie. But sometimes we have to do hard things to make sure we're safe and happy in the long run. Are we safe here? Julius asks, his eyes wide with curiosity. The question catches me off guard. I pause, choosing my words carefully. We're always safe when we're together, you and me, and Uncle Jayden is making sure we're extra safe, even from here. Julius nods, but I can see the doubt lingering in his eyes. I lean down and kiss his forehead, breathing in the scent of his shampoo. Time for sleep, little man. We've got a big day tomorrow. Can you leave the light on? He asks, his voice small. Of course, I say, standing up. Good night, Julius. I love you. Love you too, Mom. I move to the door, watching as he settles into the unfamiliar bed. His breathing eventually evens out, but I can still see the tension in his small frame. With a heavy heart, I turn off the main light, leaving only the soft glow of the bedside lamp. The darkness of the room seems to seep into my mood. I lean against the wall, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. The silence of the hotel room is deafening, broken only by the occasional hum of the air conditioner. Finally, I make my way to my own bed, suddenly exhausted, and close my eyes for what seems like a brief moment. Suddenly, I jolt awake, my heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. Loud banging on the door echoes through the room, each thud sending a shiver down my spine. Glancing at the digital clock, the glowing red numbers mock me. 2:37 a.m. Julius, I whisper, stumbling out of bed. My feet hit the cold floor and I tiptoe to his side of the room. He's curled up under the covers, eyes wide as saucers. Mom, he whimpers. Who's that? Shh, baby, it's okay. I stroke his hair, trying to keep my voice steady. Stay here and be very quiet, all right? Another thunderous knock. I flinch, my hand instinctively reaching for the pocket knife on the nightstand. Mom, I'm scared, Julius whispers, his little hands clutching the blanket. I know, sweetie. Just stay still. I'll handle this. I creep towards the door, my heart in my throat. The knife feels heavy in my hand, a cold reminder of why we're here in the first place. Who is it? I call out, my voice shakier than I'd like. No answer. Just another bang, louder this time. I press my eye against the peephole, my heart thundering in my chest. The hooded figure outside continues their relentless assault on the door, each impact reverberating through my body. I can't make out a face, just a dark silhouette that sends icy tendrils of fear crawling up my spine. My fingers tremble as I reach for my phone. Is it Ben? Has he found us already? The thought makes my stomach churn. Mom? Julius's whisper cuts through the darkness. What's happening? Shh, baby. I breathe, not taking my eye from the peephole. Stay quiet. I fumble with my phone, trying to unlock it without looking away from the door. The screen's glow feels painfully bright in the dim room. Another thunderous knock. I flinch, nearly dropping the device. I sit on the bed and pull Julius close, my arm wrapped protectively around his small shoulders as I fumble with my phone. My fingers tremble, making it hard to dial, but I manage to tap Jayden's number. The ringing seems to stretch on forever, each second punctuated by another thunderous knock at the door. Come on, I whisper, my heart racing. Finally, Jayden's sleep-roughened voice comes through. Juliana, what's wrong? Jayden, I breathe, relief flooding through me at the sound of his voice. Someone's here. They're trying to get in. I don't know who. Another bang on the door makes me flinch. Julius whimpers, burying his face in my side. Where are you? Jayden's voice sharpens, instantly alert. Still at the hotel, I whisper urgently. Please, Jayden, I'm scared. Julius is with me and I'm on my way. He cuts in, his tone brooking no argument. I end the call with a whispered, thank you, and clutch the phone to my chest, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my fingertips. Julius presses closer, his small body trembling against mine. Mom? His voice quivers. Is Uncle Jayden coming? I nod, trying to muster a reassuring smile. He's on his way, baby. We just need to stay quiet and wait. Another thunderous knock rattles the door, making us both jump. I pull Julius closer, wrapping my arms around him protectively. The pocket knife lies on the bed beside us, a cold reminder of the danger we're in. What if it's Dad? Julius whispers, his blue eyes wide with fear. The question sends a chill down my spine. It's not him, sweetie. Remember, he's not allowed to come near us. But even as I say the words, doubt gnaws at me. What if it has been? What if he's found us already? The banging continues, each impact feeling like a physical blow. I try to focus on my breathing, on the warmth of Julius in my arms, anything to keep the panic at bay. Jayden, you can't get here fast enough, honey. I silently pray as I pull Julius into another suffocating hug. Chapter 13, Juliana. The pounding on the door escalates, each impact sending vibrations through the room. My heart races, threatening to burst from my chest. Juliana, open up, right now. A man's voice, rough and angry, pierces the air. I freeze, terror gripping me. Who on earth knows we're here? Mom? Julius whimpers, clinging to me. Shh, baby, I whisper, trying to keep my voice steady. Stay quiet. I rush to the landline, my hands shaking so badly I can barely grip the receiver. I punch in the number for the front desk, praying someone will answer. Ring, ring, ring. Nothing. Come on, I hiss, panic rising in my throat. The pounding continues, each thud making me flinch. I know you're in there, Juliana. Open the door right now. I slam the phone down, my mind racing. What now? What do I do? Julius, I say, turning to my son. I need you to be brave, okay? Can you do that for me? He nods, his blue eyes wide with fear. Good boy. Now, I want you to go into the bathroom and lock the door. Don't come out until I tell you it's safe. Can you do that? But Mom? Please, baby, go now. He hesitates for a moment, then scurries to the bathroom. The click of the lock is barely audible over the continued assault on our door. My eyes dart around the room, desperation clawing at my chest. The window's too small, the balcony non-existent. We're trapped like rats in a cage. The door shudders violently. He's using something to break it down. My hands shake as I fumble for my phone, dialing 911. Come on, I mutter, willing someone to pick up. Nothing but a busy signal. What is going on? Juliana, the voice roars from the hallway. I know you're in there. Where is everyone? The hotel should be crawling with people, even at this hour. Wham! The door frame splinters. Julius, I call out, my voice barely above a whisper. Stay in the bathroom, baby. Don't come out no matter what you hear. A muffled whimper is his only response. I grab the lamp from the nightstand, yanking the cord from the wall. It's not much of a weapon, but it's all I've got. Then I grip the phone tightly, my knuckles turning white as I dial 911. The pounding on the door continues, each thud sending a jolt through my body. 911, what's your emergency? A calm voice answers. I need help, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. There's someone trying to break into my hotel room. I'm here with my young son. Ma'am, can you give me your location? I rattle off the hotel name and room number, my eyes darting between the shaking door and the bathroom, where Julius is hiding. Please hurry, I plead, my composure slipping. He's almost through the door. Units are on their way, the dispatcher assures me. Stay on the line with me. Are you in a safe place? A hysterical laugh bubbles up in my throat. Safe? Lady, there's nowhere safe in here. It's just me and a lamp against whoever's out there. Is there a way to barricade the door? I glance around the room, desperation clawing at me. The dresser. Maybe I can... Crack! The door frame threatens to splinter, and I fight the urge to scream as I struggle to maintain control for Julius's sake. He's breaking through! I hiss into the phone, panic rising in my voice. Where are your officers? They're en route. Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. Is there anywhere you can hide? Hide? I repeat, incredulous. In a hotel room? What do you want me to do? Crawl under the bed? The door shutters again and I hear a muffled curse from the other side. My son, I whisper, fear gripping my heart. He's in the bathroom. I told him to stay there, but if this guy gets in... Ma'am, I understand you're scared, but I need you to focus. Can you get to your son without exposing yourself? I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I think so. But what then? We're trapped in here. Officers should be there any minute. Just hold on. I end the call with a shaking hand, my heart thudding in my chest. Splintered wood and cracked paint stare back at me, mocking the flimsy barrier standing between us and whoever's trying to break in. I look toward the bathroom where Julius is hiding, my mind racing. I should run to him, lock us both inside, and hope the bathroom door holds. But there's something in me, something fierce and primal, that stops me from hiding. I grip the lamp tighter, the base slick with sweat from my trembling hands. My breath comes in short, sharp bursts as I step closer to the door. Leave, I shout, my voice cracking. I clear my throat and force myself to try again, louder this time, pretending I'm not shaking. The police are on their way. You better get out of here while you can. The words hang in the air, heavy and filled with a false bravado I don't feel. My throat tightens as I wait, the silence stretching on, suffocating. Whoever's out there could break through at any second. I strain to hear something, anything. Footsteps, movement, a response. Nothing. I inch closer to the door, heart pounding in my ears. With trembling fingers, I peek through the small peephole. At first, all I see is the hallway bathed in dim light, but then I spot him. A shadowy figure, his face obscured by the hood of his jacket, lingering just a few feet away. I watch him, my eye glued to the peephole, willing him to leave. The seconds stretch into an eternity. Then slowly, almost reluctantly, he steps back. I exhale shakily, watching as he retreats down the hallway. His movements are slow, deliberate, like he's daring me to think it's over. I want to believe that he's gone, but the fear twisting in my gut tells me otherwise. I'm still standing by the door, my breath shaky, heart pounding, when a familiar voice cuts through the eerie silence like a lifeline. Juliana? Juliana? Are you okay? I hear the sweetest sound in the world just outside the door. Jayden's voice is rough, urgent, full of concern. For a second, I can't move. The tension has rooted me in place, my legs frozen with fear. But then the sound of his voice sinks in, washing over me, and suddenly my feet are moving before my brain can catch up. I hurry over to the bathroom door, knocking softly. Julius, baby, it's okay. You can come out now. The lock clicks, and Julius peeks out, his eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. Is he gone? He whispers. I kneel down, pulling him into my arms, holding him tightly against me. Yes, sweetie, he's gone. Julius clings to me, his little body trembling. I was so scared, Mom. I know, baby, I was too. I stroke his hair, trying to soothe him even though my own heart's still racing. But you were so brave, staying in here like I asked. I'm so proud of you. Juliana, are you in there? I rush to the door, my hands still shaking as I unlock it. It swings open and there he is. Jayden, larger than life, his face etched with worry, his blue eyes scanning me, then Julius, as though checking us for damage. Before I can say a word, he steps inside, pulling both of us into his arms, his embrace a fortress against the terror still clinging to me. The moment I feel his warmth, the dam breaks and my body sags against him. Julius presses into my side, his small hands gripping my shirt tightly. "You're safe now," Jayden murmurs, his voice low but firm, like he's making a vow. "I'm here. I've got you both." The intensity of his words and the solid feel of him against me makes the flood of emotion harder to hold back. For a moment, I bury my face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of him. Safety, strength, home. My heart starts to slow just a little. "Mom," Julius whispers, his voice small, muffled against Jayden's jacket. "Is it really over?" I pull back slightly, my hand smoothing over Julius's curls, and look up at Jayden. His jaw is set, his eyes hard, that protective fire in them burning brighter than I've ever seen. "It's over for tonight," Jayden says, his voice deep and full of conviction. He looks down at me, his gaze fierce. "But this isn't going to stop until we deal with it. If I have anything to say about it, it's over for good." I feel a fresh wave of fear ripple through me. "You think it was Ben, don't you?" Jayden doesn't hesitate, doesn't soften his answer. "Yes, I do. The way he was released early, the fire, and now this. It's all too much of a coincidence." I tighten my hold on Julius, feeling the cold edge of reality sinking back in. But how? How could he know where we are? I didn't tell anyone we were staying here. How could he find us? Jayden's expression hardens even more, the muscles in his jaw flexing. "He's been watching you. Maybe since the fire. That's how men like him work. They don't just stop. He's trying to scare you to make you feel vulnerable. But I'm not letting that happen." His hand tightens on my shoulder, grounding me. My mind races, trying to piece it together. But it all feels too big, too terrifying. "Jayden, what if he doesn't stop? What if—" He won't get the chance. Jayden cuts me off, his voice low and steady, filled with a dangerous calm. "I'll make sure of it. He's not going to hurt you or Julius. Not ever again." Jayden releases his hold on me, but his presence stays close, solid as he moves swiftly into action. "You can't stay here," he says, his voice firm. "Pack what you need. We're going back to my place. It's safer there." I nod, my movements robotic, as I go through the motions of gathering our things. The adrenaline is still coursing through my veins, making everything feel surreal, as though I'm watching someone else move around the room, stuffing clothes and toiletries into a bag. Jayden cradles Julius in his arms, his broad frame dwarfing my son's smaller form. Julius's head rests against Jayden's chest, his little arms clinging to Jayden's shoulders, his eyes half closed with exhaustion. Seeing them together sends a pang through my heart. The way Jayden holds Julius, so gentle, yet so protective, it's everything I've ever wanted for my son. He's more of a father figure to Julius at this moment than Ben has ever been. The thought hits me hard, stirring something deep inside me, something that feels dangerously like longing. I push it down, swallowing past the lump in my throat. This isn't the time for those thoughts, not with the chaos swirling around us. "Stay close," he murmurs to me before stepping outside. I follow him, my heart still hammering in my chest as the officers approach, their voices calm but firm, asking questions about the incident. Jayden fields most of them, his voice steady, the weight of his authority evident even out of uniform. "We'll take a statement, ma'am," the officer assures me, "and we'll make sure a patrol car stays stationed outside for the rest of the night." Jayden steps closer, his body an immovable wall of strength between me and the world. We're heading to my place. She's not staying here. The officer nods, scribbling something in his notepad before glancing up. We'll continue the investigation, but based on what you've told us, it sounds like a targeted threat. I'll make sure the details of the report are flagged. If you need anything further, don't hesitate to contact us. As we step outside into the cool night air, the world feels both too quiet and too loud at once. My head spins with the events of the past hour, and all I can focus on is the steady rhythm of Jayden's movements. The way Julius remains cocooned in his arms. Safe. Jayden is our anchor in the storm, and I cling to that. Jayden's voice pulls me out of my thoughts. Get in the car. I'll take care of everything else. His tone leaves no room for argument, and I'm grateful for it.
Chapter 14. Jayden. The phone rings early, pulling me from a restless sleep. I glance at the clock on my nightstand. 6:15 a.m. groaning. I reach for my phone, the caller ID confirming what I already suspected. The lead investigator. Blair. I answer, my voice rough with sleep. Jayden, it's McIntyre. Got some news on the Baker House fire. I sit up, my senses sharpening instantly. Talk to me. There's a brief pause, and I can already feel the gravity of whatever he's about to say. It's confirmed. The fire was deliberate. Arson. A surge of anger ripples through me, my jaw clenching tight. My fingers pinch the bridge of my nose, trying to keep the frustration at bay. Tell me you've got something on Ben. McIntyre exhales heavily, and the sound puts a pit in my stomach. That's the thing. His alibi checks out. He was miles away in upstate New York, verified by multiple sources. No way he could have been involved. I grip the phone tighter. Are we sure? He's the only one with a motive. I mean, who else? I know, Jayden, but the evidence says otherwise. If he's involved, he didn't do it himself. Could be he hired someone, but right now we've got no leads pointing to that either. The news leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. So we're back at square one? More or less. But we're still digging. If anything changes, you'll be the first to know. Yeah, thanks, I mutter before hanging up, tossing the phone onto the bed. I sit for a moment, my hands resting on my knees, trying to process everything. Arson. Deliberate. And Ben has an alibi. The whole thing smells wrong, but without solid proof, we're chasing shadows. I scrub a hand through my hair, feeling the familiar tension building in my shoulders. I don't like this. Being left with more questions than answers. I stand, my muscles stiff from the night on edge, and throw on a t-shirt. I make my way downstairs and find Juliana in the living room, curled up on the couch with a cup of coffee. She looks up as I enter, her eyes immediately narrowing in on my expression. Jayden, she says, her voice wary. What's wrong? I take a deep breath, moving toward her, knowing this isn't the kind of news she wants to hear. We need to talk, Jules. I sit down beside her on the couch, watching the tension in her body as she turns to face me. Her knuckles whiten around the mug, and I know, deep down, she's already bracing herself for the worst. Jules, I begin, keeping my voice low and steady. I just got off the phone with the lead investigator. Her eyes widen, and I can see the faint flicker of hope. But I also know what's about to come crashing down. They confirmed it, I say, swallowing the frustration building in my chest. It wasn't an accident. The fire was deliberately set. It's arson. Juliana's breath hitches, her face paling. The words hit her like a physical blow, and for a moment she just stares at me, unblinking, as if trying to absorb the weight of it. Her mug trembles slightly, and I reach over, gently taking it from her before she spills it. We knew that, though, she whispers, but there's a hollow edge to her voice. We knew someone started it. I felt that from the beginning. Yeah, I nod, placing the mug on the coffee table. But hearing it confirmed, it makes it real. She looks away, her fingers tangling in the blanket draped over her lap. So it was him, wasn't it? Ben. He did this. I feel the sharp sting of frustration as I shake my head. His alibi checks out, Jules. He was nowhere near Bluetown when it happened. She stares at me, disbelief clouding her face. What? Then, who? I don't know. Not yet, I admit, wishing I had better answers. But that doesn't mean Ben's off the hook. He could have hired someone. We just don't have the proof yet. Her hands go to her face, her fingers pressing against her temples as if she could squeeze the worry out of her head. I don't understand. If it wasn't Ben directly, then who would want to hurt us? I can't think of anyone else who'd go to these lengths. I shift closer, feeling her fear, her exhaustion. She's strong, but this situation, it's breaking her down bit by bit. I rest a hand on her arm, keeping my voice steady. Hey, we're going to get to the bottom of this, I promise you that. You and Julius, you're safe with me. I'm not going to let anything happen to either of you. Juliana's breathing evens out, her body still pressed against mine. I can feel the tension slowly ebbing away, replaced by the kind of fragile calm that comes from pure exhaustion. Her arms relax, but her fingers still cling to my shirt as if she's afraid to let go. I rub small circles on her back, offering whatever comfort I can. After a few minutes, she pulls back slightly, just enough to look up at me, her eyes tired but filled with determination. I need to go to work, she murmurs. My shift starts soon. Jules, I begin, my brow furrowing. Maybe you should take the day off. You've been through enough. She shakes her head, pulling herself out of my arms completely. No, it's okay. I need to keep moving, to keep things normal for Julius. Besides, the restaurant, it's one of the few things I have control over right now. I want to argue, to tell her that she should take a break, that she shouldn't have to face the world today. But I see the determination in her eyes, the need to feel like she's still standing on her own 2 feet. I exhale slowly and nod. All right, I say softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. I'll take you. A grateful smile flickers across her face, and I can tell she's relieved I'm not pushing her to stay home. We get ready in relative silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Julius is still asleep when we leave, and I make sure the house is locked up tight, knowing I'll be back soon to check in. The ride to the restaurant is quiet, too. I glance over at Juliana occasionally, watching as her fingers fidget in her lap. She's trying to hold it together, but I know it's all weighing heavy on her. We pull up to the restaurant, the familiar hustle and bustle of the morning shift already in full swing. Juliana takes a deep breath before stepping out of the car, and I follow close behind, not ready to let her out of my sight just yet. Inside, one of her servers, a young woman named Tanya, approaches us with a bright smile that falters slightly when she notices the strain on Juliana's face. "Morning, boss," Tanya says, holding out a small, neatly wrapped package. "This was dropped off for you earlier, supposedly from a secret admirer." Juliana stiffens beside me, her hand hovering over the package. "A secret admirer?" she echoes, her voice barely masking the unease creeping in. Tanya nods, oblivious to the growing tension. "Yeah, there's a note attached." Juliana swallows hard and glances at me before gingerly taking the package. I can see the way her hands shake as she tears open the envelope attached to it. Her eyes scan the note, but there's nothing happy about her expression. I take a step closer to her, lowering my voice so only she can hear. "You're not opening that." I take the package from Juliana's trembling hands, my movements slow and deliberate. The weight of the box feels wrong, like it's holding something far more sinister than whatever cheap trinket this so-called secret admirer thought would impress her. My mind runs through the possibilities, each one worse than the last, but I force myself to stay calm. "Listen," I say. my tone firm but gentle. I know you don't want to believe this could be something dangerous, but we can't afford to be naive about this. Not with Julius to think about. Our eyes meet, and in that moment we share a silent understanding. This is no longer a game of trying to figure out who's playing tricks. This is real. And it's serious. Even more serious than I want to admit.
Chapter 15. Juliana. The glass doors of the police station slide open, and I step inside, Jayden at my side. The air feels heavy, the kind of weight that settles in your chest when you know things are about to get serious. My posture is straight, shoulders squared, but inside, I'm a mess. The events of the last few days keep swirling in my mind. Ben, the fire, the package, that eerie note. Each new detail adds another layer to the anxiety pressing down on me. I glance over at Jayden, his face unreadable but focused. He's here, just like he promised, but somehow it doesn't make the knot in my stomach loosen. It's hard to shake the feeling that we're only scraping the surface of something much darker. We approach the front desk, the polished counter gleaming under the fluorescent lights. The officer behind it looks up, his expression neutral, though his eyes flicker with recognition when they land on Jayden. "Morning, Blair," the officer greets, his voice professional. "What brings you in bright and early?" Jayden steps closer to the desk, his voice steady but clipped. "We're here to file a police report. Juliana Baker. She's been receiving some unwanted attention." I swallow, my gaze darting to the officer, then back to Jayden. It's surreal being here, in the police station of all places, as if my life has become some kind of crime thriller. This can't be happening. The officer's eyes shift to me and he nods, picking up a pen. "All right, Miss Baker. We'll need some details." I take a deep breath, stepping forward, but before I can say anything, Jayden's hand rests on my back, a silent gesture of support. It's small, but it's enough to steady me. "I received a package earlier today at my workplace," I begin, my voice stronger than I expected. "There was a note from a secret admirer asking to meet soon." The officer raises an eyebrow, scribbling something on his pad. "You have the package with you?" Jayden holds up the evidence bag containing the wrapped gift. "It's being processed, but we want to make sure everything is documented. This isn't the first time something like this has happened." The officer nods, jotting down more notes. "You've had other incidents?" I nod, my throat tight. "There was a fire at my house a few days ago. We thought it was Ben, my ex-husband. But his alibi checked out. So now, I don't know who..." My voice falters, the stress of everything catching up to me. Jayden squeezes my shoulder, grounding me. "We're trying to figure out who's targeting her," he says, his tone even but with an edge of protectiveness that makes my heart tighten. "That's why we need this on record." The officer nods again, his expression more serious now, as he flips to a new page in his notepad. "All right, we'll take down all the details. You're doing the right thing, Ms. Baker." I nod, though his reassurance does little to ease the tension coiled tight in my chest. Jayden's presence helps, but there's still that sinking feeling that no matter how many reports we file or packages we hand over, this threat isn't going away anytime soon. "Can you describe the note for me?" the officer asks, pulling me out of my thoughts. I swallow hard, recalling the words that were written in a neat, almost elegant script. They were chilling in their simplicity, like someone knew just how to make my skin crawl, without saying much at all. It said that my secret admirer was watching, and that they hoped to meet me soon. That's it, really? Just unsettling. The officer makes another note, his pen scratching across the paper. "And you have no idea who this could be? Aside from your ex?" I shake my head. "I don't have any idea. If it's not Ben, I have no clue who would want to do this. Jayden steps in again, his voice firm. That's why we need to take every possibility seriously until we figure out who's behind this. I'm not taking any risks. His words send a wave of comfort through me, but it's laced with a sharp edge of fear. Because even with Jayden's protectiveness, there's no telling what's coming next. And it's that unknown that threatens to keep me up at night. The officer finishes writing and looks up at me. We'll process this report and get the package to the right department. You'll be notified once we have any leads. Thank you, I murmur, though it feels like such a small thing to say in the face of everything that's happening. I just want answers. I just want to feel safe again. Jayden exchanges a few more words with the officer, something about keeping tabs on the case, but I barely hear them. As we leave the station, the weight of everything presses down even harder, like a storm cloud that refuses to lift. The bright sunlight outside feels out of place, mocking the darkness inside me. Jayden walks beside me, his presence steady, but even his calm can't cut through the dread curling in my chest. My mind keeps circling back to that package, the note. It all makes my skin crawl. Jayden glances over, his eyes filled with concern. How are you holding up? I pause for a second, trying to find the words. I don't want to sound like I'm falling apart, but I can't lie either. I'm scared. I admit, my voice low. This person, they know where I work. I can't shake the feeling that they could be anywhere, watching me. And I don't feel safe. Not anywhere. The words tumble out before I can stop them, and I hate the vulnerability that comes with them. I've worked so hard to hold it together for Julius, to be strong, but now, standing in the parking lot of the police station, it all feels like too much. Jayden's jaw tightens, and his eyes darken with something close to anger. Not at me, but at the situation, at whoever's doing this. I get it, he says quietly, his voice rough. And you shouldn't have to feel this way. We're going to figure this out, I promise. I nod, but the knot in my chest doesn't loosen. What if we can't, Jay? What if this person keeps coming at us? Keeps finding ways to get to me? His hand rests on my back, a solid weight grounding me. We will figure it out, Jules, but right now, let's take a minute to breathe. How about we grab some coffee and talk through the next steps? It'll give us time to think. Then we'll head back to my place. Coffee. It sounds so normal, so mundane. But maybe that's what I need. A little slice of normalcy in the middle of all this chaos. I nod, the smallest bit of tension easing from my shoulders. Yeah, coffee sounds good. When we get back to Jayden's place, I feel a wave of exhaustion settle over me, heavier than before. Every bit of tension from the day clings to my skin like a second layer, and even though the coffee helped calm my nerves, the anxiety hasn't left me entirely. Jayden's quiet as he unlocks the door, pushing it open for me to step inside. The house is just how we left it. Warm, safe, and filled with the sounds of the kids' laughter echoing faintly from upstairs. For a moment, it feels like everything outside these walls can't touch me. But deep down, I know that's not true. You're not going back to work tonight, Jayden says softly, breaking through my thoughts. I open my mouth to protest, but the look in his eyes stops me. He's not ordering me, not pushing, just concerned. Just steady, like always. I close my mouth and nod, feeling the weight of the day drag me down even more. I've got this, he says, leading me down the hallway toward the guest room. You need a break. I'll take care of everything else tonight. When I step into the room, my heart stutters. Jayden's been busy. There are fluffy, soft blankets piled high on the bed, a couple of my favorite snacks resting on the nightstand, and my favorite movie already queued up on the TV. It's like he's thought of everything. You didn't have to do all this, I say, my voice barely a whisper. He smiles. That familiar warmth in his blue eyes. I wanted to. Figured you could use a little distraction. I blink, my heart swelling with gratitude. I hadn't realized just how much I needed something like this until now. Something normal. Something that reminds me that not everything in my life is falling apart. You're incredible, you know that? I say, trying to smile through the lump in my throat. He steps closer, brushing a stray curl away from my face. Just doing what I can to make sure you're okay, Jules. The touch is gentle, but it lingers longer than usual, and I feel a strange warmth blooming in my chest. I can't remember the last time anyone took care of me like this, like I was something precious. It's a little overwhelming. I don't even know how to thank you, I murmur, my voice tight with emotion. You don't have to. Jayden replies softly. Just rest tonight. We'll deal with everything else tomorrow. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat as I sink down onto the bed. The blankets are soft and comforting, wrapping around me like a hug. Jayden hovers near the doorway for a moment, watching me settle in. If you need anything, just holler, he says, his voice gentle but firm. Thanks, I say, my heart full of more gratitude than I can put into words. Chapter 16. Juliana. The days have passed quietly, almost too quietly. The sense of dread that had once hung over us like a dark cloud has lessened, but it hasn't disappeared entirely. Still, the kids' laughter has returned to Jayden's house, filling the air with something that feels normal. I never imagined that normal could feel so fragile. Jayden and I have settled into a routine without really discussing it. Mornings start with me making breakfast while the boys get ready for school. Their excited chatter echoing through the kitchen as they argue over who gets the last piece of toast. Jayden will swoop in, ruffle Martin and Julius's hair, and with a quick peck on each of their heads, he'll grab a cup of coffee and lean against the counter, his eyes meeting mine over the rim of his mug. It's moments like these when I catch him smiling at me, soft, warm, that easy grin that always makes my heart skip a beat. I tell myself that it's just gratitude. He's happy I'm here, that I'm taking care of things in the house, that I'm helping keep the kids' spirits up. That's all it is. But then, when we're all seated around the dinner table at night, the kids giggling and recounting their day at school, I feel the warmth of his gaze settle on me. It lingers, soft and steady, and I try not to look back. It's too dangerous. In the safety of Jayden's home where nothing feels rushed, I find myself watching him more than I should. His easy, confident way of handling things. The way he's always tuned into the boys, never missing a beat. Whether it's helping Julius with his math homework or teasing Martin about his favorite hockey team. Today is Saturday, and Jayden decided it was time to get us all out of the house for a bit. We could all use a little fresh air, he'd said with that grin of his. And of course, I couldn't argue. We packed up the boys and headed out to the lake, the kids practically bouncing in their seats the whole way there. Now I watch from a distance as Jayden crouches by the water's edge, showing Julius how to bait a hook. Julius's face is alight with excitement, his small hands gripping the fishing pole tightly as he listens to Jayden's patient instructions. The lake sparkles in the afternoon sun, the air crisp and clean, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. See? Just like that, Jayden says, his voice soft and encouraging as he guides Julius's hands. Julius nods enthusiastically, his eyes wide with concentration. I can't help but smile at the sight of them together. Julius looks up to Jayden in a way that makes my heart ache, like he's found a hero, someone to trust and rely on. And Jayden, he's more of a father to Julius in these moments than Ben ever was. The kids laugh as Julius makes his first awkward cast, the line splashing into the water a few feet in front of them. I can hear Jayden's deep chuckle as he pats Julius on the shoulder, offering more advice. Martin runs over to me, holding up a wriggling worm in his hand, his face full of mischief. I pull my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them as I watch Jayden and the boys. There's something so peaceful about this moment, something that feels right in a way I haven't felt in a long time. It's like the storm that's been hanging over me has finally lifted, at least for now, and I can breathe again. I glance back at Jayden, who's now kneeling beside Julius, helping him reel in the line. He's so calm, so steady. His presence is like a lifeline, something to hold on to when the world feels too chaotic, and I know I'm not just grateful for that. I'm drawn to him in ways I don't want to admit, not even to myself. That evening, after the sun has dipped below the horizon and the house has fallen into a quiet lull, Jayden and I find ourselves lounging on the couch together. The boys are sound asleep upstairs, their soft snores occasionally drifting down the hallway. The living room is bathed in the soft glow of the floor lamp, casting long shadows against the walls. Jayden stretches his legs out, his arm casually draped over the back of the couch, and I find myself sinking deeper into the cushions, the atmosphere between us comfortable, easy. It's been a long time since I've felt this relaxed, this at peace. There's no urgency, no tension, just us, talking like we've known each other forever. So, Jayden says, breaking the silence, how's your YouTube channel been going? I let out a soft sigh, the reality of my absence from it settling heavily in my chest. I haven't been posting any new videos, I admit, a little embarrassed. It's been a while actually, I've missed it, but with everything that's happened, I just haven't had the time. Jayden shifts beside me, his eyes focused on mine, with an intensity that makes me feel like he's listening to more than just my words. You've had a lot on your plate, he says gently. No one can expect you to juggle everything at once, but you'll get back to it, Jules. I know you will. You love it too much to let it go for long. Yeah, I murmur, a small smile tugging at my lips. I guess I just need to find my rhythm again. You will, he assures me, his voice steady, certain. When the time is right, you'll dive back in. For now, you've got enough to handle. Jayden leans forward, reaching for the cup of tea he made me earlier. His fingers brush mine as he hands it over, and the contact sends a ripple of awareness through my body, a spark that lingers long after our hands part. I wrap my fingers around the warm cup, my heart doing that familiar little stutter it seems to do whenever Jayden's near. I try to focus on the tea, the warmth seeping into my palms, but it's hard to ignore the tension that hums between us, thick and unspoken. I glance at him from the corner of my eye, watching as he stretches his arms behind his head, his face relaxed, the faintest hint of a smile playing on his lips. I've been meaning to ask, he says, breaking the silence. How's the restaurant holding up? Are the staff managing okay without you? I take a sip of tea, my mind drifting to the restaurant. It's strange not being there, not feeling the familiar chaos of a busy kitchen. They've been doing fine, I reply, setting the cup down on the coffee table. I check in occasionally, but Shayla has been handling most of it. She keeps telling me to take all the time I need, but it's hard not to feel guilty. Jayden chuckles, the sound low and warm. You and guilt don't seem to get along, do you? You're always feeling like you're not doing enough, Jules. But trust me, you're doing more than enough. I laugh, the sound genuine and unrestrained. You've been spending way too much time analyzing me, I tease, nudging his leg with my foot. He grins, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Maybe, or maybe I just know you better than you think. The warmth between us deepens, and for a fleeting moment, I let myself imagine a different life. One where this isn't complicated, where we're more than just friends trying to navigate through chaos. I imagine what it would be like to let myself fall into the comfort of his arms, to let go of the guilt, the fear, and just be. But reality rushes back in and I push the thought aside, tucking it away in the corners of my mind where it can't take root. Jayden stands, stretching his arms above his head before glancing at the clock. "We should probably get some sleep," he says, his voice soft but commanding. "Big day tomorrow with the boys. You know how they get when they're overtired." I nod, following him as he walks to the front door, checking the locks once, then twice, his protectiveness clear in every movement. There's something about the way he moves, so deliberate, so careful, that makes me feel safe. I appreciate it more than I can say. I appreciate him more than I can say. He turns back to me, his expression softening when our eyes meet. "Good night, Jules," he says, his voice low and filled with something I can't quite name. "Good night, Jay," I reply, offering him a small smile before heading to my room. Once inside, I close the door softly behind me, leaning against it for a moment as I exhale slowly. My mind is a whirl of emotions, thoughts colliding in a jumble that I can't quite sort through. And then there it is, the realization that's been creeping up on me for days now. Am I falling for him? I press my hand to my chest, my heart thudding beneath my fingertips as I try to steady my breathing. This isn't just gratitude or admiration. It's something deeper, something I've been trying to ignore but can't anymore. But with that realization comes a flood of fear and guilt. How can I feel this way about Jayden when Mary, my best friend, his wife, is gone? It feels like a betrayal, like I'm crossing a line that shouldn't be crossed. I move to the dresser, my fingers finding the familiar pendant that rests around my neck, Mary's pendant. I clutch it tightly, the cool metal pressing into my palm as the weight of it settles in my chest. She was my best friend. She trusted me. How can I let these feelings surface when I know how much she meant to Jayden? Sitting on the edge of the bed, I glance at the ceiling, the quiet hum of the night settling over me. Being with Jayden and the boys feels right. It feels like we're a family, like we fit together in a way that's both comforting and terrifying. But it also feels like it's all too perfect, too destined, and that scares me more than anything else. I let out a soft sigh, lying back on the bed and staring at the ceiling. The quiet of the house feels heavier now, like the intensity of my feelings is pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I don't know what to do with this. These feelings that keep creeping up on me, the way Jayden makes me feel safe, like I can trust him with everything. But I do know one thing. I'm scared. Scared of what these emotions mean, scared of where they'll lead, and scared of what it will do to us if I let them grow. And so, I lie there in the dark, clutching Mary's pendant, trying to make sense of the tangled web of emotions I've found myself caught in.
Chapter 17. Jayden. I stand in the quiet of my room, the dim light casting long shadows across the floor. My eyes linger on the old photograph in my hand, a group shot from high school, taken during some event I can't even remember now. Juliana is in the picture, a few people down from me, laughing at something off camera. She looks so young, carefree, her dark curls wild around her face. I remember that laugh, how it used to catch me off guard back then, making me smile even when I didn't mean to. And she was pretty, I mumble, eyes trailing over the picture. She always was. We had a mutual understanding, something that sat just beneath the surface of our friendship. But we never acted on it. She was always off limits in a way, whether because of timing or circumstance, and then life took us in different directions. Now looking at this picture, it feels like a lifetime ago. I set the photograph down gently and pick up another one from my nightstand, a picture of Mary. My thumb brushes over the glass as I trace the familiar contours of her face, the smile that used to light up my world. The love I have for her is still there, solid and unwavering. But sadness lingers like an old wound that never quite healed. I miss her every day, and even now, years later, there are moments where it feels like the grief will swallow me whole. But Juliana pulled me out of that darkness. She was there when I couldn't be there for myself, standing by me when the weight of losing Mary threatened to break me. Her strength, her unwavering support is what got me through those first few months when I didn't know how to keep moving forward. I take a deep breath. The memory is heavy, but the present keeps calling me back. I stand and move to check on Martin. His room is quiet, bathed in the soft glow of his nightlight. I pause by the door, watching my son sleep, the steady rise and fall of his chest, a reminder that life keeps moving, even when it feels like everything has come to a halt. He's growing up so fast, more independent every day, but moments like this make me realize just how young he still is, how much he still needs me. I walk over to his bed and sit on the edge, careful not to wake him. My hand rests gently on his small back, feeling the warmth and the comfort of his steady breathing. For a moment, I let myself just be here, grounded by the simplicity of this moment. I lean down, brushing a hand through his hair. "Your mom loved you so much, kiddo," I whisper, my voice barely audible in the quiet of the room. "She would be so proud of you." Martin shifts in his sleep, murmuring something unintelligible before settling back into peaceful slumber. I watch him, my heart full. "And I love you too, buddy. More than you'll ever know." Back in my room, I close the door softly behind me, the stillness of the house settling over me like a heavy blanket. I sit down on the edge of the bed, fighting the feeling of everything swirling in my head. The familiar ache in my chest for Mary isn't as sharp as it used to be, and that realization hits me like a punch to the gut. I might actually be ready to move on. The thought alone feels like a betrayal. Mary was everything to me. My first love, the mother of my child, the woman I promised forever to. But she's gone. I'll always love her, but life has kept moving. I have kept moving. And now there's Juliana. God, I have feelings for her. How long have they been there? They've been simmering beneath the surface for a while now, but I've been too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin what we have. Our friendship is solid, and our kids are thick as thieves. If I screw this up, it's not just me and her. It's Martin and Julius, too. They'd have to deal with the fallout, and that's the last thing I want. But the more I think about it, the more I realize I can't keep running from this. The danger Juliana is in, the constant threat hanging over her, it's made everything crystal clear. Life is too damn short to let these feelings go unspoken. I've already lost one person I loved, and the thought of losing Juliana without even telling her how I feel, I don't think I could live with that. For the first time in forever, I feel like I have a chance to create something really good here, and it's scaring the crap out of me. I stand up, running a hand through my hair as I pace the room. My heart races, not with fear this time, but with something else. Resolve, determination, excitement. I've always been the kind of man who faces things head on, but when it comes to my feelings for Juliana, I've been hesitant, uncertain, but no more. I deserve this, and so does she. I make a decision right there. I'm not going to waste any more time. I need to tell her. I need to take this chance no matter how terrifying it might be. Because if there's anything I've learned from my years in the military, from losing Mary and now with this whole situation with Juliana, it's that life is fragile. You never know what's going to happen next. I grab my flashlight and do another round of the house, checking the doors, the windows, making sure everything is secure. My footsteps are silent as I move through the darkened halls. The only sound is the soft creak of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet. Each lock I check feels like a promise to protect Juliana and Julius, to keep them safe no matter what. I pause by Juliana's door, the soft sound of her breathing barely audible through the wood. My heart clenches, knowing how scared she's been, how much weight she's carrying on her shoulders. She's always been so strong, so capable, but I can see the cracks, the exhaustion she tries to hide. I want to be the one to take some of that weight off her. I want to be the one she leans on, the one she trusts with her heart. And I want her to know that she's not alone in this. Once I'm satisfied that everything is in order, I head back to my room. But sleep doesn't come easily. I lie there, staring up at the ceiling, my mind racing with everything I've just admitted to myself. Does Juliana feel the same way? I can't help but wonder if she's been holding back, too. If maybe she's been wrestling with the same feelings I have. I've caught her looking at me sometimes, the way her eyes linger just a little longer than they used to. But is that just my imagination? Or is there something more? The thought of confessing my feelings scares the hell out of me. The thought of not saying anything, of letting this slip through my fingers, is even worse. Whatever happens, I know I can't keep pretending that nothing's changed between us, because it has. And now I have to figure out how to take the next step.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 18. Juliana. Wahoo! I'm so excited, Mom! Julius's excited voice makes me smile as we load the last of the camping gear into the car. The air smells fresh, alive, and I can already feel the tension in my shoulders easing. This weekend will be good for all of us. Some fresh air, nature, and a chance to let go of the stress that's been hovering over us like a storm cloud. I run through the list in my head for what feels like the 100th time, making sure we haven't forgotten anything. Jayden leans into the trunk, securing a bag in place just as I reach for it too. Our hands brush, and my heart does that excited little flip it's been doing every time we're closed these days. Got it? He says with a wink, sliding the bag into place effortlessly. Thanks, I reply, my voice a little softer than I intend. I pull my hand back, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear as I glance toward the kids. Julius and Martin are practically bouncing in their seats, their faces pressed eagerly against the back windows. They're chattering away, pointing out every tree and car that passes, their excitement infectious. They've been waiting for this all week, I say, smiling as I catch Jayden's eye in the rearview mirror. Yeah, he says, glancing at the boys. You'd think they were heading to Disneyland, not a campsite. The drive is filled with the sound of the kids' excited voices, calling out landmarks and spotting wildlife along the way. Every now and then, Jayden and I exchange a smile. One of those shared quiet moments that feels like we're in sync without needing to say a word. It's so easy, so natural, being with him like this. We pull into the nature park, the gravel road crunching beneath the tires as we make our way to the campsite. The tall trees sway gently in the breeze, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight. It feels like we've stepped into a different world, far away from the worries that have been hanging over us. All right, campers, Jayden says as we come to a stop, his voice full of authority, but with that playful tone that makes the boys grin. Time to set up the campsite. The boys scramble out of the car, racing to the trunk as Jayden starts pulling out the tent. I follow, laughing at how quickly they dive into the action, trying to help despite having no idea what they're doing. Martin, grab that end, Jayden instructs, handing him one corner of the tent. And Julius, you hold on to this one. The boys take their positions, though it's clear they're more tangled in the tent canvas than actually helping. I can't help but laugh as Julius trips over one of the ropes, landing in a heap of canvas and poles. Need a hand, buddy? I ask, walking over and helping him up. Julius grins sheepishly. I think the tent won. Don't worry, I say with a smile. We'll get it set up in no time. Jayden looks up from where he's staking one side of the tent, his eyes crinkling with amusement. This might take a little longer than I thought with these two. I laugh, the sound light and easy, as I step in to help. We work together, Jayden guiding the boys through each step of the process. They're so eager to learn, even if they're more of a hindrance than a help. It's moments like this, where the four of us are working together, laughing and just being a family, that make everything else seem so distant. As evening settles in, the warmth of the campfire wraps around us like a comforting embrace. The flickering flames dance in the cool night air, casting a soft golden light on our faces. Julius and Martin are focused on the marshmallows, each determined to get theirs perfectly toasted without burning them. I smile as I watch their intense concentration, their faces glowing from the firelight. You guys almost done over there? I ask, laughing as Martin blows on his marshmallow frantically to cool it down. It's not a race, you know. Julius grins at me, proudly holding up his perfectly toasted marshmallow. Look, Mom, I did it. I see that. It looks delicious. I wink at him as he carefully squishes the marshmallow between 2 graham crackers, creating a gooey s'more masterpiece. Jayden chuckles softly beside me, his voice a low rumble. These two are marshmallow experts now. I glance over at him, my smile softening. Yeah, they're pretty good at it. The night deepens, the sky above us turning into a blanket of stars. The kids finish their s'mores, and with tired eyes and full bellies, they crawl into their tent. Their laughter fades into sleepy whispers, leaving just the crackle of the fire to fill the space between Jayden and me. Jayden shifts beside me, and I feel his eyes on me again. It's beautiful out here, isn't it? His voice is soft, almost reverent. Yeah, I whisper, my gaze still fixed on the sky. It really is. We sit like that for a while, just listening to the fire crackle and pop, the occasional breeze rustling the trees around us. It's the kind of stillness that feels rare, like the world has slowed down just for us. After a moment, Jayden speaks again, his tone thoughtful. Remember when we used to do stuff like this back in high school? Not the camping part, but just hanging out under the stars, talking about whatever came to mind? I nod, the memories washing over me like a warm tide. Yeah, those were good times. I glance over at him, a smile tugging at my lips. I remember you were always so quiet, but when you did talk, it was always something deep or insightful. Jayden's hand moves before I can even process what's happening, his warm palm gently cupping my cheek. The touch is tender, so soft it almost feels like a dream. His thumb brushes against my skin and I feel a spark, one I've been trying to ignore, trying to bury deep within myself. The world around us seems to fall away, the crackling of the campfire fading into the background, the night wrapping around us like a thick, comforting blanket. I meet Jayden's gaze, and for a moment, we're suspended in time, a fragile bubble of anticipation between us. Then, before I can think, Before I can stop it, Jayden leans in. His lips touch mine. The connection delicate, hesitant but real. The kiss feels like the embers at our feet, slowly smoldering, then sparking into something more intense. My heart races, pounding so hard it feels like it might burst out of my chest. For a second, just one fleeting second, I let myself melt into it, into him. But then, like a shock wave, it hits me. Mary. The thought slams into me like a wall of cold air, dousing the warmth of the kiss. Guilt surges through me, bitter and sharp, and I pull away, breaking the moment so abruptly it feels like whiplash. I step back, my hand flying to my lips, shock and confusion swirling in my chest. I can't. I stammer, my voice trembling. My heart is still racing, but now it's from something else. Panic. Jayden's eyes widen slightly, his own surprise mirrored on his face. He stays where he is, his hand frozen midair, as if he's reaching out for something already lost. Jules, he starts, his voice soft, hesitant. But I shake my head, my breath coming too fast, too shallow. I'm not ready, Jayden, I say, my words spilling out in a rush. I can't do this. Not yet. The weight of it all presses down on me, so heavy I can barely stand it. I take another step back, trying to put distance between us, between the feelings I'm too scared to confront. I'm sorry, I whisper, my voice cracking. Without waiting for his response, I turn and hurry toward the tent, my heart thudding in my ears. My hands shake as I zip it closed behind me, sealing myself off from him, from the world. Inside, I sink to the ground, hugging my knees to my chest. The quiet of the tent is suffocating, the air thick with everything I'm feeling. My lips still tingle from the kiss, my body buzzing with the memory of it. But the guilt? The guilt is louder. It's like a storm raging inside me, tearing apart every ounce of joy I felt just moments ago. I press my face into my hands, trying to stop the tears that are already forming. What am I doing? I can't fall for Jayden. Not like this. Not when Mary's memory still lingers in every corner of my mind, her voice still echoing in my heart. She was my best friend, and Jayden was hers. I clutch at the pendant I wear around my neck, Mary's old necklace, the one I've worn every day since she passed. The metal feels cold in my hand, a stark reminder of the promises I made to her, promises I'm afraid I'm breaking. I'm sorry, Mary, I whisper into the dark, my voice shaking with the intensity of my emotions. I don't know what to do. The tears come then, silent but unstoppable, rolling down my cheeks as I sit in the darkness, my body trembling with the force of everything I've been holding in. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to find some comfort in the solitude, but all I feel is lost. Lost and confused and utterly terrified. I want to be with Jayden. I can't deny that anymore. The way he looks at me, the way he cares for Julius, the way he's always been there for me. It's everything I've ever wanted. But how can I let myself feel that when it feels like a betrayal to Mary's memory? How can I move on when it feels like I'm leaving her behind? The night drags on, each minute stretching into eternity as I lie there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, my mind a tangled mess of fear and desire. Sleep evades me, the turmoil in my heart too loud, too insistent. By the time dawn breaks, I feel like I've been through a war. My body is exhausted, my emotions frayed at the edges, but the one thing I know for sure is that nothing feels resolved. I'm still trapped between two worlds, the one where I cling to the past and the one where I let myself move forward with Jayden. Slowly, I unzip the tent and step outside, the cool morning air hitting my skin like a gentle wake-up call. The sky is streaked with shades of pink and orange, the sun just beginning to rise over the horizon. It's beautiful, but I can't find it in me to appreciate it. Jayden is already up, standing a few feet away, his posture tense as he stares out at the lake. He doesn't turn when I approach, But I know he hears me. The tension between us is thick, and for a moment I consider retreating back into the tent, avoiding the inevitable conversation we need to have. But I can't run forever. Jayden, I say softly, my voice barely above a whisper. He finally turns to look at me, his expression unreadable, his eyes shadowed with uncertainty. Jules, he responds, his voice just as quiet.
Chapter 19. Jayden. The days slip by, blending into one another. And though we're back at the house, the warmth that once filled it feels like it's been replaced by something colder. I can feel it, like a chasm slowly widening between us. Juliana's smiles, once bright and full of life, now seem hesitant, almost fleeting. She avoids my gaze more often than not, and when we talk, it's all surface level. I replay that night by the campfire over and over in my head, wondering if I pushed too hard, too fast. I can't help but silently reprimand myself. I knew she wasn't ready. I should have given her more time. I should have been patient. But I can't undo what's done. All I can do now is show her that I'm here for the long haul, not just some fleeting moment. I start planning small gestures, little things to show her I care without overwhelming her. Breakfast with her favorite pastries, taking the kids on outings so she has time for herself. Even just quietly sitting with her in the evenings. I figure if I can show her I'm in this for real, maybe she'll stop pulling away. As I'm mulling over what I could do next, a surprise dinner, maybe something simple but thoughtful, I hear it, a sound that turns my blood to ice in my veins. A scream, a blood-curdling scream that sends chills down my spine and makes my heart stop for half a second. Juliana. I'm already moving, my body acting on instinct. The sound came from the front porch. I tear through the house, my heart pounding against my ribcage, 1,000 scenarios racing through my mind, none of them good. I burst through the front door and find her standing frozen, her eyes wide and locked on something at her feet. Her hands tremble as they hover near her face, her lips parted in shock. Jules! I rush to her, my voice thick with concern, my eyes darting to the ground to see what's caused this level of fear. And then I see it. A package. Small, innocuous at first glance, wrapped in brown paper. But the corner is torn open and something grotesque is sticking out, something I can't fully process at first. It takes my brain a moment to register what I'm looking at. A hand. A severed, bloody hand. My stomach lurches, bile rising in my throat as I instinctively pull Juliana back, shielding her from the sight. My pulse roars in my ears, anger coursing through me. Inside! Now! I order, my voice sharper than I intend it to be, but I don't have time to soften it. I guide her back through the door, slamming it shut behind us, my mind racing with 100 questions, but none of them making sense. Juliana's body shakes, her breaths coming in shallow, ragged gasps. I can feel her fear, palpable and raw, and it ignites something in me, a fierce protectiveness, a burning need to make sure she never feels this kind of terror again. I pull Juliana close, my arms wrapped tight around her as I guide her away from the door, away from the horror that's just been delivered to us. My heart pounds in my chest, the implications of that severed hand churning in my gut. This isn't just a scare tactic. Whoever's behind this is playing a twisted, dangerous game, and it's personal. I lead her into the living room, sitting her down on the couch. Her hands are shaking, her breaths shallow and erratic. I kneel in front of her, holding her hands, trying to ground her. Look at me, Jules. Breathe with me, in and out. She closes her eyes, following my rhythm as I guide her back from the edge of panic. I can feel my own fear simmering just beneath the surface, but I can't let it show. Not now. I need to be strong for her. We'll figure this out, I whisper, even as dread coils tight in my chest. I glance back toward the door where that thing is waiting for me to deal with it. My mind races, running through the possibilities. Ben? But if it's Ben's hand, that means Someone else is pulling the strings. Someone who knows where we are. Someone who's been watching us. I squeezed Juliana's hands gently before standing up, my eyes catching the small envelope tucked under the package. The sight of it makes my stomach churn. Whatever's written there can't be good. I grab the envelope and tear it open, my pulse thrumming in my ears as I unfold the letter. The handwriting is jagged, almost frantic, as if the person writing was barely able to contain their rage. The words hit like a punch to the gut. Juliana, I see you. Why are you getting so close with Jayden? Are you testing my patience? Do you think you're safe with him? Do you think he can protect you? Maybe I should take care of him the same way I took care of Ben. Think about it. Your secret admirer. I can feel the blood draining from my face, my grip on the paper tightening as my eyes scan over the words again and again, trying to make sense of the madness. I look up at Juliana, her eyes wide with fear as I read the letter aloud. Her breath hitches at the mention of Ben, and I watch as the color drains from her face. Oh my God, she whispers, her voice barely audible. He's saying he killed Ben. I nod slowly, rage bubbling beneath the surface. Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. Jayden! Juliana's voice breaks, bringing me back to the moment. She's trembling, tears pooling in her eyes. What do we do? What if he comes for you too? I sit beside her, pulling her close to me. He's not going to touch either of us, I say, my voice low and firm. We're going to figure out who's behind this, and we're going to stop them. Juliana trembles in my arms, her body tense with fear as I hold her tighter, my arms wrapping around her like a shield. Her fear is palpable, a heavy, oppressive weight that makes my chest tighten. I pull her closer, silently promising that no one is going to hurt her as long as I'm here. Slowly, I release Juliana, going to the front door, and I open it, my blood boiling with a rage I haven't felt since my military service. I scan the street, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, my pulse quickening as I search for any sign of the stalker. Every corner, every parked car feels like a potential threat. Someone's been watching us, watching her, and the thought sends a surge of anger through me. This isn't just some random act of cruelty. It's calculated, personal. But who could hate her this much? Who would go to these lengths to torment her? My mind races, flipping through possibilities. Ben is gone, likely dead, and the stalker's claiming responsibility. But who else could harbor such twisted malice toward Juliana? No answers come, just the lingering dread that someone out there is pulling the strings, watching us from the shadows, waiting to strike again. I feel Juliana come up behind me, peering over my shoulder as she strains to see anything that might give us a clue as to what's going on. Let's go inside, I murmur into her ear, guiding her back toward the house. Her steps are slow, hesitant, as if part of her is too afraid to move at all. Inside, I grab my phone, my fingers moving with calm precision despite the storm raging inside me. I dial the station, my voice steady when the operator answers. This is Deputy Captain Blair. I need backup sent to my residence immediately. We've received a threatening package. There's a severed hand at my house. Juliana sits down on the couch, her hands gripping the cushions as if they're the only thing anchoring her. She's terrified, and seeing her like this, it breaks something inside me. I move toward her, my hand finding hers, our fingers intertwining. Her eyes search mine, wide and glassy, her fear hanging between us like a thick fog. How can you be so sure, Jayden? This person, they killed Ben. They sent us his hand. They could be watching us right now. I swallow the anger that rises in my throat. Because I'll make sure of it. I'll do whatever it takes to catch this person. You're not alone in this. Not anymore. We sit in a fortified silence, our situation pressing down on both of us. The house feels too quiet, too still. The fear, the helplessness, it's suffocating. Minutes later, the police arrive. Red and blue lights flicker outside as officers step out of their cars and head toward the porch. I stand, keeping one hand on Juliana's shoulder, and guide her to the door as the officers begin combing through the scene. One of them crouches near the package, his expression grim as he examines its contents. Juliana shivers beside me, and I instinctively pull her closer. The cold, gnawing fear of what we're up against lingers, but my resolve hardens. I won't let anyone get to her. Not now. Not ever. One of the officers, a young guy I know well, approaches, his face set in a grim line. We'll get the package to forensics, see if we can pull any prints. But with a severed hand, this is serious, Jayden. I nod. I know. I need you to put everything into this. We have to figure out who's doing this before they escalate. The officer's gaze flickers to Juliana, then back to me. We'll do everything we can. Just make sure she stays safe in the meantime. I intend to. The officer gives a sharp nod before walking back toward the others. Juliana watches them work, her eyes dark with worry. Jayden, she whispers, her voice shaky. I don't know if I can do this anymore. The waiting, the fear. It's too much. She folds her face into her hands and crumples into quiet, desperate sobs. I cup her face in my hands, forcing her to look at me. You're stronger than you think, Jules, and I'm going to be here every step of the way. We'll get through this together. She nods, though her eyes are still clouded with doubt. But I mean it. I mean it with all of my heart and soul. I'll protect her, even if it means my life.
Chapter 20. Juliana. Jayden has become my shadow, his presence constant, almost suffocating. But I know it's out of necessity. Every day he drives me to and from the restaurant. His eyes always scanning the streets, alert to every movement, every shift in the shadows. He's like a coiled spring, ready to act, and while I appreciate his vigilance, I can't help but feel guilty. He's taken time off from work, and I worry about the strain this is putting on him, on us. You're going to lose your job if you keep this up, I tell him one morning as we pull into the parking lot of my restaurant. The tension in my voice is unmistakable. You can't just follow me around all day. What about the precinct? They need you. Jayden glances at me, his expression serious. I already talked to the chief. He knows the situation. I'm not losing my job, Jules. Right now, you're more important. The sincerity in his voice sends a wave of emotion crashing over me, but I push it aside, trying to keep a level head. But still, Jay, you can't put everything on hold for me. I don't want you to feel like you have to. I don't have to. I want to. He cuts in, his blue eyes locking with mine. I'm not going to risk something happening to you. Not again. His words hang in the air, heavy with meaning, and for a moment, I don't know how to respond. Instead, I nod, giving him a small smile as I unbuckle my seatbelt. I'll see you after my shift. He watches me go, and even though I know I'm safe inside the restaurant, I can still feel his eyes on me, tracking my every move. I should be used to it by now, the way he's always there, always watching, but it's hard to shake the sense that our lives have been upended, that the fragile sense of normalcy we'd begun to build is crumbling under the weight of this invisible threat. Later that evening, we sit the boys down for a serious conversation. Jayden's expression is stern, though he tries to keep his tone light. The living room feels too quiet, the gravity of the moment sinking in. We've got a plan for you guys this summer, he says, glancing between Martin and Julius. You're going to spend some time with Grandma and Grandpa. Julius's face scrunches up in confusion, his brow furrowing. But why? I don't want to leave. Martin, more practical and mature for his age, speaks up. Is it because of the stalker, Dad? Jayden hesitates, and I can see the conflict in his eyes. He doesn't want to scare them, but he won't lie either. It's because we think it'll be safer for you both to be with family right now, he says carefully. Grandma and Grandpa are really excited to have you. But why can't we stay here with you? Julius pipes up, his small voice filled with worry. I don't want to leave you, Mom. My heart twists painfully, and I reach out to ruffle his hair, trying to keep my voice calm and soothing. It's just for a little while, sweetheart. You're going to have so much fun. Think of it as a vacation. You'll get to swim, go fishing with Grandpa, and eat Grandma's famous pancakes every morning. Martin glances at Jayden, his expression thoughtful. How long are we going to be gone? Just until things settle down, Jayden replies, his tone steady. You'll be back before you know it. The boys exchange uncertain glances, but eventually they nod, accepting the plan. We spend the rest of the evening packing their bags, filling their suitcases with clothes, games, and their favorite toys. It's the right thing to do, sending them away, but as their laughter fades into silence and they disappear into the car with their grandparents, the house feels different, emptier. The absence of their energy makes the tension that's been hanging in the air all the more oppressive. The house is going to be quiet without them. The gifts keep coming, each one more grotesque and twisted than the last. At first, they seemed like strange, creepy pranks. A lock of hair tied with a ribbon, a note written in childlike scrawl. But now they're unmistakable threats, filled with venomous intent. Every time I open the door, I brace myself, afraid of what I might find next. Jayden's always there, immediately stepping between me and whatever sick delivery arrives that day. But his presence, while reassuring, doesn't erase the constant sense of being watched. I can feel it. The invisible eyes following me, tracking my every move, waiting for me to slip up. It's suffocating. Today, a small box arrives, wrapped in blood-red paper. I stare at it from the front door, my hand frozen halfway to the knob. Jayden moves past me, his expression dark as he picks up the package, holding it at arm's length like it's about to explode. I've got it, he says, his voice steady, but I can hear the tension underneath. He's been doing this for weeks now, taking the brunt of the stalker's twisted attention, shielding me from as much of it as he can. But it's wearing on him. I can see the exhaustion in the lines of his face, the sleepless nights etched into his blue eyes. I step back, watching as he carefully sets the box down and grabs a pair of gloves. The routine has become almost second nature. He'll open the package, catalog its contents for evidence, and then discuss the implications with the investigation team. Meanwhile, I'll sit on the sidelines, trying not to scream from the sheer weight of helplessness that's crushing me. But today is different. Today, as I watch him open the box, something shifts inside me. Maybe it's the regularity of the deliveries, the constant invasion of our lives. Maybe it's the way Jayden handles it all, never letting me fall apart, always steady, always strong. I feel something inside me rising, a feeling I've been keeping at bay for too long now. Gratitude, yes, but something else too, something deeper. I'm struggling to keep it down, trying to push it away because it's dangerous to let myself feel this way. But being around him, watching him work so tirelessly to protect me, it's getting harder and harder to pretend I don't feel anything. Later that evening, after the police have come and gone, Jayden and I sit in the living room, police reports scattered around us. He's been poring over case files, organizing meetings with the investigation team, relentlessly tracking down every lead. His dedication is so absolute it makes my chest ache. I'm thankful for him in ways I can't even put into words, but I don't know how to show him without crossing a line I'm not sure I'm ready to cross. We're getting closer, Jayden murmurs, his eyes scanning the pages in front of him, but we need to do something to draw him out. I nod, exhaustion weighing heavy on my shoulders. We need to end this. His gaze flickers toward me, and I can see the wheels turning in his mind. I've been thinking, what if we gave him what he wants? or at least what he thinks he wants. I frown, not understanding. What do you mean? He leans forward, elbows resting on his knees. The notes, the threats, they're all about jealousy. He's targeting me because he thinks I'm getting too close to you. He wants control over you, and he's angry that I'm standing in his way. I nod slowly, still not quite following. What if we use that against him? Jayden continues. If we make it look like we're together, publicly, he might become desperate. Desperate enough to make a mistake. To slip up. My heart stutters in my chest at the thought of pretending to be in a relationship with Jayden. The idea sends a confusing mix of emotions flooding through me. Part of me knows it's the smart thing to do, that it could lure the stalker out into the open. But another part of me, a part I've been desperately trying to keep locked away, feels a flutter of something much more personal, much more dangerous. You want us to pretend to be together? I ask, my voice unsteady. Jayden nods, his gaze intense. I know it's a big ask, but if we make it look real, he might act rashly, and that could be the break we need. I look away, trying to steady my breathing. I don't know, Jayden. What if it doesn't work? What if it just makes things worse? He reaches out, his hand resting gently on my knee. The contact sends a jolt through me and I swallow hard, trying to focus on the task at hand. I won't let anything happen to you, Jules. You know that. I meet his gaze, and for a moment, everything lifts. Just being around him, feeling his hand on me, makes me feel safer. But the fear is still there, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I trust you, Jayden, I say quietly. I'm scared. I know, he replies softly, his thumb brushing against my knee. But I think this could work. We'll do it carefully. We'll make sure you're never alone. His touch lingers for a second longer before he pulls away, the absence of it leaving me feeling strangely cold. I nod, my heart still fluttering with uncertainty. All right, let's do it. He smiles, but there's a tension in the air now. A silent acknowledgement of the thin line we're about to walk. Pretending to be together might be the best way to catch the stalker. But I can't shake the feeling that we're not just playing a game anymore. There's something real between us. Something I'm not ready to confront. And now, with this plan in motion, I have no idea what's going to happen next.
Chapter 21. Jayden. I clasp Juliana's hand as we step out onto the busy streets of Bluetown, feeling the warmth of her skin against mine. It's supposed to be part of the act, part of the plan to flush out whoever's been terrorizing her. But there's a part of me that isn't pretending. I tell myself that this is just for show, just to lure the stalker into making a mistake. But the way my hand fits so perfectly with hers, it feels too natural, too easy. We walk side by side, navigating the busy sidewalks, and every so often I catch her glancing up at me, her eyes filled with gratitude and something else, something deeper. It makes my heart race, my protective instincts flaring up even stronger. People are watching us. That much is clear. Bluetown's always been the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, and the sight of me and Juliana holding hands is bound to raise some eyebrows. Good. The more attention we draw, the more likely it is that the stalker will take the bait. The tension between us is palpable, though. Neither of us has mentioned the kiss by the campfire or the way things have shifted between us. But it's there, hovering just beneath the surface. Every time our hands brush or our eyes meet, it's like a spark of electricity runs through me, and I wonder if she feels it too. As we walk, I tighten my grip on her hand, a silent reassurance that I'm here, that I won't let anything happen to her. The crowd moves around us, but it feels like we're in our own little bubble, the two of us against the world. We reach a small, intimate restaurant on the corner, one of those places that's tucked away but known for its incredible food, I hold the door open for her, guiding her inside, my hand resting lightly on her lower back. The gesture is supposed to look casual, but the truth is, I can't help myself. I need the contact, need to feel that she's close. We're seated in a quiet corner away from the hustle of the main dining area. It's perfect, private enough for us to talk, but still visible to anyone who might be watching. I scan the room out of habit, my gaze lingering on each face for a moment too long, searching for any sign of danger, any hint that we're being followed. So far, nothing. Juliana seems to sense my tension because she reaches across the table, placing her hand over mine. "Hey," she says softly, her voice cutting through the noise in my head. "You okay?" I nod, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just keeping an eye out." "You've been doing that a lot lately," she says, a hint of amusement in her voice. "You need to relax, Jayden, just for a little while." I know she's right, but it's hard. Ever since the stalker left that gruesome package, I've been on high alert, my mind constantly racing with worst-case scenarios. But looking into Juliana's eyes, seeing the softness there, I feel a bit of that tension slip away. "I'll try," I say, my voice low. "For you." She smiles and it feels like a win, like maybe we can carve out some moments of normalcy in the middle of all this chaos. The waiter comes by, and we order our food, making small talk that feels surprisingly easy given everything that's happening around us. It's strange. This balance we're trying to maintain between normal life and the danger lurking just out of sight. But for now, sitting here with her, it almost feels peaceful. As we wait for our food, I find myself watching her, really watching her. The way her lips curve into a smile, the way her fingers trace the rim of her glass absent-mindedly, the way her eyes light up when she talks about her restaurant or Julius. She's always been beautiful, but lately I've been seeing her in a different light. I lean forward, my hand reaching across the table to brush a stray lock of hair away from her face. It's a small, simple gesture, but when my fingers make contact with her skin, something shifts between us. The air around us feels heavier, charged with an electricity that's been building for days. Juliana's eyes widen slightly, her breath catching in her throat. And for a moment, I wonder if she's thinking about the same thing I am. About that night by the campfire. About the kiss we shared. I don't pull my hand back right away. I let it linger just for a moment, my thumb grazing her cheek. It's intimate. Too intimate for what's supposed to be an act, but I can't help myself. There's something about being near her that pulls me in, something that makes it hard to keep my distance. Her lips part as if she's about to say something, but before she can, the waiter arrives with our food, breaking the moment. I sit back, my heart still racing, trying to push down the flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. When we get back home, Juliana sits on the edge of the couch, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. I can tell there's something on her mind, the way she glances at me, then looks away like she's trying to figure out how to say what's bothering her. I drop my keys on the table and sit beside her, giving her the space to speak first. Finally, she sighs and meets my eyes. "Jayden, we need to talk about your job." Her voice is soft, but there's an edge of concern that instantly puts me on alert. I lean back, my arms crossing over my chest. "What about it?" "You've been taking so much time off to look after me, to make sure everything's safe. I appreciate it more than I can say, but aren't they going to start asking questions at work? I don't want you to risk your career for this." I shake my head, leaning forward, closing the space between us. "Jewel, listen to me." My voice is steady, reassuring. "Your safety comes first. Every time. My job will be there when this is over, but I can't say the same if I don't make sure you're protected." She opens her mouth to argue, but I cut her off gently. "I've been in contact with the department. They understand what's going on, and I have plenty of leave saved up. So please stop worrying about my job." Her eyes soften, but I can see the battle still playing out in her mind. I reach out, taking her hands in mine, squeezing them just enough to let her know I'm serious. You mean more to me than some career. I need you to trust me on that. Juliana's lips part, like she's going to say something, but then she just nods, a small, appreciative smile tugging at her mouth. Thank you, she whispers. The next morning, I wake up early, determined to make some progress. No more dead ends, no more waiting for the next attack. I've had enough of being reactive. Today, we go on the offensive. First stop is to meet with the private investigator I've hired. He's seasoned, grizzled even, the kind of guy who's seen it all and doesn't get rattled easily. I lay everything out for him. The notes, the gifts, the gruesome present we found on the porch. Every detail I can remember. I need you to build a profile, I tell him. We're missing something, and I can't afford to let that slip through the cracks. He nods, his face unreadable as he sifts through the evidence. Don't worry, I'll dig deep. Whoever this is, they won't stay hidden for long. After leaving the investigator's office, I head straight to the precinct. It's time to put more pressure on the team to make them see that this isn't just another stalking case. They need to treat this like the danger it is. I storm into the bullpen, my determination boiling just below the surface. We need to ramp this up, I tell my colleagues. Whoever the stalker is, they're escalating. They left a hand on my porch, for God's sake. If we don't move faster, I'm afraid it's going to get worse. The room falls silent for a moment as my words sink in. I meet the eyes of each detective, making sure they understand just how serious this is. I need extra patrols around Juliana's restaurant and our house. No excuses. This needs to be priority number one. One of the detectives nods. We've got your back, Jayden. We'll handle it. I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding. It's a small victory, but I know it's just the beginning. There's so much more to do, and every moment feels like it's slipping through my fingers. That night, after everyone else has gone home, I stay at the station, poring over reports, combing through maps, trying to find any kind of pattern or clue that might have been missed. My eyes burn from staring at the papers too long, frustration building with every passing hour. I rub my temples, the weight of it all pressing down on me. The kids are away with their grandparents, safe for now, but that only gives me a brief reprieve. They're coming home soon, and I can't let them return until I know this is over, until I know Juliana is safe. The thought of her. God, the fear I have of losing her. It's eating away at me. Every time I see her face, the way she tries to put on a brave front for Julius. I feel it. The deep, gnawing fear that I won't be able to protect her. That this stalker is going to slip through the cracks and I'll lose her, just like I lost Mary. I grit my teeth, pushing that thought away. I can't afford to think like that. I need to stay focused, to be strong for Juliana, for the boys. But it's harder than I expected. I didn't think I'd feel this way again. So deeply, so intensely, loving someone and being terrified of what that means. As the night drags on, I finally pack up the files, exhausted but more determined than ever. I will protect Juliana. I'll do whatever it takes. And when the kids come home, they'll be walking into a safe place. That's a promise I won't break. I head back home, the house eerily quiet without Martin and Julius. When I walk in, Juliana's waiting in the living room, a cup of tea in her hand. She looks up at me, her eyes tired but hopeful. "Any news?" she asks, her voice soft. "Not yet," I admit, walking over to her. "But we're making progress. I've got extra patrols around the restaurant and the house, and I've hired a private investigator. We'll find this guy, Jules." She nods, and I see the gratitude in her eyes, mixed with the same worry that's been keeping me up at night. "Thank you," she whispers again, her voice barely audible. I sit beside her on the couch, leaning forward, my hands clasped together as I take a deep breath. "I just want you to be safe," I say, my voice rough with emotion. "That's all that matters to me." Juliana reaches out, her hand resting on mine, and for a moment everything else fades away. All the fear, the frustration, It's just the two of us, sitting in the quiet, holding on to each other. And for the first time in days, I feel like maybe, just maybe, we'll come out of this on the other side.
Chapter 22. Juliana. The mailbox is cool to the touch as I pull it open, the early morning chill biting at my fingertips. I hesitate for a moment, staring down at the stack of envelopes. Most are harmless, bills, advertisements, the usual, until I spot one at the bottom, a thick white envelope with jagged, unfamiliar handwriting scrawled across the front. My heart quickens. This isn't a letter from the electric company. With trembling hands, I pull the letter out, the weight of it feeling heavier than it should. The envelope has no return address, nothing to indicate who sent it. But I already know. My gut tells me this is from him, my stalker, the threat. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I glance toward the house, wondering if I should show it to Jayden before opening it. But no, I need to know what it says first. I have to face this, alone. I slip my finger under the flap, tearing it open, the paper ripping like a knife through fabric. Inside is a single page, the handwriting jagged and angry, as if whoever wrote it had to restrain themselves from tearing the paper apart. My eyes skim the words, each sentence landing like a blow. Keep it up with Jayden, and things will get worse. You think you're safe with him? You're not. No one can protect you, Juliana, not even him. If you think you can have a life with him, I'll make sure you both suffer for it. A chill runs down my spine, my hands trembling as I read the words again. The threat is clear. It's not just a warning. It's a promise. The stalker has been watching us, sees everything. They know about Jayden and me. They've been watching long enough to sense the growing closeness between us, the moments we've shared in quiet vulnerability. My thoughts are spinning out of control. I can't breathe. The door creaks open and I snap my head up, startled. Jayden steps out onto the porch, concern etched on his face the moment he sees me. "Jules? What's wrong?" he asks, his voice steady and calm, but I can see the worry in his eyes. Jayden steps closer, his hand brushing my arm in a gesture meant to comfort, but it only makes my heart race faster. "Let's go inside," he says softly. "We need to figure out our next move." I follow him into the house, the warmth of his presence making me feel safer, yet more conflicted than ever. Sitting together at the kitchen table, he spreads the letter out before us. His jaw is still tight, his focus laser sharp as he tries to make sense of the stalker's twisted words. The phone's shrill ring jolts me from my thoughts. I glance at Jayden, who is still focused on the crumpled letter in front of us, his eyes scanning every word, as if trying to decode the stalker's intentions. His brow furrows when the ringing continues. And with a sigh, he pushes back from the table and reaches for his phone. "Blair," he answers, his voice sharp with concern. I watch his face carefully, the hard lines around his eyes tightening as whoever's on the other end speaks. His jaw sets, and a sense of unease creeps over me. Whatever it is, it's not good. He listens in silence, his expression unreadable, but I can tell by the way his grip tightens around the phone that something's wrong. After a moment, he mutters a curt, "Understood," and ends the call, dropping the phone onto the table with a heavy sigh. "What is it?" I ask, my voice quieter than I intended. Jayden runs a hand through his hair, his frustration palpable. "The station needs me. There's an urgent case, and they're asking for my help." "Oh, okay. You should go soon then," I say, forcing a smile that feels thin and fragile. His eyes lock on mine, his face clouded with uncertainty. "Jules, I don't like leaving you alone. Not with everything that's happening." I wave a hand dismissively, though my heart pounds harder at the thought of being alone in this house. "It's fine, Jayden. You've got a job to do, and I'll be okay." "Really?" "Are you sure?" His voice is soft, filled with concern. "I'm sure," I say, though the knot in my stomach tightens. "I'll be fine. Go." Jayden hesitates for another moment before finally nodding, though I can see the reluctance in his eyes. "All right. But I'm not leaving you unprotected. I'll have 2 officers stationed here until I'm back." "Okay," I agree, my voice barely above a whisper. He stands, his gaze lingering on me as if he's debating whether to go through with it or not. Then he steps closer, his hand resting on my arm for a moment. A silent reassurance. "I'll be back as soon as I can." I nod, not trusting myself to speak, and watch as he makes the necessary arrangements. 2 officers arrive within minutes, and after a few quiet words exchanged between them and Jayden, he finally turns to me. "I won't be long," he promises, his eyes soft but resolute. "If you need anything, call me. I mean it, Jules." And then he's gone. The door closes behind him and the house feels eerily still. I stand there for a moment, the silence pressing down on me as the faint rumble of thunder in the distance announces the arrival of a storm. I turn to the window, watching as the sky darkens, heavy clouds rolling in to blanket the town. Rain begins to fall, soft at first, then gradually building until it pounds against the windows, matching the rhythm of my restless heart. I sink onto the couch, pulling a blanket around my shoulders as I try to quiet my mind. But it's no use. Every creak of the house, every flash of lightning only heightens my anxiety. And through it all, Jayden's face keeps flashing in my mind, his comforting presence, his steady hand, the way he looks at me when he thinks I'm not paying attention. The rain beats harder against the house, a relentless drumming that fills the silence. I glance at the clock, wondering how long Jayden will be gone. I try to focus on something else, anything else, but my mind keeps drifting back to him. The way he makes me feel safe, even when I'm terrified. The way his touch lingers, sending sparks through my skin. I lie in bed, tossing and turning as the storm rages outside, the wind howling like a living thing. The rain slams against the windows in relentless sheets, and the occasional rumble of thunder shakes the walls. But it's the turmoil inside me that keeps me awake. My feelings for Jayden, the unspoken tension between us, the kiss we shared that lingers like a ghost between us. It all pulls me in directions I'm not ready to go. I clutch the blanket tighter around me, trying to shake off the thoughts. But they refuse to leave. Every time I close my eyes, I see Jayden's face. The warmth in his gaze, the way his hand lingers just a moment longer than necessary when he touches me. It's not just gratitude anymore. It's something deeper. Something I've been fighting to ignore. And the harder I fight it, the more it consumes me. My heart pounds as I roll over again, staring at the darkened ceiling, willing my mind to quiet down. I need to sleep, need to let go of the questions racing through my head. But how can I? When every fiber of my being feels tangled in confusion and fear. Fear of what might happen if I give in to these feelings, and fear of what could be lost if I don't. A sudden loud crash jolts me upright in bed, my heart leaping into my throat. The sound pierces through the storm, different from the rain and thunder, sharper and closer. I freeze, listening, trying to figure out what just happened. My breath catches, and I instinctively wrap my shawl around me, stepping cautiously out of bed. Probably just something outside, I whisper to myself. Though the knot in my stomach tightens with every step, I step into the hallway, my eyes straining in the dim light filtering through the windows. The house feels unnervingly still. The usual creaks and groans of an old home swallowed up by the storm. My bare feet make no sound on the wooden floors as I move toward the source of the noise, but my heart is pounding so loudly it fills the silence. Where are those 2 patrol officers at a time like this? I stop short when I notice something is off. The door to the hallway closet is ajar, just slightly, though I'm certain it was closed earlier. My pulse quickens as I take a step back, the uneasy feeling in my gut growing stronger. Did someone come in? Could the stalker have found a way to get inside the house? Panic flares in my chest, and without a second thought, I turn and rush back to my room, my hand trembling as I lock the door behind me. I press my back against the door, my breaths coming out in short, uneven bursts as fear floods through me. I try to think, to make sense of the situation, but my mind is racing, and every noise from the storm outside feels like a threat. I grab my phone from the nightstand, fumbling with it as I try to activate the flashlight. Then, without warning, the lights go out. The house plunges into complete darkness, the only illumination coming from the sporadic flashes of lightning outside. My breath hitches as I turn the flashlight on, the beam of light cutting through the oppressive blackness. I move it around the room, scanning for anything, any sign of movement, any hint of danger. But it's just me in the shadows. My hand shakes as I grip the phone tighter, trying to steady myself. I have to stay calm. I have to think. But the sudden loss of power, combined with the crash and the closet door, has every nerve in my body on high alert. Something's wrong. I can feel it in my bones. I take a deep breath, trying to control the rising tide of panic. I need to call Jayden. I need to tell him what's happening. But as my fingers hover over his contact on my phone, a chilling thought creeps into my mind. What if the stalker is already here? What if he's the one who cut the power? What if he's waiting for me just outside my door? The storm outside rages on, but it's nothing compared to the storm inside me. Chapter 23. Juliana. The sound is unmistakable. Someone is outside my door. My breath catches in my throat, my pulse thundering in my ears. I grip my phone tighter, the flashlight beam shaking as I direct it toward the door. The handle jiggles, the sound sending a chill down my spine. My mind races. It's not Jayden. He would have called out to me by now, announced himself in that calm, steady voice of his. And the officers wouldn't be pounding like that. This is someone else. The shove against the door is violent. Rattling it in the frame, my instinctive fear screams at me, telling me exactly who it is. The stalker. The one who's been leaving me those twisted gifts. He's here, in the house, trying to get to me. My heart pounds, terror clawing its way up my throat. The door shutters again, harder this time. I run to the window, throwing it open as I suck air into my lungs. Help! I scream, my voice cracking with desperation. Someone help me! But the storm outside swallows my voice, the relentless rain and wind battering the house, drowning out my cries. Where are the officers? The ones Jayden promised would keep me safe? My mind spins with questions, but there's no time to think. I have to act. My eyes dart around the room, landing on the baseball bat Jayden keeps in the corner, more as a joke than anything else. But now it's my only weapon. I lunge for it, clutching the wooden handle with both hands, my grip slick with sweat. Adrenaline surges through my veins as I position myself behind the door, my body coiled like a spring, ready to strike. The door rattles again, and I hear a low grunt from the other side. He's getting closer, more forceful. I suck in a shaky breath, forcing myself to stay quiet, to keep calm. My muscles tense, every instinct telling me to run, but I know I can't. Not yet. The door swings open with a bang, slamming against the wall, and I see him. A shadowy figure, large and menacing, silhouetted against the faint light from the hallway. Without thinking, I swing the bat with everything I have. It connects with a sickening thud, the force of the blow reverberating up my arms. The intruder lets out a grunt of pain, stumbling back, but I don't wait to see what happens next. I bolt from the room, my heart hammering in my chest as I race down the hallway, the sound of my own frantic breathing filling my ears. I have to get out. I have to escape. I hurtle down the stairs, my feet slipping on the slick wooden steps in my desperate rush to get away. I miss a step, and for a brief moment, My body hangs in the air, weightless, before crashing hard against the floor. Pain jolts through my body, but I barely register it. I scramble to my feet, determination coursing through me like fire. I have to survive. I can't let him catch me. I burst into the kitchen, my eyes scanning frantically for something, anything that can be used as a weapon. My hand closes around the handle of a knife, and I pull it from the block with trembling fingers. The cold metal feels like a lifeline in my grip, but I can't stop shaking. Behind me, I hear the pounding of footsteps on the stairs, the stalker's voice echoing down the hallway, venomous and raw. His curses, personal and vicious, cut through the storm outside. You think you can run from me, Juliana? You think you can hide? My heart seizes at the sound of my name on his lips, the intimacy of his threats making the terror even more suffocating. The knife wavers in my hand as I take a step back, pressing myself against the counter, eyes darting around the room for an escape. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I see it. Blood. I slip, my foot sliding in a thick, wet pool that spreads across the tile floor. My stomach lurches, and I fight the urge to gag as I realize what it is. The coppery smell fills my nostrils, and my pulse spikes, nausea clawing at my throat. Lightning flashes outside, illuminating the scene for a split second. But it's enough. My scream dies in my throat as I see them. The officers. The ones who were supposed to keep me safe. They lie crumpled on the floor, motionless, their uniforms soaked in dark, spreading pools of blood. Their eyes are open, staring sightlessly, and I feel bile rise in my throat. The room spins around me, the realization crashing over me in waves. They're dead. The officers are dead. He killed them. He's coming for me next. My legs nearly buckle beneath me, but I force myself to stand, gripping the knife so tightly my knuckles turn white. I have to keep moving. I can't stop now. Another flash of lightning illuminates the room, and I hear the stalker's footsteps getting closer. His voice a low, menacing growl. You can't escape me, Juliana. I'm coming for you. I swallow a sob, my entire body trembling as I take a step back, the knife shaking in front of me. I'm alone, and he's closing in. A scream tears from my throat, raw and desperate, ripped from the deepest part of me. It echoes into the storm, swallowed by the howling wind and the deafening crash of thunder. My body trembles uncontrollably, every nerve on fire, as the weight of my situation presses down on me like a crushing wave. I grip the knife tighter, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold sweat on my skin chills me to the bone, and my legs feel like they're about to give out from under me. I glance around the kitchen, my mind racing, my heart hammering against my ribs. I can't hear him anymore. I don't know where he is. Is he in the room with me? Or is he lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? My hands tremble violently, the knife shaking as I hold it out in front of me, a pitiful shield against the unknown threat. I strain my ears, trying to pick up any sound, footsteps, breathing, anything. But all I can hear is the relentless pounding of the rain against the windows and the crash of thunder that seems to shake the entire house. The air feels thick, oppressive, as if the walls are closing in on me. My vision blurs with fear, my mind running wild with the thought that he's already here, right behind me. Maybe he's watching me. Maybe he's waiting for me to make a mistake, to let my guard down for even a second. I swallow hard, my throat tight with panic. I don't know where he is, and that terrifies me more than anything. He could be anywhere. He could be right behind me, ready to strike. Tears blur my vision, my breath hitching in my throat as I try to push the terror down, try to think straight. But I can't. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop him. Jayden, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the storm, as if saying his name could summon him, could save me from this nightmare. But he's not here. It's just me. I'm alone. Just as I'm about to collapse under my own fear, The world outside explodes with light. Headlights blaze through the rain-splattered windows, cutting through the suffocating darkness like a lifeline. My heart leaps in my chest as the screech of brakes follows, loud and sharp against the roar of the storm. Jayden. It has to be him. Please, heavens, let it be him. I choke on a sob, my legs nearly buckling from the flood of relief that crashes into me. The knife slips from my trembling fingers, clattering onto the tile floor with a sound that barely registers over the pounding of my pulse in my ears. "Jayden!" I scream, my voice raw with desperation, hoping he can hear me over the storm. I stumble toward the door, the panic still clawing at my insides, but the sight of those headlights, those beams of hope, propels me forward. The door flies open with a bang, and I blink against the rain that slashes at my face, the wind whipping my hair into a frenzy. Through the downpour, I see a shadowed figure sprinting toward me, a voice calling my name over the chaos.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 24. Jayden. The car jerks to a stop, tires squealing against the slick pavement, and I'm out before the engine fully dies. Rain hammers down, drenching me in seconds, but I barely feel it. Every nerve in my body is screaming, pulling me toward the house. The front door is open, a yawning black void that makes my stomach twist. Something's wrong, so very wrong. "Juliana!" I shout, my voice barely cutting through the storm as I sprint toward the door, my feet slipping on the waterlogged ground. My heart hammers in my chest, the pounding of the rain matching the frantic beat of my pulse. A flash of movement catches my eye, a dark figure bolting into the night, disappearing into the sheets of rain. My gut tells me it's him, the stalker. I could go after him, chase him down. But the next instant, I hear it. Juliana's scream, piercing and raw, slicing through the storm like a knife. That scream yanks me back, the decision already made before I can even think it through. I barrel through the front door, soaked to the bone, my body moving on autopilot. The house feels like a different place, a house of horrors now. My eyes scan the darkness, adjusting to the faint flicker of lightning that illuminates the gruesome scene before me. 2 officers lie motionless on the kitchen floor. My breath hitches and bile rises in my throat at the sight of their blood slicked across the tile. But my eyes don't linger on them for long. Instead, they land on Juliana, standing frozen in the center of it all, wide-eyed and trembling, her hands stained red. The kitchen knife lies discarded at her feet, a haunting symbol of the chaos she's just survived. "Jules!" I rush to her, every step feeling like I'm running through quicksand. Her eyes snap to mine, wild and terrified. She's in shock. I need to get to her, to pull her out of this nightmare. I skid to a stop beside her, my hands reaching for her shoulders, but I stop myself just short of touching her. She's trembling so hard I can feel it in the air between us. "Jules," I say, my voice lower now, trying to cut through the fog of panic around her. "It's okay. I'm here. You're safe. Her lips part, but no words come out. She's shaking, her gaze flicking from the bodies on the floor to my face, like she's struggling to reconcile what's happened with the reality that I'm here. Finally, she takes a shuddering breath and collapses into my arms, her body giving way to the terror she's been holding at bay. I catch her, pulling her against me, feeling the tension in her melt away as she clutches onto me like I'm the only thing keeping her tethered to the world. I pull her close, feeling the weight of her body collapse into mine, and the two of us collapse in a heap on the floor. My arms tighten around her. I can't help the tremble that runs through me as I hold her. She's here. She's alive. Relief crashes over me so hard I feel like I might drown in it. Juliana. Her name comes out as a whisper, rough and hoarse, my voice betraying the fear that's still gripping me like a vice. I bury my face in her hair, breathing in the scent of rain, sweat, and fear. My heart pounds against my chest, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins, but all I care about is the feel of her, solid and breathing in my arms. Her body trembles violently, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, she clutches at me, her fingers digging into my back like she's afraid to let go. I can't blame her. I'm terrified to let her go too. I can't even finish the sentence. The thought of losing her, of coming into this house and finding her like the others, it's too much. I pull her even closer, my grip tightening protectively. I thought I'd lost you, Jules. Her breath hitches, a sob breaking free, and it shatters something inside me. I'm here, she whispers, her voice barely audible over the storm still raging outside. I'm here, Jayden. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to push away the image of her standing in that blood-soaked kitchen, fear etched across her face. My hand runs through her damp hair, my fingers shaking, and I whisper against her temple. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you. I'm here. I'll always be here. She sobs quietly, but her grip on me doesn't loosen. I can feel her pulse racing beneath my fingers, her heart pounding in time with mine, both of us caught in the aftershock of the nightmare she's just endured. I won't let him touch you again, I murmur, my voice low but fierce. I swear to God, Jules, I'll never let him hurt you. Not while I'm breathing. My words are a vow, not just to her, but to myself. I've already failed her once, letting that demon get this close. It won't happen again. I'll tear the world apart if I have to. Anything to keep her safe. She pulls back slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. There's still fear in them, but beneath it, something else. Something like trust, maybe even hope. Her lips part as if she wants to say something, but instead, she presses her forehead against my chest, her shoulders rising and falling with shaky breaths. I hold her, my hand cradling the back of her head, and whisper again, my voice cracking with the intensity of it all. I'm never leaving your side again, Jules. Never. With my arm wrapped firmly around Juliana's waist, I help her to her feet. Her legs wobble beneath her, and I tighten my grip, guiding her away from the bloodied scene. Each step feels like a small victory, moving her further from the nightmare that nearly swallowed her whole. Her body leans heavily against mine, her breaths shaky and uneven. As we step out into the rain-soaked night, the flashing lights of the arriving police cars catch my eye. Officers scramble to secure the perimeter, their voices a low hum behind the storm's relentless downpour. I guide Juliana toward the curb, holding her steady as two officers approach. Jayden, one of them says, his tone urgent. We need a statement from her tonight. This is... Not now. I cut him off, my voice firm and unyielding. She's going to rest. She'll give her statement tomorrow. The officer opens his mouth to protest, but the sharpness in my eyes must tell him I'm not in the mood for negotiation. He steps back, exchanging a glance with his partner, then nods in reluctant agreement. Understood, he says, stepping aside to let us pass. I guide Juliana toward my car, helping her into the passenger seat before climbing in myself. The silence between us is thick, heavy with everything unsaid, but I don't press her to speak. She's been through enough for one night. All I care about now is getting her somewhere safe, somewhere far from the blood and death we just left behind. We drive in silence, the windshield wipers working overtime to clear the rain from our view. Every so often, I glance at her, noting how her hands tremble slightly in her lap. She stares out the window, lost in her thoughts, and I can't blame her for retreating inward. Tonight shook us both to the core, but for her the terror was far too personal. The glow of a nearby inn catches my eye, and I pull into the lot, the quaint building a stark contrast to the horrors we've just escaped. It's quiet here, peaceful almost, like the storm hasn't reached this far. I park the car and turn to her. "Let's stay here for the night," I say softly. "You need to rest." Juliana nods, her eyes still distant, and I climb out to retrieve our things. As the rain beats down on me, I glance back at her through the car window. Her silhouette is small and fragile, her strength frayed by the weight of everything she's endured. Once inside, the warm air of the inn wraps around us like a protective cocoon. The receptionist, a kind-faced older woman, takes one look at us and doesn't ask questions. She hands me the key with a sympathetic smile, her eyes lingering on Juliana's face. I guide Juliana upstairs, unlocking the door to our room and ushering her inside. The sound of rain pattering against the windows fills the space, a reminder of the storm outside, but here it feels distant, muted, a small refuge from the chaos of the world. Chapter 25. Jayden. I sit on the edge of the bed, my fingers digging into the mattress as if gripping it hard enough will steady the turmoil inside me. The room is quiet, save for the faint hum of the rain and the muffled sound of water hitting the shower tiles. The tension in my body refuses to ease, muscles coiled tight, ready to spring at the slightest noise. Every creak, every gust of wind rattling the windows has my senses on high alert. Juliana is safe now. That's the important part. But the memory of tonight's horror is still too fresh. I can't shake the image of her standing in the kitchen, blood on the floor, fear in her eyes. My mind replays the scene over and over, the adrenaline coursing through me even now as I sit here, trying to breathe through it. I rub my hands over my face, wiping away the remnants of rainwater and the fatigue that weighs down on me. But the exhaustion is only physical. Mentally, I'm wired, thinking about the stalker, the threats, the danger that won't seem to let up. I hate this feeling, this helplessness. I want to fix it, to hunt down whoever's responsible and make them pay. But right now, all I can do is sit here and wait, stuck in this small room with my thoughts swirling in a chaotic mess. The sound of the shower stops, the sudden silence thickening the air between us. I hear the soft shuffle of Juliana moving around in the bathroom, and I stand up, turning my back to the door out of instinct, giving her the privacy she deserves. My heart pounds harder as I hear her step closer, the light squeak of her bare feet on the floor sending a surge of something through me. Concern, protectiveness, something else I don't want to name just yet. I hear the door click open behind me, the soft rustle of fabric as she steps into the room. The air shifts, her presence filling the space, and my breath catches before I can stop it. I keep my back turned, forcing myself to stay grounded, to focus on anything but the fact that she's standing there, her vulnerability laid bare. "Jayden," her voice is soft, tentative. "You can turn around now." Slowly, I do, and the sight of her makes my chest tighten. She's wrapped in a towel, her damp skin catching the muted light from the bedside lamp, droplets of water still clinging to her shoulders. Her hair, wet and tangled, falls down her back, and the look in her eyes, exhaustion, uncertainty, maybe even a touch of something deeper, sends my emotions into a tailspin. For a moment I forget how to speak, the weight of everything we've been through hanging between us like a heavy fog. Juliana steps closer, her bare feet silent on the wooden floor, her presence grounding me in the moment. There's something in her eyes that pulls me in, something raw and pleading beneath the exhaustion. Her hands tremble slightly, clutching the towel around her body as if it's the only thing holding her together. I can see the weight of tonight's horror etched in her expression, the fear still lurking in the shadows of her gaze. "Jayden," she whispers, her voice shaky but clear, her words laced with the desperation that pierces through me. "I need you to help me forget." Her request hits me hard, and my first instinct is to protest. This isn't what she really wants. She's in shock. She's scared. She's not thinking clearly. "Jules," I start, my voice low, careful. "You've been through a horrible time tonight. You're not—" "I am thinking clearly," she interrupts, her voice firmer now, her eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that catches me off guard. "Jayden, I've never been more certain of anything." I swallow hard, my mind racing as I search for the right words to say. But all I can do is look at her, at the vulnerability in her face, at the quiet strength she's holding on to. She's not asking this out of confusion or panic. This is something else, something deeper. A need to escape, yes, but also a need to feel alive, to take control of a life that's been spiraling into chaos. "Juliana, you don't have to do this," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "We don't have to—" "Oh, I want to," she insists, stepping closer until there's barely any space between us. Her eyes search mine as if daring me to say no, but there's no hesitation in her gaze. Just that same raw plea. A silent call to something we've both been circling around for too long. I let out a breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I want to tell her that this isn't the right time, that she needs rest, that we should wait. But as I look into her eyes, I see the truth there. She's not asking for comfort, not asking for reassurance. She's asking for something real, something to pull her out of the darkness that's been closing in around us both. "Are you sure?" I ask, my voice rough with the weight of the question. Her answer is immediate. "I'm sure. More sure of anything than I've ever been in my life." I hesitate for only a moment longer before I step forward, closing the gap between us. My hand rises slowly, cupping her cheek, and her skin is warm beneath my palm. Her eyes flutter closed, and I lean in, my lips brushing softly against hers. The kiss is gentle at first, tentative, as if we're both testing the waters of something we can't take back. But then her hands grip my shirt, pulling me closer, and the dam breaks. I kiss her deeply, pouring everything I've been holding back into that moment. My fear, my frustration, my need for her. It's not just about tonight, not just about what we've survived. It's about everything that's been building between us, the connection that's always been there, waiting for the right moment. And now, finally, that moment is here. Our kiss deepens, fueled by everything we've been through, the fear, the relief, the unspoken feelings we've both kept buried for too long. There's no more space for hesitation, no room for doubt. The world around us fades, the weight of the night lifting as I pull Juliana closer. Her body melts into mine, her fingers threading through my hair as if anchoring herself in the only place that feels safe. At this moment, we're no longer running from the darkness, we're facing it together. The urgency between us grows, and I can feel the intensity in her touch, the way her hands tremble slightly as they move across my chest. It's not just desire, it's something more, something raw and real, born from the chaos that's threatened to pull us apart. I feel it too, this overwhelming need to hold her, to reassure her that she's here, that we're both still standing despite everything that's tried to break us. I gently lift her, and she wraps her legs around my waist as I carry her to the bed. Our lips never part, the connection between us unbreakable. Every kiss, every caress is filled with more than just passion. It's the culmination of everything we've survived, everything we've felt, but never said aloud. As we fall onto the bed, the softness of the sheets contrasts with the heat of the moment, our bodies moving in sync, tangled in a mess of need and comfort. I press my forehead to hers, our breaths heavy, ragged. "Jules," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. "I'm here. I've got you." She looks up at me, her eyes searching mine, and I can see it. The fear that's been gnawing at me for days. But there's something else too, something deeper. We're not just escaping the horrors of tonight. We're finding each other in a way we've never dared to before. Her fingers trail down my back, her touch sending shivers across my skin as she pulls me closer. Her voice soft but certain. "I know, Jay. I know." Our movements slow, the frenzy giving way to something gentler, more deliberate. We hold on to each other, letting the intimacy wash over us, grounding ourselves in the connection we've been too afraid to acknowledge until now.
Chapter 26. Juliana. Jayden's lips on mine are soft, gentle, but the fire between us is anything but. I cling to him, pulling him closer, my fingers threading through his hair as if I could anchor myself to him and escape the whirlwind of fear still gnawing at my core. The world outside these four walls ceases to exist. There's only Jayden, the heat of his body against mine, the comforting weight of his presence pushing back against the chaos we just escaped. His hands glide over my skin with reverence, exploring as if memorizing every inch of me. There's something unbearably sweet about the way he touches me, like I'm fragile, like I might break if he's not careful. But I don't want careful. He pulls back slightly, his breath uneven, eyes searching mine for understanding. "Jules," he murmurs, his hand cupping my cheek with a tenderness that sends a shiver down my spine. "We don't have to rush this. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness."
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Jules. His voice is a whisper, heavy with emotion. "Are you okay?" I nod against his chest, unable to find the words. I don't know how to explain what just happened, how much I needed this, how much I needed him. So I just lie there, letting his warmth seep into me, letting the quiet stretch on. For now, this is enough.
Chapter 27. Jayden. We lie there together, our bodies still entwined, the soft hum of our breathing the only sound in the room. The heat of what just happened lingers in the air, and my heart is racing, not from the stress I've been living with, but from the raw connection I've just shared with Juliana. My arm is draped over her, and I can't help but trace slow circles along her hip, feeling the softness of her dark skin beneath my fingers. Her body relaxes against mine, and for the first time in days, I feel something other than the constant tension that's been gnawing at me. It's like, in this moment, with her, everything outside the walls of this room disappears. The danger, the threat, none of it can touch us here. I shift slightly, my breath brushing against the back of her neck. I kiss her nape gently, causing her to writhe her backside deliciously against me once more. "You okay?" I ask, smiling. "You keep doing that, and we're going to have to go for a repeat session before too long." She turns her head slightly, her eyes meeting mine in the dim light. There's something softer in her gaze, a quiet vulnerability that makes my chest tighten. I've always felt protective of her, always wanted to be the one who kept her safe. But this is something else. I'm better than okay, she whispers, a soft smile tugging at her lips. Her words settle something deep inside me, but when I look at her, it stirs something else. Something I haven't allowed myself to feel until now. I press a kiss to her shoulder, letting my lips linger there, taking in the warmth of her skin. Good, I murmur, sliding my hand up her side, letting her know with just my touch that I'm not ready to let go. You're beautiful, I breathe, the words escaping me before I even realize I've said them. Juliana tilts her head back, allowing me to kiss the soft skin of her neck, and I feel her shiver under my lips. I don't want to rush this. I don't want to lose this moment. Slowly, I get up and gently pull her with me, guiding her off the bed. Come with me, I whisper, my voice thick with desire that's still running hot through my veins. Where to now, Captain? She smiles, standing and following my lead, the seductive sway of her hips nearly sending me back over the edge. You'll see, darling. I lead her to the bathroom, the cool tile a contrast to the heat still simmering between us. The light in the room is soft, casting a warm glow over everything. I stand behind her, my hands resting on her waist as I lean down to press a kiss against her neck, savoring the way she leans back into me. You're incredible, I say softly, letting the truth of my words sink in. You deserve to be taken care of. I reach around her, turning on the shower, and the sound of the water fills the room, adding to the intimacy of the moment. My hands move up her arms, slow and deliberate, memorizing every inch of her. I want her to know without a doubt that I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. When I step into the shower, I hold out my hand to her, and she takes it without hesitation. The warmth of the water envelops us, and I watch as she closes her eyes, letting the water wash over her. There's something so vulnerable, so real about her in this moment, and it makes my chest tighten with something far deeper than lust. You're everything, Jules, I whisper, not sure if she can hear me over the water, but needing to say it anyway. She opens her eyes, and when our gazes meet, something passes between us. Something more than just the connection we've always shared. It's deeper now. More intimate. And I can't help but press a kiss to her lips, slow and tender, letting her feel everything I've been holding back.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
When we finally pull apart, both of us breathless and spent, I hold her close, pressing my forehead against hers as the water continues to rain down on us. At this moment, nothing else matters. It's just me and her. And for the first time in a long time, I feel like we're going to be okay.
Chapter 28. Juliana. The soft glow of the candlelight flickers between us, casting warm shadows across the table. But despite the coziness of the scene, I can't shake the chill in my hands. I rub them together under the table, trying to warm them, my eyes flickering to Jayden as he moves with ease, serving dinner. His focus is steady, his smile genuine. But there's something deeper there, something simmering beneath the surface. It's almost as if tonight is more than just dinner. There's a shift between us, subtle but undeniable. 2 days ago, I gave my statement to the police. Recounting everything, every horrifying moment, was exhausting. The terror of the stalker, the bodies of those officers, the blood, It all still lingers in my mind like a haunting memory I can't escape. But then there was Jayden. He's been my rock through it all. And the nights we've spent together, those intimate moments, have been a welcome distraction, allowing me to forget, if only for a little while. Now I sit across from him, the weight of everything that's happened still pressing on my chest, but the quiet warmth of this moment with him feels like a safe haven. Jayden sets my plate down with a smile, his hand briefly brushing mine as he does. The simple touch sends a small spark through me, a reminder of the intensity we shared, but also of something gentler, something that feels like it could be more. "I hope you like it," he says, his voice smooth and comforting, though there's a hint of nervousness that I wouldn't have expected from him. It's been a while since I cooked like this. "You cooked all of this?" I ask, genuinely surprised. My gaze travels over the beautifully plated meal before me. I'm impressed. Jayden chuckles softly, settling into his chair across from me. "Don't be too impressed yet. You haven't tasted it." I smile at him, picking up my fork. The soft strains of a guitar play in the background, filling the air between us with a gentle melody. It feels almost like a courtship, something thoughtful and sweet, as if Jayden has taken every detail into consideration just to make me feel special tonight. The first bite of food is delicious, and I can't help but let out a small sound of approval. "Wow, you weren't kidding, Jayden. This is amazing." His eyes brighten at the compliment, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "I figured you deserved something nice after everything." I nod, my heart swelling with gratitude for his thoughtfulness. "You didn't have to do all of this, though. You've done so much already." He leans back in his chair, his gaze never leaving mine. "I wanted to, Jules. I want to take care of you in every way that I can." His words hang in the air between us, heavy with meaning. My stomach flutters, and I suddenly feel a little breathless. There's no denying it anymore. We've crossed a line, and things between us are different now, intimately different. The question is, where do we go from here? Can we keep this thing between us? Or is it something bigger? Something we can't stop? I take another bite, savoring the flavors, but I'm distracted by the way Jayden is looking at me. There's something intense in his gaze, something that makes my heart race in my chest. It's not just attraction, it's more. I can feel it. Jayden sets down his fork, his movements slow and deliberate, the playful ease between us suddenly shifting. I can see the weight in his eyes, a seriousness that makes my heart pound in anticipation of what's to come. "Jewel," he begins, his voice low but steady. "There's something I need to say, something I've been carrying around for a long time." His words hang in the air between us, and I feel the shift, like the ground beneath my feet is about to move. I sit frozen, my breath catching in my throat as I watch him gather his thoughts. There's a vulnerability in his gaze that I've rarely seen, and it tugs at something deep within me. His expression is soft but intent, and I suddenly realize that whatever he's about to say is going to change everything. "I've been holding this in for a while now, maybe too long," Jayden continues, his eyes locked on mine, unwavering. "But after everything we've been through, after almost losing you, I can't keep it to myself anymore. I have to tell you how I feel." Jayden's gaze softens as he takes a deep breath. "When Mary got sick, it felt like my whole world was falling apart. You know how much she meant to me, how much we went through together. Watching her fight that cancer, knowing there was nothing I could do to save her, it destroyed me." My chest tightens at the mention of Mary, and I reach across the table to squeeze his hand, offering silent comfort. The pain in his voice, the heaviness of those memories, it hits me harder than I expected. "And after she passed," he continues, his voice thick with emotion, "I didn't think I'd ever be able to feel whole again. Every day was a struggle just to get out of bed. Everything seemed pointless without her. I swallowed the lump in my throat, my heart aching for him, for the loss he's carried all these years. I've always known Jayden as strong, reliable, a rock for everyone around him, but hearing this now, it's like I'm seeing a different side of him. The raw, broken part that he rarely lets anyone see. But then there was you, Jayden says, his gaze softening as he looks at me. You've always been there, Jules, through everything, even when Ben was in the picture. You never gave up on me, even when I was ready to give up on myself. My heart skips a beat at the mention of Ben. The complex tangle of our past relationships swirls in my mind, my tumultuous history with Ben, Jayden's deep love for Mary. How did we get here? How did things become so tangled? I never expected to feel this way again, Jayden continues, his voice quiet but firm. I thought I'd be broken forever, but you brought me back to life. Your kindness, your strength, the way you always seemed to know what to say, what to do. I started falling for you, slowly at first, then it hit me all at once. Jayden squeezes my hand, his touch grounding me as he continues. I didn't say anything for a long time because I didn't want to disrespect what I had with Mary, and I didn't want to complicate things for you either. You were going through so much with Ben, and I didn't think it was the right time. I blink back tears, my chest tightening as I think back to those dark days with Ben. The way Jayden stood by me, always offering support without asking for anything in return. I had no idea that he was holding all of this inside. I know we've both been through a lot, Jayden says softly, his eyes searching mine. But I also know that life is too short to keep holding back. After everything with the stalker, I can't pretend anymore. I love you, Jules. I've loved you for a long time. I open my mouth to respond, but no words come out. My mind is racing, my emotions tangled in a web of confusion. There's so much I want to say, but I can't seem to find the right words. I'm sorry. I finally whisper, my voice barely audible. I don't know what to say. Jayden nods, his expression softening with understanding. You don't have to say anything, Jules. I just wanted to be honest with you. Tears prick at my eyes again, and I look away, my heart aching with the weight of everything. Jayden's love, his confession. It's everything I didn't expect but somehow needed to hear. Jayden leans back slightly, his eyes scanning my face as if searching for some sign of what I'm feeling. His voice softens, the vulnerability in his tone undeniable. I didn't say anything for so long because, well, it wasn't just Mary. I didn't want to push my feelings on you, especially when you were with Ben, and then after everything with your divorce. He trails off, running a hand through his hair, his frustration evident. You'd been through so much. I couldn't be selfish. You needed time to heal. His honesty sends a ripple through me, both comforting and terrifying. This isn't just some fleeting attraction. This is Jayden, the man who has been by my side through the worst moments of my life, who has protected me and cared for me without asking for anything in return. And he's asking me to take a chance on us, on something real. I can't help but think of everything we've been through, the danger, the fear, the nights spent hiding from the stalker, the quiet moments we've shared when the world seemed to slow down. Somewhere along the way, Jayden stopped being just my friend. He became something more, and maybe I've been trying to deny it because it felt too complicated, too soon. But standing here, looking into his eyes, I can't deny it any longer. I start, my voice trembling. I can't lie to you anymore, Jayden. I've fallen for you, harder than I ever thought I would. The confession spills from my lips before I can stop it, and I can feel the warmth of my emotions rising to the surface. His eyes soften, relief washing over his face, and he steps closer. his hands gently cradling mine. You mean it? I nod, the weight of my feelings crashing over me in waves. You've done so much for me, protected me, stood by me. I don't know when it happened exactly, but it's not just gratitude I feel. I care about you, Jayden. So much. For a moment, neither of us moves, the air between us thick with the unspoken things we've both kept hidden for too long. And then, with a quiet breath, Jayden leans in, his eyes searching mine one last time for any sign of hesitation. But there isn't any. Not anymore. I close the distance between us, my lips brushing his in a kiss that feels both inevitable and electrifying. The moment our lips meet, it's like the weight of everything we've been holding back shatters, leaving nothing but raw emotion and a deep, undeniable connection. He kisses me slowly at first, as if testing the waters. But then the kiss deepens, and I feel myself melting into him, the tension between us dissolving in an instant. It's a kiss filled with all the things we haven't said, all the things we've been too afraid to admit. When we finally pull away, our foreheads resting together, I let out a shaky breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I want this. I whisper, my voice barely audible. I want us. Jayden pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, his expression one of pure relief and joy. You have no idea how long I've wanted to hear you say that. I smile, my fingers gently tracing the line of his jaw. Then, let's not waste any more time. A deep laugh rumbles in his chest, and he presses another kiss to my lips. Softer this time, but just as meaningful. It feels like a promise. A new beginning.
Chapter 29. Jayden. The cemetery is quiet, a stillness that seems to settle into my bones as I stand next to Juliana, our hands clasped together in a silent exchange of support. The gravestone of my late wife, Mary, stands before us, weathered by the elements but still a poignant reminder of the life we once shared. It feels like a lifetime ago, but seeing her name etched into the stone brings everything back. The love, the laughter, the pain of losing her. And now, standing here with Juliana, it feels like the past and the present are converging in ways I never anticipated. Juliana steps forward, her hand gently brushing the cool stone as she kneels by the grave. Her voice is soft, almost reverent as she begins to speak to Mary. "Hey, Mary," she says, her words trembling slightly. "It's been a long time. I've been thinking about you a lot lately." I watch her, my chest tightening with both love and sorrow as she opens herself up to the one person who's been a part of both our lives. There's something sacred about this moment, something beyond the weight of grief or even the sense of moving on. It's like we're here not just to pay our respects, but to acknowledge the roles we've all played in each other's stories. "I miss you," Juliana continues, her voice gaining strength. "But I know you wouldn't want me to be stuck in the past forever. You'd want me to find happiness, to live." She pauses, her fingers tracing the letters of Mary's name on the stone. "I wanted to come here today because I've made a decision. I'm going to find happiness again with Jayden. I love him, and I think you'd be okay with that. At least, I hope you would be." A lump forms in my throat as I listen, the gravity of her words settling deep in my chest. She's saying what I've been afraid to confront for so long, giving voice to the complex emotions that have tied us all together, even in Mary's absence. I step forward, kneeling next to Juliana, my eyes fixed on Mary's grave as I speak. "Mary," I begin, my voice steady but thick with emotion. I don't know how to say this without feeling like I'm breaking some unspoken rule. But the truth is, I've fallen for Juliana. You always knew we were close, and I guess over time that closeness became something deeper. She's been my rock, especially after I lost you. I pause, trying to gather my thoughts. I love her, I admit, the words heavy with meaning. But it doesn't mean I've forgotten you. I never will. You'll always be a part of me, and I think you'd understand that. I promise I'll take care of her, just like you'd want me to. I'll protect her and the kids, give them the life they deserve. I needed you to know that. The silence that follows feels like an unspoken acknowledgement, the wind rustling through the trees, the only sound around us. I don't know if Mary would have given her blessing outright, but in this quiet space, it feels like some weight has been lifted, a kind of acceptance settling into the moment. Juliana takes a deep breath, her hands slipping back into mine as we both sit there in front of the gravestone, united in our grief and our hope. She leans her head against my shoulder, and I can feel the tension slowly leaving her body. I think she'd be okay with it, she says softly, more to herself than to me. She always wanted the best for you, for both of us, and I think she'd be happy that we found each other. I nod, my heart swelling with gratitude. Yeah, I murmur, kissing the top of Juliana's head. I think so too. We walk back to the car after visiting Mary's grave, the silence between us filled with a kind of closure I wasn't sure we'd ever find. Juliana seems lighter, her steps less burdened than before. I can feel it too, the shift, the permission we've silently granted each other to move forward, to start living again. Just as I'm about to unlock the car, Juliana's phone pings. She glances down, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is it? I ask, watching as her expression shifts from confusion to something more intense. I just got a message from one of my followers, she says, looking up at me. They think they know who might be stalking me. That gets my attention. What? Let me see. She hands me the phone, and I read the message aloud. The fan explains that they've been following Juliana's YouTube channel for a while, and noticed a certain account repeatedly leaving odd, unsettling comments under her videos. Comments that hinted at an obsession with her, but not in an obvious way. More like a low-key fixation that was easy to miss unless you were looking for it. Juliana shakes her head, frowning as she processes the information. I don't usually go through the comments section, she admits, her voice shaky. I never even noticed this guy. I study the screenshots the fan included, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. The comments aren't just weird, they're personal. There's one about the way she wears her hair in a specific video, another about a necklace she's wearing. Things only someone paying way too much attention would notice. This could be something, I say, apprehension bubbling up inside me. We need to get this to the police. If this person's been tracking you through your videos, then this might be the break we've been waiting for. Juliana nods. Yeah, let's do it. We drive to the station, and as soon as we walk in, the atmosphere changes. It's like flipping a switch from being just Juliana's partner. I'm back in deputy mode, my brain firing on all cylinders, ready to take action. I approach the captain, laying out the information as clearly as possible, showing him the screenshots of the comments and the profile of the potential stalker. He listens intently, his expression growing more serious with every word. We'll get a warrant to search his place, the captain says, standing up and calling for the team to assemble. Within an hour, we've got a full operation ready to go. I'm part of it, coordinating the raid with the team, my focus sharp. It feels good to be doing something, to be actively hunting down the person responsible for all of this. Juliana stays back at the station, her face tight with worry, but her trust in me palpable. I squeeze her hand before leaving, giving her a reassuring smile. We're going to find him, I promise her. She nods, her fingers clinging to mine for just a moment longer before letting go. Be careful. The drive to the suspect's house is tense, the air in the car thick with anticipation. When we arrive, the team fans out, surrounding the place. I'm at the front, leading the charge as we approach the door. The door crashes open under the force of the battering ram, and we rush in, weapons drawn, my heart pounding in my chest. The house is eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos that follows us inside. Clear! One officer calls from the kitchen. Clear! Another shouts from a side room. I move through the house with precision, checking each room methodically. When I reach what looks like a bedroom, I pause, my gut twisting with the certainty that this is it. This is where we'll find something. "Over here," I call to the team, stepping inside. The room is a mess, but it's the kind of mess that tells a story. Piles of papers are scattered across the desk, and the walls are covered in photos. Photos of Juliana. Some are from her restaurant, some are from what looks like the park, and others are stills from her YouTube videos. A sick feeling churns in my stomach as I walk over to the desk, rifling through the notes. They're written on the same kind of paper as the letters Juliana's been receiving. The handwriting unmistakable. This is the guy. We found him. But where is he? The search intensifies as we comb through every inch of the house, but it quickly becomes apparent that the suspect isn't here. It's like he's vanished. The evidence is all here, though. Everything we need to prove he's the one who's been stalking Juliana. I step back, frustration gnawing at me. We were so close, but we missed him. He's out there somewhere, and now he knows we're on to him. Ridiculous, I mutter under my breath, running a hand through my hair as I stare at the photos on the wall. The faces of Juliana, captured in moments of her life that she thought were private, stare back at me. It's personal. It always has been. And now it's worse because he knows we're after him. The captain steps into the room, surveying the scene with a grim expression. "Looks like we've got our guy," he says, "but we need to find him. Fast." I nod, my mind already racing with possibilities. He's on the run now, but we've got him cornered. He won't stay hidden for long. As we pack up the evidence and head back to the station, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. Not by a long shot. The question isn't just where the stalker is. It's what he's going to do next. Then I'm not going to let him get the upper hand, not again. Chapter 30. Jayden. The nagging sense of something wrong starts as a small twist in my gut, growing stronger with each passing minute. I stand outside the station, dialing Juliana's number, hoping to hear her voice and shake off this sense of impending doom. My phone rings and rings, but there's no answer. Not a text, not a voicemail, just silence. A knot forms in my chest, squeezing tighter by the second. She always picks up, always. I try again. Nothing. Then my phone buzzes with an incoming call, Juliana's name flashing on the screen. I exhale sharply, the tension in my body loosening just a fraction as I swipe to answer. "Jules, where?" "Not quite." A man's voice cuts through the line, cold and calm. A voice that sends a wave of ice down my spine. "Who the hell are you?" I growl, my hand tightening around the phone. "Where's Juliana?" The voice chuckles, low and sinister. "Right where I want her. Don't worry, she's still breathing. For now." My blood turns to fire. "If you hurt her..." Now, deputy. Threats won't get you anywhere. In fact, you should be careful. We wouldn't want to upset her, would we? I hear it then. Faint but unmistakable. Juliana's voice, distant and muffled, crying out in the background. "Jayden, don't come! Don't!" "Juliana!" I shout, my pulse racing. "Where is she?" "I'll tell you exactly where," the man says, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. "But first, you're going to listen closely. You'll come alone. No backup, no cops. If I even think someone's following you, it's over for her." My breath hitches, the gravity of the situation slamming into me. "If you touch her, I swear..." "Tick-tock, deputy," the voice says, mockingly calm. "The clock's ticking. I'll send you the address. Don't make me regret sparing her so far." The line goes dead, leaving me standing in stunned silence, my pulse thudding in my ears. Panic claws at me, but I force it down. I can't afford to lose control now. I have to think. I have to be smart. I jump into my car, my hands gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity as I speed down the road. Every second feels like an eternity, and I'm fighting the urge to hit the gas harder. to get to her faster, but rushing in alone isn't an option. I can't play by his rules, not entirely. I make a sharp turn and hit the dial button, calling my partner, Paul. He picks up on the second ring. Jayden? Paul's voice comes through, laced with confusion. What's going on? I need you to listen, Paul, I say, my voice urgent. Juliana's been taken. The bastard's got her. And he wants me to come alone. I'm on my way to the location now, but I need backup. Quiet and fast. He can't know you're coming. If he gets wind of anything, Juliana's dead. Paul's sharp intake of breath is the only response for a second. Then his voice turns steely. Give me the address. We're on it. I rattle off the location, my mind already racing ahead to what's waiting for me at that address. We'll be there, Jayden, Paul assures me. Just hang tight. Don't do anything stupid. I pull up to the derelict cabin, my tires grinding against the gravel as I park. The place is isolated, a perfect setting for something terrible to happen. My headlights cast eerie shadows on the worn, weathered wood, and the stillness around me makes my pulse quicken. The knot of anxiety in my gut tightens. This is it. The place where he's holding her. Rain begins to fall, a light drizzle that taps against the roof of the car. I grip the steering wheel for a moment longer than necessary, scanning the area, searching for any sign of movement. The mist clings to the trees, making everything feel more suffocating, more claustrophobic. The snake is watching. I can feel it. I step out of the car, my boots sinking into the wet earth. The cool rain hits my face, but it does nothing to calm the fire of rage building inside me. My hand hovers near my gun holster, my eyes darting around the darkened surroundings, taking in every detail. The wind rustles through the trees, adding to the tension in the air. Everything feels wrong. I know this is a trap, a twisted game he's set in motion. But Juliana is inside that cabin. There's no turning back. I take a slow, deliberate step toward the cabin. The place is run down, practically falling apart. The wooden boards creak even from this distance, and the windows are dark, giving nothing away. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to stay on high alert. He's waiting for me to make the first move, watching, maybe even grinning from some hidden vantage point. I step inside, my breath catching at the sight of Juliana. She's bound to a chair in the middle of the room, her wrists tied tight with rope. Her eyes widen as they lock onto mine, relief passing through them. My heart clenches at the sight of her like this, so vulnerable, so exposed. Every protective instinct I have surges to the surface, roaring in my chest. The room is dimly lit by a single, flickering light bulb swinging above us. It casts shadows across the walls, making everything feel even more claustrophobic. And then I see him, the demon responsible for all of this. The stalker. He's standing by the window, his body stiff, his eyes gleaming with a manic energy that sends a cold shiver down my spine. There's something in the way he's looking at her, something so twisted, so possessive that it makes my skin crawl. You took her from me, he spits, his voice shaking with rage. I loved her first. Ben was in the way, so I handled him for her. But then you... His eyes flicker to me, full of disgust. You stepped in and ruined everything. She was supposed to be mine. I force myself to stay calm, to keep my face neutral, even though my blood is boiling at the admission. He killed Ben. For her. This psycho has been following her life, making decisions in the shadows, and now here we are, with him thinking he's her savior. I raise my hand slightly, showing him I'm not a threat. Yet. You don't have to do this, I say, keeping my voice steady, measured. You think you're doing this for Juliana, but you're hurting her. If you really cared, you'd let her go. His face twists with fury. She doesn't know what's good for her. She's confused because of you, Jayden. I was supposed to save her from Ben, from her own mistakes. I glance over at Juliana. Her eyes are pleading, but there's a fire behind them. She's scared, but she's not giving up. I take a small step forward, just enough to shift his focus back to me. You think this is love? I ask, keeping my tone even. Tying her up? Threatening her life? This isn't love, man. You've lost your way. His lip curls. You don't understand. You never did. She was meant for me. I've been watching, protecting her from a distance. She doesn't know how dangerous you are, how dangerous Ben was. She needed me. I swallow down the anger burning my throat, forcing myself to stay calm. You don't need to protect her anymore. You've done enough. Let her go now, and we can talk. We can figure this out. His gaze shifts back to Juliana, his face softening for a second. He takes a small step toward her, the rope in his hand pulling tighter as he watches her struggle against it. My muscles tense, ready to act, but I force myself to stay still, to wait for the right moment. She needs me, he whispers, his voice cracking. She always needed me. She needs freedom, I say quietly, watching for his reaction. You don't want her to be afraid of you, do you? You're better than Ben? Let her go. His body shifts, the confusion playing on his face for a moment as he glances back at me. I take another small step forward, trying to keep his attention locked on me and away from Juliana. Let's talk this through. You and me, I continue, keeping my voice low and controlled. But she needs to be free. You want to prove you're the one she needs? Show her by letting her go. His eyes dart back to Juliana, and I see the uncertainty flash across his face. He's slipping. This is the moment. I'm not going anywhere, I say, my voice calm but firm. But if you hurt her, you lose her forever. Is that what you want? For a moment, everything hangs in the balance. I can see the conflict in his eyes, the way his mind races to make sense of it all. His grip tightens on the rope, and my heart pounds in my chest, but I don't move. I can't push him too hard. Slowly, agonizingly, he loosens his hold on the rope, his gaze flicking between me and Juliana. I take a slow, measured breath, my pulse still hammering in my ears, but my body ready to spring the moment he gives me an opening.
Chapter 31. Juliana. My breath catches as the stalker pulls out a gun, the cold metallic glint of the barrel turning my blood to ice. He's aiming at Jayden, his eyes wild with delusion, his hand steady in a way that terrifies me more than anything. My heart pounds in my chest, terror gripping me like a vice. I struggle against the restraints, the ropes digging into my skin as I pull with everything I have. I can't let this happen. I won't. Jayden stands tall, his hands raised slightly, trying to de-escalate. But I can see the tension in his jaw, the fury in his eyes. He's ready to make his move, but I know it won't be enough. Not against that gun. Desperation surges through me, giving me strength I didn't know I had. I yank hard on the ropes, pain searing through my wrist as something pops, dislocated. But I don't care. My body is burning, but my mind is singular in its focus. Save Jayden. With a final savage pull, I free myself. My wrist throbs, but I ignore it. Every part of me zeroed in on the stalker. He's so fixated on Jayden, on controlling the situation, that he doesn't notice me. Not until I throw myself at him, my body crashing into his like a freight train. He stumbles back, caught off guard by the sudden attack. I hear the gun clatter to the floor, the sound sharp against the chaos in my mind. His eyes widen in shock as I slam into him, my fists pounding against his chest, my nails digging into his arms. I don't care that I'm smaller, weaker. I'm fueled by something far stronger than fear. I'm fueled by love, by the need to protect Jayden. The stalker swears, trying to shove me off, but I cling to him with every ounce of strength I have left. You won't touch him, I scream, my voice hoarse, my throat raw with the effort. The struggle sends us both tumbling to the ground, the air knocked from my lungs, but I refuse to let go. My fingers claw at his shirt, my legs kicking out wildly as I try to keep him down. My wrist is screaming in agony, but I push it aside. All that matters is stopping him. The distraction is all Jayden needs. Jayden and the stalker come to physical blows the moment I pick myself up off the floor, the impact of my attack sending him stumbling. The brief distraction allows Jayden to spring into action, his battered form moving with a ferocity I haven't seen before. They crash into each other, fists flying as the two men struggle for control, each driven by a force beyond mere survival, rage. Jayden's fist connects with the stalker's jaw, sending him reeling backward, but the man recovers quickly, his own fist swinging wildly and landing a hard blow to Jayden's ribs. The sickening sound of the impact reverberates through the cabin, and I wince, my body frozen as I watch them. It's brutal. Blood splatters as they exchange hit after hit, their grunts of pain and exertion filling the small space. Jayden's eyes are alight with fury, his jaw clenched tight as he fights with everything he has. But the stalker is relentless, his anger equally unyielding. "Jayden!" I scream, my voice raw as I watch them grapple. My heart races as Jayden catches the man by the collar, slamming him against the wall with a force that shakes the cabin. The stalker spits blood, grinning with sick satisfaction as he grabs a nearby chair and swings it toward Jayden, catching him across the side. "No!" I gasp, my hands trembling as Jayden stumbles from the blow, but he doesn't fall. His body heaves with the effort to stay upright, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Fueled by adrenaline, Jayden rushes forward again, his shoulder crashing into the stalker's midsection, driving them both to the ground. They roll together, fists flying, bodies twisting as they struggle for dominance. The room is a blur of movement and blood, and I can barely breathe as I stand by, horrified by the sight of the man I love locked in a deadly battle. Jayden's strength pushes through, and he gains the upper hand, pinning the stalker beneath him. He lands punch after punch, his rage bubbling to the surface as he vents all of the pain, all of the fear he's been holding in. But the stalker doesn't give up easily. He slams his elbow into Jayden's side, sending a wave of pain through him. Jayden falters for a moment, allowing the man to roll them over, flipping their positions. Now Jayden's the one pinned beneath him, the stalker's hands tightening around his throat. My breath catches, a scream rising in my throat as the man's fingers dig into Jayden's neck, his face twisted in triumph as he chokes the life out of him. In a blind panic, I grab the closest object, a broken piece of wood, and rush toward them, my body trembling as I swing it with all my might. The wood connects with the back of the stalker's head, and he releases Jayden with a gasp, clutching his head as he stumbles back. Jayden wastes no time. He surges forward, his fist landing a final blow that sends the stalker crashing to the ground, unconscious. I stand there panting, staring at the bloodied scene before me, my heart racing as I try to process what just happened. Jayden's face is a mask of rage, his body coiled with anger and adrenaline. He's relentless, his fists hammering into the stalker, punishing him for every threat, every moment of terror he's put us through. The man beneath him tries to fight back, but Jayden is too strong, too fast. His fists are like iron, driven by a deep primal need to protect me, to protect us. "Stay down," Jayden growls, his voice low and dangerous as he lands another blow to the stalker's jaw. "You'll never touch her again. Never." "Jayden, please," I beg, beckoning him towards me. "Please, I need you." With a glare towards the stalker, Jayden stumbles toward me, his body battered, his movements slow but determined. His face is swollen and bruised, his chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. I limp toward him, my own body aching from the fight, but the sight of him, the relief of seeing him still standing, pulls me forward. We collapse into each other's arms, clinging like survivors after a storm. The chaos around us seems to blur. The blood, the violence, all of it fading as we find solace in the warmth of our embrace. My head rests against his chest, and I can hear the steady thrum of his heartbeat. For a moment, it's all I need. We're alive. We survived. But then a sound pierces the fragile peace between us, the unmistakable click of a gun's hammer being cocked. I freeze. My heart leaps into my throat. My instincts scream at me to move, to shield Jayden, to do whatever it takes to protect him. I twist in his arms, trying to place myself between him and the threat, but Jayden tightens his grip, refusing to let me go. No, he growls, his voice strained with pain and determination. I won't let you. I struggle, trying to pull free, but Jayden is unyielding. His body presses against mine, his arms wrapping around me like a shield. I feel his breath on my neck, his heart pounding in time with mine. The gunshot rings out, a deafening crack that slices through the air, the sound echoing in my ears as time seems to slow. My world narrows to the feeling of Jayden's body against mine, the heat of his skin, the steady beat of his heart, and then the sudden collapse of his weight. His body jerks, his arms loosening around me, and the world tilts as he stumbles. Jayden! I scream, panic flooding my veins as I try to hold him up, my hands scrambling to keep him from falling. But he's too heavy. His knees buckle, and together we sink to the floor, his body collapsing against mine. I feel something warm and wet against my hands, and when I pull them away, they're slick with blood. Jayden's blood. No, no, no! I whisper frantically, my hands pressing against the wound, trying to stop the flow of blood. My vision blurs with tears, my heart pounding in my chest as I fight to keep him conscious. Jayden, stay with me. Please stay with me. He groans, his face twisted in pain, his breath shallow and labored. I'm okay, he mutters, though the tremor in his voice betrays the lie. His eyes flutter, his grip on my hand weakening. Don't you dare close your eyes, I demand, my voice trembling with fear. You hear me. Don't you dare leave me. His gaze flickers up to meet mine. And for a moment, I see the man I love, the man who has fought so hard to protect me. But then his eyes cloud over with pain, his body sagging against me. Jayden, please don't leave me now.
Chapter 32. Jayden. The sound of the gunshot rings in my ears, a sharp crack splitting the air, followed by the gut-wrenching scream of Juliana. Her voice slices through the chaos, raw with terror, and it's the last thing I want to hear before darkness threatens to swallow me whole. I feel the burn of the bullet searing through muscle, stealing my breath. I stagger, the world tilting dangerously as pain surges like wildfire through my body. I can barely register the rush of boots pounding into the cabin, my team, my brothers in arms. They're finally here, but all I can focus on is Juliana's scream, the desperate sound etched into my bones. The weight of the stalker's violence presses against me, and yet, even as my vision blurs, I feel a fleeting sense of relief knowing my team has taken control. They're on him. They'll finish this. A catch flashes, guns drawn, hands forcing the bastard to the ground, the snap of handcuffs securing him. The bastard is down, but it's not over for me. The pain is pulling me under, its claws sinking deep, trying to drag me into a darkness I'm not ready to embrace. Not yet. Not while Juliana is still in danger. Not while she needs me. Through the haze, I feel strong hands lifting me, my team carefully maneuvering me onto a stretcher. I can barely feel it. My skin's gone numb, my mind dulled by the pain, but their urgency tells me enough. I'm in bad shape. The wail of sirens reaches my ears, distant at first, then growing louder, but I focus on the one thing tethering me to reality. Juliana. I can feel her beside me, her presence grounding me in this sea of pain. I hear her voice, choked with fear, but there's something else, too. Her love. It's there, even if she can't say it out loud. I can feel it. Stay with me, Jayden, she pleads, her hand squeezing mine, the desperation in her touch giving me something to hold on to. I fight to keep my eyes open, to stay with her, but every breath feels like a mountain. The world fades in and out, and I know I'm teetering on the edge of consciousness, but I can't let go. I won't let go. Not yet. I hold on to her hand, and I think of her. Her laugh, her strength, her stubbornness, everything that's kept me going since this nightmare started. Jayden, please, she whispers, her voice breaking. I fight through the fog. For her. For us. The ambulance doors slam shut, the cold metal of the stretcher beneath me, and the blur of flashing lights outside signal the ride to the hospital. The sirens scream louder than my thoughts, but I focus on Juliana. My love for her, the only thing keeping me tethered to the moment. I can't let the darkness win, not with so much left to say, to feel. As the pain begins to consume me, I make one last promise to myself. I will survive this. For her. The world fades to white, sterile, blinding, like I'm suspended between life and nothingness. Voices echo faintly in the background, muffled, like I'm listening through water. The only thing I know for sure is the cold. It wraps around me, numbing the pain but leaving me with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. I'm slipping further away, drifting. But there's a flicker, a whisper in the back of my mind. Juliana. My body is still, completely out of my control. But somewhere in the background there's movement. Surgeons working, hands moving over me with precision, cutting, repairing. A team of strangers fighting to keep me alive. The tension in the room is palpable, even through the fog, and I don't know how much longer I can hold on. The voices grow louder, more focused, and I catch fragments of conversation. Something about the bullet missing all the vital organs. They found the bullet. I'm still here. I'm going to make it. The weight of the darkness starts to lift, but it's slow. Every breath feels like I'm dragging it through water, heavy and thick. But with each one, I pull myself closer to the surface, closer to the light, closer to her. Then, as if breaking through the final barrier, I feel it. Consciousness, creeping in like the first hint of dawn after a long, terrible night. My eyelids flutter open. It takes a moment for my vision to clear, the harsh overhead lights piercing my senses. I blink against the brightness, the hospital room gradually coming into focus. There's a faint beeping beside me, steady, rhythmic. The sound of life, my life, holding on. Then I see her. Juliana. She's right there, sitting by my bedside, her hand resting lightly on mine. Her hair is a mess, her eyes rimmed with exhaustion. But the second our gazes meet, I can see the relief flood her features. Tears glisten in her eyes, and a soft, broken smile tugs at the corners of her lips. She's been waiting for me. Jayden, she breathes, her voice thick with emotion, like it's the first time she's allowed herself to speak. I want to answer, to reassure her that I'm here, that I'm okay. But my throat feels like sandpaper, my body too heavy to move. Still, I manage a weak smile. It's all I can offer right now, but she understands. She always does. Juliana leans closer, her breath warm against my skin as she hovers above me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. There's something in her gaze, something raw, vulnerable. It tugs at my chest, drawing me closer even as I lie here, too weak to move. I was so afraid, she whispers, her voice trembling with emotion. Afraid of losing you, afraid of admitting what I felt all along. She swallows hard, her hand never leaving mine. But I can't be afraid anymore, Jayden. I love you. I've loved you for longer than I want to admit. Her words wrap around my heart, squeezing tight. Love. I feel it, deep in my bones, more intense than anything I've ever known. Even through the pain, even through the fog of the last few days, there's been one constant. Her. She's been my anchor, my reason to fight. And now, hearing her say those words, it's like everything finally clicks into place. I struggle to find my voice, to push through the exhaustion that weighs me down. But I need her to hear this, need her to know. Juliana! I rasp, my throat raw but determined. I love you too. I've always loved you. Her breath hitches, and for a moment we just look at each other, the weight of our confession settling between us. It's as if the world around us fades, and in this hospital room, this place that should be filled with fear and uncertainty, there's only us. And at this moment, I know that nothing else matters. She leans down, her lips brushing mine, soft and tender like the promise of a new beginning. I kiss her back, weak but sure, the connection between us more powerful than the pain or the fear we've endured. It's a kiss that seals every unspoken word, every tear and whispered confession. It's a kiss that says we've survived and will continue to survive together. Her tears spill onto my cheeks as we pull apart, but she's smiling now, a beautiful, heartbreaking smile that tells me she feels it too, the relief, the hope, the love. We've come through so much, but we've come through it together, and that's all that matters. I'm not going anywhere, she says, her voice steadier now, filled with a quiet resolve. We're in this together, Jayden. I'm not letting go. I tighten my grip on her hand, my heart swelling with gratitude, with love. Neither am I. And in that moment, as the steady beeping of the heart monitor echoes softly in the background, I know that we're going to be okay. That whatever comes next, whatever challenges we face, we'll face them together.
Chapter 33. Juliana. 3 weeks have passed, and Jayden has been home, recovering for the last 2. Today he looks stronger, almost like his old self again, and the sight of him moving around with more ease fills me with joy. It's such a relief to see life coming back into him, his energy returning. The house feels lighter, brighter, as though the weight that's been pressing on us for so long is finally lifting. As I sit on the couch, watching him, I reflect on how much has changed. For the first time in months, I'm no longer glancing over my shoulder or waking up in the middle of the night, gripped by fear. The stalker is behind bars, and with him, the terror that haunted every corner of my life. It feels like I can finally breathe again, like the world is opening up in ways I didn't dare to dream while I was trapped in that constant state of survival. But even as I feel that sweet relief, there's an undercurrent of something darker, something harder to face. Ben is dead. His death should have brought me peace after everything he did, everything he put me and Julius through. But it doesn't. There's this gnawing sense of guilt that creeps in, whispering that despite everything, he was still Julius's father, and I haven't told Julius yet. I don't know how to. How do I explain that his father is gone? How do I reconcile the man who hurt us with the man my son will always have a connection to? The thought twists something in my chest, but I push it down for now. And then there's Jayden. The memory of him being shot is still too fresh, too raw. Every time I close my eyes, I see him crumpling to the floor, the sound of the gunshot ringing in my ears. I thought I'd lost him. The fear that gripped me in that moment, pure, unadulterated terror, is something I'll never forget. But he's here now, alive, healing. We're healing together. The air in the house feels different today, charged with a sense of new beginnings. It's as though we've both stepped out from the shadows of the past into something brighter, something more hopeful. We've come so far, and I know deep down that we've come through the worst of it. Now it's about moving forward. Together. Jayden walks over to me, his movements still a bit careful but much stronger than they were even a week ago. He sits beside me, his presence solid and comforting, and without a word, he takes my hand in his. The gesture is simple, but it's filled with so much love, so much promise. It's been this way between us lately. Quiet moments that speak volumes. Words aren't always necessary because we already know how deep this connection runs. We've been through a lot, I say softly, breaking the silence, my thumb gently tracing circles on the back of his hand. Jayden nods, his eyes warm as they meet mine. Yeah, we have. But things are looking up, babe. A smile tugs at the corners of my lips, and I lean my head against his shoulder, letting the warmth of his body seep into mine. There's a contentment here that I haven't felt in years, maybe ever. And as I sit here, cocooned in the safety of his embrace, I realize that I've never been more certain of anything in my life. This is where I'm meant to be, with him, with us. That night, as the house settles into a peaceful quiet, Jayden and I share a quiet celebration, one that's just for us. There are no big speeches, no grand gestures, just us, together, letting the depth of our love fill the space between us. With each day that passes, Jayden's strength returns, and with it, the feeling that we're ready to bring the family back together. The house has felt too quiet, too still without the sound of laughter, the playful chaos that Martin and Julius bring into our lives. It's time. The longing to see them, to hold them, has been growing steadily. And now that the worst is behind us, we're ready to reunite the family. We pack up the car with excitement buzzing in the air. Jayden is practically glowing with anticipation, a wide smile on his face as we head toward his parents' house. I feel it too, the hope, the joy, the sense that something truly special awaits us. The kids are our heart, and the thought of being with them again fills me with a warmth that no amount of fear or danger could ever extinguish. As we pull into the long driveway, I spot Jayden's parents' house nestled among the trees, the sun casting a golden glow over the front lawn. Before we even make it to the porch, the front door flies open, and there they are. Martin and Julius, their faces lighting up with pure excitement. Their voices carry across the yard, calling out to us, and I can't help but laugh at their enthusiasm. "Mom! Uncle Jayden!" Julius shouts, his arms flailing as he runs toward us, Martin right beside him. The moment they reach us, their little bodies slam into ours with the force of 1,000 hugs. Julius clings to me, his arms wrapped tight around my waist as if he never wants to let go, while Martin jumps into Jayden's arms, his laughter filling the air. It's a reunion that feels like a piece of the puzzle falling back into place, completing the family circle we've longed for. "Whoa, easy there, buddy," Jayden chuckles, lifting Martin off his feet with a grunt that's more for show than anything else. "I missed you too." "I missed you so much, Mom," Julius says, his voice muffled against my chest. "I missed you too, baby," I whisper, pressing a kiss to his head, my heart swelling with emotion. The joy in the air is contagious, the pure love and happiness radiating from the boys, seeping into every corner of my heart. As Jayden's parents step out onto the porch, beaming with pride and love, it feels like we've finally come full circle. Like the darkness that once loomed over us has been replaced with light, with love, with family. The boys continue to chatter excitedly as we make our way into the house, their laughter and stories filling the room. Jayden's hand finds mine as we sit down together, our fingers interlacing in a gesture that feels as natural as breathing. There's a peace here, in this moment, that I never thought I'd find again. Watching the kids, watching Jayden with them, it's impossible not to feel overwhelmed with gratitude. We've been through so much, faced so many fears, but we're here now, together, stronger than ever. The rest of the day unfolds like a dream, one filled with laughter, love, and more joy than I can remember feeling in a long time. We spend the afternoon in a whirlwind of activities, games of catch on the front lawn, a makeshift soccer match that leaves everyone breathless, and moments where we simply sit under the big oak tree, sharing stories and reliving memories. Each moment feels like a snapshot in time, a cherished memory we'll hold on to forever. Martin and Julius race across the yard, their energy boundless as they laugh and chase each other, their little feet kicking up dust as they go. Every so often, Julius runs back to me, pulling on my hand, his bright eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mom, come play. You have to be on my team," he says, his voice full of laughter. I can't help but smile, letting myself be swept up in his enthusiasm. All right, but you better watch out. I'm a pro at this." Jayden watches from the sidelines, his arms crossed, a playful smirk on his face. "Oh, really? Is that so?" he teases. "Because last I checked, I'm the reigning champ." "Wanna bet?" I laugh, stepping closer to him. There's a playful glint in his eyes, one that makes my heart skip a beat. "All right, Jules," he says, leaning in with a grin. "But don't be surprised when you lose." His words are all it takes to set off the next round of competition. Soon we're all in the thick of it, our laughter echoing around us as the boys cheer us on, their faces glowing with excitement. Jayden and I fall into an easy rhythm, teasing each other, chasing after the boys, and reveling in the pure joy of the moment. It feels like nothing else matters, just us, this day, and the love that surrounds us. Later, we gather around a picnic Jayden's mom set up, the boys munching happily on sandwiches while we watch them, soaking in the warmth of the sun and the peace that's settled over all of us. There's a sense of completeness here, a wholeness I never thought I'd find again. Jayden leans back on his hands, glancing over at me, his eyes soft. "Feels good, doesn't it?" I nod, my gaze lingering on the boys as they giggle over some inside joke. "Yeah," I say quietly, my heart full. "It really does." He reaches for my hand, squeezing it gently. We've come a long way. I look at him then, seeing not just the man I've fallen in love with, but the man who's stood by my side through every storm. The man who's helped me find my way back to happiness. "We really have," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. The day stretches on, filled with more laughter, more games, and more moments that remind me of just how lucky we are. And as the sun begins to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, I know that this is the beginning of something truly beautiful. Our family, our love, it's all here, stronger than ever. As we sit together, watching the kids chase fireflies in the fading light, I rest my head on Jayden's shoulder, feeling the warmth of his presence, the steady beat of his heart beneath my cheek. Everything about this moment feels perfect, like we've finally found our way home.
Chapter 34. Jayden. That night, we find ourselves in my old room, a space filled with remnants of my childhood. The room feels smaller than I remember, but it's comfortable, familiar. Pictures of my family and old soccer trophies line the shelves. It's strange being back here after everything, but having Juliana here with me makes it feel right. We sit side by side on the edge of the bed, the quiet wrapping around us like a blanket. I look over at Juliana, her face softened by the dim light. I reach for her hand, my fingers brushing against hers. The touch, as simple as it is, sends a wave of warmth through me. After everything we've been through, it feels like we're finally on the same page, no longer holding back. "You doing okay?" I ask, my voice low. I don't want to break the peace between us, but I need to know she's all right. She leans into me, her head resting on my shoulder. "Yeah," she whispers. "More than okay." I pull her closer, wrapping my arm around her. We sit like that for a moment, letting the quiet settle between us. The house is still. The laughter and energy from earlier now, just a memory. Here, in the stillness of this room, it's just us, just the two of us, without any pretense or fear. I tilt her chin up so I can see her eyes, searching for any hint of hesitation. But all I see is warmth, the same warmth that's been drawing me in for weeks. Slowly, I lean in, pressing my lips to hers. The kiss is soft, gentle, but it holds so much more. It's like every unspoken word, every lingering glance is poured into this moment. I feel her kiss me back, her hands coming up to rest on my face. The kiss deepens, and suddenly, the world outside doesn't matter anymore. It's just us, lost in each other, in the connection that's been simmering for so long. I pull her down onto the bed, my hands tracing over her body with a reverence that I can't quite put into words. I want her to know how much she means to me, how much this moment means. I'm not rushing anything. We've had enough chaos. Now it's about us, and I want to savor it. I slowly, leisurely remove her clothing, reveling in the gasps and moans of pleasure I hear as my hands brush over her skin. "You're everything to me, Jewel," I whisper against her skin. The words come out rough, thick with emotion I've kept locked away for too long. "I've never felt this way before." She pulls back just enough to look at me, her eyes shining with something that makes my heart swell. "I love you," she says, her voice barely a breath. Hearing her say it out loud finally hits me in a way I wasn't prepared for. It feels like something I've waited my whole life to hear. And now that it's here, I don't know how I managed without it. I kiss her again, slower this time, wanting to make sure she feels every ounce of what I'm trying to say with my touch. Afterward, we lie tangled together, the warmth of our bodies still lingering in the cool air. Juliana rests her head on my chest, her fingers tracing light patterns across my skin. I can feel her breathing slow, her heartbeat steady against mine. It's peaceful, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I can actually relax. "Do you think about the future?" she asks quietly, her voice soft in the stillness. I pull her closer, kissing the top of her head. "I think about it all the time," I admit. "I think about us, the kids, what kind of life we could have together." She shifts to look up at me, and there's something in her eyes that tells me she feels the same. "What do you see when you think about it?" I take a deep breath, trying to put it into words. "I see a life where we're happy, where we don't have to worry about anything except raising the kids and being together. I see the boys growing up like brothers and us still here, still together." Her smile is soft, and I can tell the idea of a future together brings her the same peace it brings me. "I want that," she whispers, her voice full of emotion. "I want that more than anything." I press a kiss to her forehead, feeling the weight of those words settle in my chest. "Then that's what we'll have. I promise." We talk for a while longer, the conversation flowing easily between us as we drift from serious topics to lighter, more playful ones. We laugh about what the boys will be like when they're teenagers, how we'll handle their endless energy, and all the things we still have to look forward to. At some point, Juliana's hand finds mine, and we lace our fingers together. It feels right, natural, like this is how it's always been meant to be. "I've never felt this kind of peace before," I admit, my voice thick with emotion. "With you, everything feels right." She leans in, kissing me softly. "Me too," she murmurs. "I've never been more sure of anything." We fall into a sweet silence after that, just lying there together, the weight of the world finally lifted from our shoulders. The night stretches out before us, endless and calm, and for the first time in what feels like forever, I'm not worried about tomorrow. I'm just happy to be here, with her at this moment. This is where I belong.
Chapter 35. Juliana. The restaurant is buzzing with the usual chaos of a busy Friday night. Laughter and conversation mix with the clatter of dishes, creating a familiar symphony that wraps around me like a comforting blanket. I move through the kitchen with practiced ease, checking on plates, giving a quick thumbs up to one of the new line cooks, and laughing at something one of the servers said as they pass by. It's just another night at my restaurant. But there's an energy in the air I can't quite place. Everything is going smoothly, but I can't shake the feeling that something is different tonight. Maybe it's the way the staff is unusually attentive, or how Jayden keeps sneaking glances at me from across the room, a small smile tugging at his lips whenever our eyes meet. I push the thought aside, too wrapped up in the flow of the night. The tables are packed, and the kitchen is in full swing. It's exactly how I love it, my restaurant, alive and thriving, a reflection of all the hard work I've poured into it. But as I step out of the kitchen to check on a few tables, I spot Jayden sitting with the boys at one of the large family tables near the back. His smile is warm, his gaze following me as I approach. Martin and Julius are bouncing in their seats, more excited than usual. It's infectious, making me grin as I reach them. "You guys look like you're up to something," I tease, raising an eyebrow as I slide into the seat next to Jayden. Julius gives Martin a not-so-subtle nudge, and they exchange a conspiratorial look before turning their big, innocent eyes on me. "We just thought it'd be fun to have a special dinner tonight," Martin says, his voice laced with a mischief that I can't quite decipher. Jayden chuckles softly beside me, his hand reaching out to rest on my knee under the table. The simple touch is grounding, but the way his thumb gently strokes my leg sends a warm shiver through me. I shoot him a playful glare. "What's going on?" "You'll see," he replies, his tone light, but there's something deeper behind his smile, something that makes my heart skip a beat. Before I can press for more, a server appears with a tray, setting down our plates and giving Jayden a knowing smile. Now I'm definitely suspicious. There's clearly some kind of plan here, and I'm the only one not in on it. As the clatter of dishes and the hum of conversation fades into the background, I notice Martin and Julius standing up and approaching me with wide, excited grins, their hands suspiciously hidden behind their backs. I narrow my eyes playfully, my curiosity piqued. My heart starts to race, sensing something big is about to happen. "All right, what are you two up to?" I ask, laughter bubbling in my chest. I glance at Jayden, who's suddenly looking a bit nervous, his blue eyes twinkling with anticipation. They don't answer right away. Instead, they share a mischievous look before stepping forward and revealing what they've been hiding. In their hands are 2 pieces of a sign, and as they slowly turn them around, I see the words painted in bold, bright letters. "Will you marry Jayden?" My breath catches in my throat, and I feel my eyes widen in shock. The restaurant seems to fade away, and all I can focus on are those words and the eager faces of our boys. I turn to Jayden, my mouth hanging open, unable to form words. He's already moving, sliding out of his chair and dropping to one knee beside me. The entire restaurant has gone silent, all eyes on us, but I barely notice. My world has narrowed to this moment, to Jayden's intense gaze and the hopeful expressions on our sons' faces. My breath catches in my throat. I press my hands to my mouth, my heart swelling as tears spring to my eyes. I blink rapidly, trying to process the moment, the unexpected gesture from these 2 little boys who have already filled so much space in my heart. The restaurant goes still, the usual clatter of dishes and hum of conversation softening as everyone around us realizes what's happening. The patrons fall quiet, their gazes turning to us, creating an intimate circle of anticipation around our table. I feel Jayden rise from his seat beside me, his presence warm and steady even before I see him. When I finally tear my gaze from the boys and turn to him, I find him standing with the velvet box in hand, the soft light of the restaurant glinting off its smooth surface. He kneels down on one knee, his blue eyes locked onto mine, shining with love and certainty. My heart pounds in my chest as time seems to stretch, the world narrowing to just the two of us in this shared moment. The noise of the restaurant fades away entirely. "Juliana," Jayden begins, his voice steady but thick with emotion. "I have loved you for longer than I ever let myself admit. You've been my rock, my friend, and now, my heart. You've changed my life, and I want to spend the rest of it loving you and building a family together. You make me whole in ways I never thought possible." My tears flow freely now, the weight of his words pressing down on my chest in the most beautiful way. I nod slightly, biting my lip to hold back a sob. My heart feels like it might burst from the overwhelming love I feel for this man. Every moment we've shared, every laugh, every tear, has led us to this perfect instant. I want to speak, to tell him how much I love him too, but I'm afraid my voice will betray me. "Will you marry me?" he asks, his voice filled with hope and certainty. "Will you let me spend the rest of my life taking care of you, of Martin and Julius, and of our future together?" The ring box opens, revealing a stunning, simple ring that glints in the candlelight. But it's not the ring that holds my attention. It's Jayden, the man who has been my protector, my confidant, and now the love of my life. I laugh through my tears, nodding emphatically. "Yes," I say, my voice shaking with joy. "Yes, Jayden. Of course I'll marry you." The restaurant erupts in applause, cheers and claps filling the space as the joyful energy of the moment spreads like wildfire. I barely hear any of it, though, as Jayden slips the ring onto my finger. I'm too focused on him, on the warmth of his hands, the love in his eyes, the overwhelming sense of happiness filling every corner of my soul. Martin and Julius jump up and down with excitement, their faces beaming with joy. They throw their arms around me, their small bodies trembling with glee as they wrap me in a family hug. Jayden rises to his feet, and I pull him into our embrace, feeling the warmth and strength of our family. The connection between us growing stronger by the second. As I press my face into Jayden's chest, the cheers and applause from the restaurant wash over us, like a tidal wave of joy. But all I can feel is the overwhelming sense of love that surrounds me. Love from Jayden, from the boys, and from the family we're building together. His strong arms encircle me, and I breathe in his familiar scent. In this moment, I know that everything we've been through, every challenge and heartache has brought us here, to this perfect moment where our futures are finally merging into one. The weight of our past struggles melts away, replaced by the warmth of hope and the promise of a shared tomorrow. I lift my head, meeting Jayden's intense blue gaze, and see my own happiness reflected there. This is it, I think. This is where I'm meant to be.
Chapter 36. Jayden. I stand at the edge of the garden, my eyes scanning the familiar faces of our closest friends and family gathered under the canopy of soft white fabric. The air is filled with the scent of blooming flowers, mingling with the warmth of the late afternoon sun. There's a sense of calm in the air, an almost sacred stillness that makes everything feel more intimate, more real. 4 months of planning have led to this moment, a small, simple wedding exactly how we wanted it. No grand gestures or elaborate decorations, just the people we love, the ones who have stood by us through everything. I take a deep breath, trying to steady the nerves that flutter in my stomach. It's not fear that makes me uneasy. It's the weight of the moment, knowing that after everything we've been through, after all the danger, the uncertainty, and the waiting, we finally made it here. To this point, where I'm about to marry the woman I love more than anything in this world. The soft strumming of acoustic guitar fills the garden, signaling that the ceremony is about to begin. My eyes instinctively search for her, knowing that any second now, Juliana will appear, walking toward me to start the next chapter of our lives. I glance to my left and see Martin and Julius standing by my side, both dressed in matching navy suits, their little faces lit up with excitement. They've been buzzing all morning, their energy contagious as they help with last-minute preparations. Now, though, they stand still, their eyes trained on the path where Juliana will soon appear. "Ready, Dad?" Martin whispers, his voice barely audible over the gentle breeze that rustles the leaves. I nod, my throat tightening with emotion. "More than ready, buddy." The music swells, and then there she is. Juliana. My breath catches in my throat as I see her at the end of the aisle, her arm looped through her father's as he leads her toward me. She's radiant, more beautiful than I've ever seen her, dressed in a simple ivory gown that hugs her figure perfectly, the fabric flowing around her like a gentle whisper. Her hair is loose, cascading down her shoulders in soft waves, and she wears a crown of delicate flowers, their soft colors complementing the natural beauty around us. But it's her smile that strikes me the hardest. It's wide and full of love, the kind of smile that knocks the air out of your lungs and reminds you of just how lucky you are to be standing here. My heart pounds in my chest as I watch her take each step, and for a moment the world around me fades. It's just her. Just Juliana walking toward me, her eyes locked on mine, a soft, almost shy smile on her lips. The sunlight catches in her hair, creating a halo effect that takes my breath away. I've never seen anything more beautiful in my life. When she finally reaches me, her father gives her hand a gentle squeeze before placing it in mine. I feel the warmth of her skin, the familiar comfort that comes with her touch, and I can't help but smile. My fingers instinctively intertwine with hers, and a jolt of electricity runs through me. It's like every moment in my life has led to this one, standing here with Juliana, ready to start our future together. "You look beautiful," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. Juliana's eyes shimmer with unshed tears as she smiles back at me. "You don't look too bad yourself, Deputy." There's a ripple of laughter from the guests, a lightness that breaks through the emotional weight of the moment. I chuckle, squeezing her hand in response. It's so like her to ease the tension with a joke, to remind me that even on a day like this, we're still just us, Juliana and Jayden, with all the love and laughter that brought us here. We turn to face the officiant, a close family friend who agreed to perform the ceremony. His smile is warm as he begins, his words flowing gently over the gathered crowd. I listen, but I'm only half aware of the formalities. My mind is focused on Juliana, on the way her fingers intertwine with mine, the way her presence grounds me, makes everything feel right. As I stand here holding Juliana's hands in mine, I can't help but think about the long road that led us to this moment. The officiant's words fade into the background as memories flood my mind. I remember the first day I saw her in high school, her wild curls bouncing as she laughed with Mary. Even then, there was something about her that drew me in. We were just kids, awkward and unsure, but Juliana always had this spark of confidence that I admired. "Earth to Jayden," Juliana whispers, squeezing my hands. "You still with me?" I snap back to the present, grinning sheepishly. Just thinking about how long it took us to get here. She raises an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in her eye. Better late than never, right? Our shared laughter ripples through the gathered crowd, and I'm struck by how easy this feels. How right. My mind drifts again, this time to all the late nights we spent studying together, Juliana cursing over calculus while I pretended not to notice how cute she looked when she was frustrated. The way she'd bring me homemade cookies during exam week, insisting that sugar was brain food. Then there were the harder times. The day I left for basic training, Juliana and Mary standing side by side, waving goodbye. The countless letters she sent, full of jokes and stories from home that kept me grounded when everything else felt chaotic. And later, after I'd married Mary and Juliana had found Ben, how she was always there. through deployments and homecomings, through the birth of our children and the loss of my wife. Juliana was a constant, a friend I could always count on. The vows come, and I take a deep breath, knowing that this is the moment I've been waiting for. The moment I get to tell her, in front of everyone, exactly what she means to me. I clear my throat, my voice shaking a little as I begin. Juliana, from the moment you walked into my life, you've been my anchor, my constant. Through the darkest days and the brightest moments, you've been there. Your strength, your kindness, your heart, they're everything I didn't know I needed. But now I can't imagine my life without them. I pause, my eyes locking onto hers. You've shown me what it means to love again, to hope again. And today I promise you this. I will spend the rest of my life loving you, protecting you, and cherishing every single moment we have together. Juliana's eyes well up with tears, and she gives my hand a gentle squeeze as she begins her vows. Her voice is steady, but I can hear the emotion behind it. Jayden, you have been my protector, my friend, my love. You stood by me when I was lost, and you guided me back to myself. You've made me feel safe, even when the world around us was anything but. I never thought I would find this kind of love again, but here you are, and I promise you this. I will love you with everything I have for as long as we both shall live. The weight of her words settles over me, and I feel my chest tighten with emotion. I've waited for this moment for so long, and now that it's here, it's even more perfect than I imagined. The officiant smiles, his voice warm as he speaks the words we've both been waiting to hear. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Jayden, you may kiss your bride. I don't hesitate. I step forward, cupping Juliana's face in my hands, and press my lips to hers. The kiss is soft, tender, but filled with all the love I've been holding for her. The crowd erupts into cheers, and I can feel the boys jumping up and down beside us, their excitement contagious. When we finally pull apart, Juliana is laughing, her eyes sparkling with joy. I can't stop smiling either, the happiness radiating through me like sunlight. We turn to face the crowd, hand in hand, and the world feels brighter, fuller, more alive than ever before. I look over at Martin and Julius, who are practically vibrating with excitement, and I know that this moment, this family, is everything I could have ever wanted. As we walk down the aisle together, with cheers and congratulations following us, I feel an overwhelming sense of peace settle over me. We did it. We made it through the storm, and now we're here. Together as husband and wife, ready to take on whatever comes next.
Chapter 37. Juliana? The house is quiet. It's the kind of stillness that feels almost sacred, like the world is pausing just for us. We've just returned from our wedding, our hearts still full from the love and joy of the day. The kids are with Jayden's parents for the night, and now it's just the two of us in our new family home. The home where we'll build our future together. I turn the key slowly, pushing the door open, as the soft sound of our footsteps fills the space. Jayden's hand is warm against my lower back as we step inside, and for a moment, I just stand there, taking it all in. The house feels different tonight, like it knows that this is the beginning of something new, something special. You okay? Jayden's voice is soft, his breath warm against my ear as he leans in. I smile, turning to look up at him. Always, with you. His lips curve into a grin, and there's a look in his eyes that sends a shiver down my spine. It's a look that tells me exactly what he's thinking, and I feel my heart skip a beat in response. Come on, he says, his voice low. Let's make this night unforgettable. He takes my hand, leading me through the familiar halls of our home, but everything feels different now. Each step feels heavy with anticipation. each glance between us charged with an electricity that has been building all day. By the time we reach the bedroom, my skin is already tingling with the promise of what's to come. Jayden closes the door behind us, and the sound echoes in the stillness of the room. We stand there for a moment, just looking at each other, the weight of the day settling over us like a blanket. It's a quiet moment, but it's filled with everything we've been through. The love, the loss, the struggles, and now the joy of finally being here, together. His fingers brush my cheek, and I lean into his touch, closing my eyes as the warmth of his hand seeps into me. He's always known how to calm me, how to make me feel safe, and tonight is no different. But there's something else too, something more than safety. There's a need, a hunger, that we've been holding back for too long. When I open my eyes, his are dark with desire, and I feel my breath catch in my throat. "I love you," he murmurs, his voice rough with emotion. "I love you too," I whisper, my heart swelling in my chest. "I need this," he murmurs, his voice low and rough. "Me too," I whisper, my hand sliding up his arms to rest on his shoulders, feeling the strength in his muscles, the tension in his body. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Afterward, we lay tangled in the sheets, our breaths coming in slow, even rhythms as we bask in the afterglow. Jayden's arm is wrapped around me, holding me close as we stare up at the ceiling, the weight of the moment settling over us. "I can't believe we're finally here," I whisper, my voice soft in the quiet of the room. Jayden chuckles, his chest rumbling against my cheek. "Believe it, Mrs. Blair." I smile, the sound of my new name sending a thrill through me. I like the sound of that.
Chapter 38. Jayden. The sun sets slowly, casting a golden glow over the backyard, where lanterns and string lights sway gently in the evening breeze. Laughter and the hum of conversation fill the air, blending with the distant sound of music playing softly from the speakers. I can't help but smile as I take it all in. Family and friends gathered around, the people I love most in the world, celebrating with me on the eve of my birthday. It's funny, I never used to be the type to enjoy big celebrations. For years, birthdays felt like just another day on the calendar. But now, things are different. Life is different. I glance across the yard where Juliana is standing by the grill, laughing at something Katie said, her face illuminated by the warm glow of the lights. Her smile, God, it gets me every time. She's the reason things feel different now. Beside her, Martin and Julius are running around with sparklers in hand, their laughter loud and infectious as they chase each other in circles, lighting up the dusk with their joy. Seeing them together, happy and carefree, makes my heart swell with pride. They've become more than friends. They're brothers now, in every way that counts. I take a sip of the cold beer in my hand, leaning back against the porch railing as I watch the scene unfold. This, right here, feels like a dream. The life I never thought I could have again. Not after losing Mary. Not after everything, but Juliana. She gave me this. She brought me back to life, back to joy. And now, standing here on the eve of another year. I feel nothing but gratitude. Hey, birthday boy. Juliana's voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I turn to find her walking toward me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hey yourself, I say, setting the beer down on the porch railing as she steps into my space. My hands instinctively find her waist, pulling her close. She leans into me, her arms wrapping around my neck. Enjoying the party? Best one yet, I murmur, my lips brushing against her temple. But it's only because you're here. She laughs softly, her breath warm against my skin. Smooth. True, I counter, grinning down at her. You know me, I don't need a party, just you. Well, she says, her voice lowering, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. But the night's not over yet. I still have a surprise for you. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued by the playful glint in her eyes. A surprise, huh? She nods, biting her lip as she pulls back slightly, her hands sliding down to take mine. But you'll have to be patient. All will be revealed soon. I narrow my eyes at her, the curiosity burning in my chest. You're killing me here, Jules. She laughs again, that sweet melodic sound that makes everything else fade away. Just wait a little longer, she teases, leaning up to kiss me softly before pulling away. It'll be worth it. I watch as she slips back into the crowd, leaving me standing there with a grin on my face and a growing sense of anticipation. Juliana has always been full of surprises, and I know whatever she has planned will be something special. The evening continues, the warmth of the celebration wrapping around us like a blanket. The boys are in their element, running back and forth between the guests, showing off their sparklers and eating far more cupcakes than any kid should in one night. I find myself catching moments with Juliana throughout the evening. A shared look here, a soft touch there, and each one reminds me just how lucky I am to have her in my life. As the night deepens and the stars begin to twinkle above, the energy of the party starts to slow. Some of our guests have begun to head home, hugging us goodbye and wishing me a happy birthday in advance. The boys are starting to tire, their energy finally waning after hours of playing and laughing. I'm talking to my brother when Juliana appears by my side again, her eyes searching mine as she touches my arm lightly. Jayden, she says softly, her voice carrying a seriousness that instantly grabs my attention. It's time. The air around us seems to shift, and I can feel the weight of whatever it is she's about to tell me. My heart picks up its pace as I nod, excusing myself from the conversation and following her toward the center of the backyard, where most of the remaining guests are still gathered. Juliana takes a deep breath, her eyes scanning the crowd before turning back to me, a nervous smile playing on her lips. Everyone, she calls out, her voice steady despite the emotion I see flickering in her gaze. I know we've all had an amazing night celebrating Jayden's birthday, but I have something else to share. The attention of our family and friends immediately shifts to her, the murmur of conversation quieting as everyone turns to listen. I glance at Juliana, my heart thudding in my chest, wondering what could possibly have her this nervous. I've been keeping a little secret, she continues, her voice soft but steady, and I figured tonight would be the perfect time to share it. The crowd is silent now, the air thick with anticipation. I can feel everyone's eyes on us, but I only have eyes for Juliana. She steps closer to me, taking both of my hands in hers, her fingers trembling slightly as she meets my gaze. Jayden, she says, her voice filled with emotion. I love you so much. And tonight, I wanted to give you the best birthday present I could ever imagine giving. My heart races in my chest as I stare at her, my mind spinning with possibilities. But nothing could have prepared me for what she says next. We're pregnant. The words hang in the air, and for a moment time seems to stop. My brain struggles to catch up with what she's just said, and I can feel the world narrowing to just the two of us, standing there in the middle of the yard, surrounded by family and friends, but completely lost in our own bubble. We're pregnant? I repeat, my voice barely above a whisper. Juliana nods, her eyes brimming with tears as she smiles up at me, her hands squeezing mine. Yes, Jayden, you're going to be a dad again. I feel my breath catch in my throat, my heart swelling to a size I didn't even know was possible. I can barely process the flood of emotions rushing through me. Joy, disbelief, awe, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude. I pull her into my arms, hugging her tightly as the crowd around us erupts into cheers and applause. But I barely hear it. It's just her. Just us. I pull back slightly, looking into her eyes, and I can't stop the grin that spreads across my face. We're having a baby, I say, my voice filled with wonder. Juliana nods, her own smile wide and full of joy. We are. I kiss her then, right there in front of everyone, unable to hold back the happiness that's bursting from me. The cheers grow louder, the boys jumping up and down with excitement as they run over to us, their faces full of pure joy. Martin grabs my leg, tugging on my pants as he looks up at me with wide eyes. Dad, are we really going to have a baby? I crouch down, pulling both Martin and Julius into a hug as I nod, my heart nearly bursting. Yeah, buddy. You're going to have a little brother or sister? The boys cheer, their excitement contagious, and I find myself laughing as I hold them close. This is everything I've ever wanted. My family, my life, my future. As I stand there holding my boys and looking at Juliana, who is glowing with happiness, I realize that this moment, this life, is more than I ever dared to dream. Happily ever after isn't just a fairy tale. It's this. Right here, right now. And I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.